Good morning. How's everyone doing? Hi. Hi, Wilfred. Hi, Night. Hi, Zappa. Hi, TK. How you doing? Hi, Static. Hi, Phantom. Satsia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Check the Discord and food. I did. It's not in bouquet form, so I'm gonna easily decline. I've already laid out in detail that it's gotta be in a bouquet. Yeah. That's why I said from the beginning it's gotta be in a bouquet. More for Vito, that's true. Doing good, how's your morning going? I mean, it's 3 in the afternoon now, but I didn't go to bed until 5 a.m. Because I may or may not have been playing a game for 13 hours. And I was not expecting to stay up that late either, but... Hi, Snack Bar, how you doing? Presentation is everything? It's true. It's true. So yeah, I am sipping on some coffee. I have some food in front of me. Sometimes you get locked in with gaming. Well, the thing is with this game, Expedition 33, I said this last night, like, this game has been a breath of fresh air when it comes to turn-based stuff. I feel like a lot of people that love turn-based have been like yearning for a good turn-based game. So when you mix Dark Souls type bosses, parrying, dodging, and a turn-based with RPG like mechanics and stuff, it just, oh my god, it was just so good. It was so good. But I know that like turn-based is not everyone's thing, so I can't like, you know, tell everyone, you gotta go play it now. But I will say that I have been thoroughly enjoying myself. And I'm not even through Act 1. I'm not even through Act 1. And we were doing 13 hours of it. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Hi, Ultimo. How you doing? Hello, Shav. I'm being Canto 4. I've been enjoying your new manager adventure. Hope to see you go through the next challenges. Learn and enjoy Limbus company in your way. You deserve the dings in every clash. Shav, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely, now that we've got over the hump of Canto 4, and going into the Intervallo today, I know that I owe you guys, like, a react to some of the IDs, the arts of the IDs and the egos, too, and, doing some other stuff, like reading Dante's notes and all this. We got a lot of other things that we can do, too, while we slowly go through the story, so I'm in, like, no rush, so... I love how interactive the combat is. I saw a friend play it, yeah. It's so good. Hi, Lynn. How you doing? Remind me a bit of Paper Mario with how even the enemy's turn, you can still do stuff to counter evade attacks. Yeah, the being able to jump dodge, and parry, it's just a nice little touch to that, though. I'm at the first expedition flag. I have some initial thoughts on what happened, but not a lot to go off of. Yeah. I definitely just, like, keep playing to get a better, what do you call it? Thoughts on the game, for sure. Okay, good to see you. I know, it's been a hot second. Congrats again on your debut. It was really, really good, by the way. It's been chapter 38 in Nikkei. Oh, let's go. I know I was thinking about doing 36 sometime soon, but, man, I'm freaking so out of it. I can't even think. There we go. But why is my thing all crooked today? That's interesting. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, like I mentioned, even yesterday I could tell that like my voice was starting to go out too, and it's a little rough today, but we'll make do. We'll make do. I'm still gonna keep it a short stream today, so you know the deal. You guys know the deal. I just finished binge watching all of the Limbus VODs on your channel, and the LBC brain rot has only gotten stronger. Oh, I hope you'd enjoyed it though. If you binge watched all of them, I still got more. I still gotta post part 3 and 4 of Canto 4. I've been so behind just because I've been playing Oblivion being out, Expedition 33 being out, Like, all of these games that, and now Doom Dark Ages is coming out, like, next week. Guys, I'm so fucked. I am so fucked when it comes to, like, keeping up with everything. I gotta post a lot of VODs. I'm behind on that, and I got games to play. I got all sorts of stuff. Hi, Bub Boy, how you doing? I'm so behind. Super excited for Doom. Me too. And I'm like, I don't have time to play all these games. Luckily, I have Sundays just like separated out. It's always gonna be a Limbus day, right? But like, I'm trying to, you know, play more Expedition. I'm trying to play more Oblivion. With Doom coming out, I got Nikke stuff to do. I'm trying to do my dailies for my other gacha games. I'm trying to do editing stuff for YouTube videos. I gotta teach classes. I gotta go a full-time job on the weekdays. Guys, I can't. I need to clone myself. But sorry, I'm nomming too. More Limbus to watch while I wait for the energy to recharge. Hell yeah. Doom Dark is good, then that would make 2 good Bethesda games in the big 2025. Fingers crossed. Let's hope they don't fuck this up, Bethesda, because I know you got a freaking rap sheet, so. We'll see. But, yeah. I'm kind of torn. Because I got all these games that I want to play, and I don't have enough time. With May coming up, I need to start prepping for the debut of the new model. I want to be able to debut in June, before I go to Anime Expo in July. So there's just like a lot of stuff behind the scenes too that I'm trying to like keep up with. They needed after the flop Starfield was. I didn't even touch that game. That game it didn't even look good. I'm sorry. I was like watching like the trailers and all the sneak peeks and stuff, and I was just like, this doesn't even look like a good game. And there's new Indiana Jones game. But isn't the Indiana Jones game not new? It's only new on PlayStation? Or are you just talking about, granted that Bethesda published, not developed. Oh, for Bethesda. Oh, I see. Yeah. I feel it was an overpriced Fallout 4 mod. No, I agree. I was like, definitely not worth, and I felt bad for all the people that were like excited about it. Because I know they wanted it to be good, but I just failed to do it. Oh my gosh, they said thank you so much for the tier 1 for 3 months? In advance? What the heck? Yo, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Question, who would win, Vergil or Doomslayer in a dance? Vergil. Hello? I'd be Vergil. My cast is going to Vergil. Nom. I'll probably be around every Sunday at least. Yeah. I'm gonna keep this a very consistent thing. Limbus Company Sundays are just gonna be a thing. That's it. Unless there is something that comes up that I can't do Limbus on Sunday, I will let people know in the Discord and on YouTube if I remember. Definitely in the Discord though. But yeah, Sundays are gonna be reserved strictly for Limbus Company though. I don't think Vergil dances. I don't know. I'm always gonna be Team Vergil though. So it don't matter. You know what I should do? I should get this game started while I'm nomming. And then it's gonna break my computer. And then I'm so ready for it. But a Vergil's after image thing. I pulled Rapid Red Hood with my daily free spin. Oh, let's go! Yo, freaking, we win those. I got Siren off of my first daily free pull. I was super excited. I mean, we know St. Clair wins if he's got the maracas. That's true. Uh-oh, there it goes. There it goes, breaking my game. And breaking my stream. Good. Limbus Company, why you always break my game? Oh shit. Freaking spirit box always wanna come on. I pulled 2 siren dupes. Oh shit. If I get siren just based off of like, you know, random stuff instead of doing banner pulls, I'll be fine. I'm excited to use her though, especially when I go through content, but all right, system modem, MSM game. Hi, Anime Wolf, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. All right, let me switch over to the game so we can get this started. When I hurt you. That's right. I have the thing turned. Settings. And then game audio. We gotta switch to Limbus Company. There we go. Okay. There we go. Have you seen the new episode on HELLOOOO ID? No. You know, when it comes to these new IDs, I genuinely have no idea what any of these IDs are, or where or how they're supposed to be related to story stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. Intervallo. Intervallo 2. We're going to the sea. We're going to the beach. Girl, alternate universe with the characters. No. I get that, but when we talk about a specific ID, like, I don't know where all of them from because I haven't done all of the content in the game. So if it's something like, you know, for instance, the one who grips, I get that that one came from a certain Canto, right? If there's like other IDs and stuff where they have like the names of, you know, certain things, and I have no idea. Sorry, all caps, all good. See, as in Southeast Asia, Hongadi is more related to Library of Ruina. I mean, that's gonna come way over my head though. I really don't know anything about Library of Ruina either, except for we watched a video on it. That's about it. Oh, is that from previous games? That's what I mean. My knowledge of these IDs and where their alternate IDs or where their alternate like image is coming from, I'm not gonna know. I'm not gonna have that knowledge for it. Only connected in the most tangible way to anything? Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what R-Core was until I saw Lobotomy Core playthrough. Okay. Yeah, and it might be one of those things that like we might have to do a little bit of like connecting the dots of like what some of these IDs are too. Because I have no idea. It doesn't matter where they come from, all that matters is how cool they look in the drip. But what I'm saying is like when someone talks about like a HELLOOOO upset ID or a HELLOOOO like such and such ID and they say like whatever the name of the ID is, like the one who grips, like I'm not gonna know what that means. I have no idea. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like a bad thing. It's just like the names, I'm not gonna be able to make that relation. I'm not gonna be able to know. And I mean, we could look at it and see an image of it, but I'm gonna be like, okay, cool. Like I have no context to it whatsoever. Where's Intervallo 2 in the story again? I don't know, we're about to find out. Come is manager titty store, so I had to get her. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay. Alright, and then as per usual, you know I always gotta do my thing. Even though this is an Intervallo, please don't spoil or allude to anything. Please try to lessen the amount of backseating unless I'm like hard stuck and I ask. And then also, if you see something in chat that is considered a spoiler or is alluding to something or people shouldn't be talking about it, you can use the exclamation shush command, which is SHH. And that'll help push the messages through the thing. Uh-oh. Is the shush command not working? Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I might have turned off CloudBot for a second. Oh no, it's there. Okay, never mind. It's there. Yeah. Oh, Bumboy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, cool. It's working. It's working. It does not work if it's in a sentence. Shush on its own? That's so weird. It should work in a sentence. I don't have any restrictions on it being, is that anti-spoiler command? Yes. It is an anti-spoiler command. So if you see something, feel free to use the shush command just to push messages so I don't see them. Because I know, sometimes my mods can't always be here. And sometimes my mods don't play the games that I play, so they're not gonna know either. But for those of you guys that do know, just to kind of keep it so that it's, you know, spoilery free type of thing. We got chat that can do that too, so. Highlight. Yeah, I don't know shit, bruh. Bruh, I just woke up like, I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired after yesterday. Hi, Wish, hello. Spoiler already? Oh, no. I was just reminding chat about our shush command that we have. That I keep forgetting to let people know. But yeah, don't mind me. I'm freaking eating food. We have Ding and we have the Dink. Oh yeah, we got two. Because I forgot that I accidentally commissioned 2 people for Dings. That's fine. It's normal. Everybody does that, right? But again, if I if I seem like I'm kind of out of it, or if I like take a second to just process shit, it's because I'm very, very tired. I will most likely go to bed right after frickin' stream. No, you can auto quick counter. Oh no, I have it, but surprisingly, we didn't have anybody talk about auto coin flip in like the past 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks, we didn't have the auto coin flip counter go up because no one talked about it. I'm kind of surprised. Even in the YouTube comments, no one's mentioned it. Maybe, yeah, maybe people are finally understanding that you don't have to play this game with auto coin flip. That's crazy. That's crazy that you can play a game how you want and it's still, it's fine. Wait, you can turn off auto coin. Imagine it's because you're far enough that they know that it's a conscious decision. Maybe. I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping that's the case. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Chat is all the way... Where are you guys? You guys are all the way over there. Let me move you over. Boo 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 boo. Alright. And there. Mind shattered. What do you mean I have to play the game? Don't even get me started on that freaking argument. Because the amount of people that don't even want to do that in some of these games, they just want to be fed stuff. Ugh. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm missing so many... I'm missing so many things. There we go. That as well. Can go up over here. I turned off so much stuff because I wanted it to be clean for Expedition 33. Also, most PM sleepers who are going to find you already have, so most viewers are probably returning you. I want to keep the counter going. Did you know that you could play? No, that doesn't count. It doesn't count. If you already know about the counter, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's for new people. I remember that you at the end did not delete, but everything is hopeless for me. We have a counter. We do have a counter. Num, num, num. Man, I need this caffeine to kick in a lot faster. All right. Yo. Okay, okay. Yeah, I see you with the music. I see you with the music. Bro, I gotta turn this up. Does Limbus have their music on Spotify by any chance? Cause I'd be really sad if I would only have to go to YouTube to find this stuff. There's a website to download music? Oh, see, I don't want to download the music. I just want to be able to play it from an app. But, Hi Zero, how's your dinging going? We haven't started dinging yet. Alright, I might have to just go on YouTube then if that's the case. Sag. Okay. It's been about 2 weeks since we took care of the job at K-Corps. And the immense dullness of traveling through a nest by car was just starting to sink in. Pretty sure I saw a road that looked exactly like this one 30 minutes ago. Uh-oh. Charon, you getting us lost? The roads are built in the nest and back streets are rather dissimilar. Noki and Origa. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. We're in Iowa? Oh damn. Rip Iowa.
보통 둥지 안에서 차를 타고 어딘가를 간다는 것은 어마어마하게 끔찍한 교통체증까지.
But I'm sorry, Faust. But navigating a nest in an automobile means driving through this absolutely abominable traffic congestion. We get traffic too? I guess that's why people with cash to spare spend it on W Corps warp trains and such. The warp trains, the bus fell silent, as though everyone seemed to simultaneously recall the warp train they saw in the mirror worlds.
전 역시 버스가 나은 것 같네요.
I think I prefer riding the bus.
동의한다.
The cord? What in the French are you saying, Mersol?
차라리 히스처럼 속 편하게 자기라도 하자. 창밖만 보고 있다가는 지루해 죽겠으니까.
Why don't we all take a nice little nap, Heath? I'm bored to death just staring out the window. Good night, Apollo. Good night. So we spent days upon days of boredom on the bus, making very little progress toward a tunnel that seemed to lead somewhere.
거의 다 왔군요. 이 터널만 지나면 곧 길이 틀 겁니다.
We're almost there. The road will free up once we exit the tunnel. Just as Faust said, the traffic jam appeared to visibly improve, allowing us to make actual progress. Ugh, that's good. I can't see much yet, but I'm glad we're almost there. Speaking of which, our destination was... Yes, indeed, once again we were being blindly led along by our guide who knows where. Don't you think it's about time he started telling us where we're going?
단테 씨가 목적지를 묻는군요.
Dante is asking where our destination is. I was asking if he could start telling us where we're headed before we leave, but I thought better of it.
이번 목적지는
Our current destination is...
최종 목적지는
What?
유사에 위치한 로보토미 지부입니다.
Our final destination, PTSD, is a lobotomy core branch located at U Core.
뭐야, 이스. 자다가 깼어? 갑자기 움찔거려서 놀랬잖아.
What was that, Ishi? You up? You spooked me.
죄송해요.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure why Ishmael suddenly jolted, but I decided to carry on with our conversation for now. Wait, so by our final destination, you mean...
지금 우리는 경유지를 향해 갑니다.
We are currently headed to a temporary stop. Oh, bright light. Just as Vergil finished his sentence, the bus emerged from the lengthy tunnel.
저건
What? But that's... I looked to the window, which had suddenly turned bright. And the cleanest sandy beach and the most turquoise blue ocean I had ever seen graced my eyes.
저것은 대호수가 아니오.
Do I behold the Great Lake yonder? With the dawn enthusiastic exclamation, sinners began waking up from their naps one by one. Yeah. That's such an old man Korean thing to do, Greg. Why you sounding like an old man? Now that's a sight I haven't seen in a long time.
어머, 그래. 자기는 와봤던 거야? 나는 말만 들었지 한 번도 와본 적 없는데.
Oh, Greg, darling. You've been here before? I've only ever heard of this place. Never been myself. The sinners each began excitedly chattering about the sea.
아니, 잠깐.
Wait.
내 차례라고?
Wait, it can't be my turn already. Except for one, that is.
아직 다들 준비가 안 됐는데.
No, we're still not ready for this. Ishmael, you good?
아니요. 잠시만요. 생각을 좀 할 게 있어서요.
No, give me a moment. I need some time to think. While I was still worried about Ishmael's sudden gloominess, I had faith that she would be okay. She was always on top of things after all. You're a little wizened 35-year-old? Damn, you saying 35-year-olds are old? What does that make me, a fossil? Besides, my attention was drawn to the bubbling enthusiasm that seemed to have possessed the sinners.
그러면 우리는 대호수로 가는 것이요?
So, we're journeying towards the Great Lake?
대호수는 듣기만 해보고 실제로 본 적은 없었는데 이런 모습이었군요.
I've only heard of the Great Lake but never saw it myself. So this is what it looks like, huh?
지친 우리의 여정 속에서 드디어 물놀이라는 것이 있을 예정인가 보.
Perhaps our trying journey shall finally be rewarded with a seaside picnic.
아하, 이런 곳에서 휴양을 즐겨보는 것도 좋은 경험이겠어요.
I suppose spending a nice vacation here could be a fun experience.
쉴 수 있게 된다면 따뜻한 모래사장 위에 누워 하늘을 바라보고 싶습니다.
Aw, Yi-san, you need the vacation, my guy. If we were permitted to rest, I wish to lie upon the summery sand and gaze up at the skies.
나는 기다란 벤치에서 일광욕.
I could use some nice tanning on a long bench.
본인은 비치 볼리버럴 모두와 함께 해보고 싶소.
They really made them say beach vo- Koreans trying to say L's is freaking impossible. I wish to try the game of beach volleyball with everyone, that is.
그거 재밌겠네.
Sounds like a Craig. The sinners were all eagerly chatting about things they wanted to do. It was nice to see them excited for once, but...
이봐 안내자 양반 우리 정말 쉬는 거야?
Hey, guide, but are we really stopping at the beach? Everyone seemed to be conveniently forgetting the fact that Vergil never mentioned if we were stopping at the beach.
그럴 리가.
What do you think?
카론,
Sharon?
바퀴를 도랑이 걸칠 거야. 끼.
Eee. Gonna hitch wheels in a ditch. Jesus Christ. I love how she doesn't know how to brake normally. She just gotta frickin' slam on the brakes to a screeching halt. The formerly on-track bus suddenly swerved and everyone was thrown around the bus, as is often the case.
뭔가 속습인가?
What treachery is this? An ambush?
그저 경유지에 도착한 것뿐이다.
No, this is our stop. The sinners got to their feet one by one, groaning with pain.
이게
What the?
이게 대체 뭔가?
What in the name of the wings? Only the despairing cries of sinners echoed in the dark and damp view outside the window. And make sure you keep your shoes on for that one. Mudflat scrapyard. Who do I got? My 5? Alright, sure. Yeah, whatever. That's my kind of beach, guys.
이런 곳에서 vacation을 즐기란
Dude, I love the music. Like fucking clown ass music. Get clowned on, guys. This cannot be. How are we to enjoy our our vacations at the locale such as this?
놀랍게도 돈 곁에 베르길리우스 저 양반은 한 번도 놀라고 말한 적 없어.
This may come as a surprise to you, Don Quixote, but Vergil never mentioned that we're here on a vacation.
아니, 제법 운치는 있군.
It is rather quaint. NB.
아, 이럴 거면 아까 그 예쁜 모래사장은 왜 보여준 거야?
What was the point of showing us that beautiful beach earlier then?
그러게요. 차라리 모르고 왔으면 기대도 안 했을 텐데.
Right. I wish I never even saw the beach, then I wouldn't be so disappointed.
아니, 저기 바로 코앞에 아까
Oh, there's like a barrier there. Park right hither is the aforeseen beach.
왜 저리로 가지 않는 것이오? 공기도 깨끗해 보이고 날씨도 좋아 보이는데.
Wherefore art we not journeying in that direction? Its air appears pristine, all skies clear.
이번 목적지가 그쪽이 아니니까요.
Because that's not our destination. This cannot be. The sinners' faces grew dark with disappointment. Can't say that I wasn't a little excited to have some proper rest myself, but... Hi, Amelia. I had a feeling this was going to happen. So where is this exactly? It'd be in everyone's interest to focus on what's next.
이곳은
This is...
21구 유사의 뒷골목이죠. 아, 젠장. 아직 안 되는데.
District 21. Back streets of Eucor. Damn it. We're really not ready for this.
맞습니다.
Yes. So that's why there hasn't been congestion since the tunnel? Because we're not in a nest?
그건 통지마다 그리고 뒷골목마다 다르기 때문에.
That depends on the nest and their back streets. So such generalizations are not encouraged.
하지만 이번의 경우는 그렇다고 볼 수 있겠네요.
That seems to be the case this time, however.
저 옆은 개인 소유의 해변인가요? 물도 이쪽에 있는 물과 완전히 다른 색이네요.
Is that a private beach over there? The water, its colors are very different from this side.
그렇군. 칼로 변화듯 경계가 져 있다.
I see.
뻔하지.
A boundary as though hewn by a blade. Those are telltale signs of this place's nature.
여긴
Indeed, this is...
대호수죠. 여긴 원래 그래요. 저렇게 쉬기 좋게 평화로운 공간은
This is the Great Lake.
둥지의 영역이죠.
That's just how it's always been. You can assume that a well-maintained vacation spot like that is usually nest territory.
설명의 기회가 자꾸 아사지는군요.
Oh, Faust. My explanations keep getting hijacked. Does this place count as the back streets when it's so open?
뒷골목은 단순히 건물과 건물 사이에 생겨난 골목만을 칭하지 않아요. 둥지가 품지 않은 구획의 전역을 의미하죠.
The definition of back streets isn't limited to literal streets between buildings. It refers to all territories within districts not embraced by the nest. Right.
뭐 이런 쓰레기 같은 것들이 너저런 걸 보면 누가 봐도 뒷골목 아니냐?
Look at all this minging rubbish. Place is in shambles. I'd be gobsmacked if this weren't the back streets.
이것 보시오. 쓸만해 보이는.
Oh, behold! There is a rather useful...
뭐야?
What?
왜 말을
Finish your
하다 말아?
sentence.
움직였어.
It moved.
뭐가?
What?
이 라디오 움직였어. 21구의 라디오는 발이 달려 움직이는 건가?
This radio, it moved! Do the radios of District 21 scamper about?
뭐 정말?
What are you on about? Whoa! At Heathcliff's cry, everyone turned towards a certain pile of trash. And there it was. All of a sudden, a monster. Hi, Loop Loop. It's crabs.
관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
It's crabs.
단테.
Bruh. We're losing to trash crabs. Oh no, there we go. Nice. Ooh, nice stings.
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 난다. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이.
Ooh, nice sting. Fuck up that crab. Fuck him up. Come on, Don. Oh. Okay, I forgot. They don't like being encouraged because they get nervous. See? Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? When attacking an ally, heals HP by the damage dealt. When defeating an ally heals HP to double the damage dealt. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Well, fuck it, we ball, I guess. Yeah. Are we gonna get it staggered? Nice. That one's staggered. That one's staggered.
끝내지.
Kill it. Kill it, Heath. Heath. You and your freaking 0 sanity, bro.
전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았고
Nice, Dawn.
적합한
I'm proud of you.
것이었습니다.
Okay.
정화.
Yas. 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 What the dings? Let's go. Hey, let's go, Faust. Oh my god, Faust. Look at you with that high sanity. You getting all the dings. Yeah. Nice, Dawn. Let's go, Dawn. Yo, we're gonna win a second ding. Let's go. Nice. All right, we take it. We take it. We take these 50-50s. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Heath. Don't fuck this up. It's a crab, okay? It's a crab. Don't let him do this to you. There you go. Attaboy. Nice. Hit him with that ding. Grab his ding and twist it.
제가 괜히
Turn for. Oh, they're all freaking. They're all broketed. Okay, that's fine. They're all gonna die anyway. Da-da. Brad, thank you so much for the follow too. Thank you, welcome in. Losing to a crab is as bad as losing to a raw chicken or a fucking flower. Who was it that lost their clash to a flower? Was it Greg? Was it Greg that was losing his clashes to a flower?
되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통
I felt so bad for my boy.
순수한 세상으로.
Sounds Greg coded alright. Yep.
야음을 틈타.
He has hay fever, don't bully. He's got hay fever. This guy. Don was the one who lost so bad that fight failed. That was before we got Don to up tie 3 though. Dawn was struggling, and then finally we like got her to up tie 3, and then it was like so much better. Oh, not bad. There we go. We take those dings. And in fairness, the flowers got hands. That's true. The flowers shouldn't have hands like that though. The trees, fucking trees. I wonder if those trash crabs are edible. Ew, Amelia. They're living in like a toxic freaking wasteland. I'm pretty sure you don't want to eat these crabs. They might give you crabs, but you don't want to eat these crabs. Oh, don't be fucking losing to them. Come on. Oh my god. I love the icon for the nodes of story and a fight is a crab rather than a book in the Intervallo. I was wondering why it looks so raggedy. With the glove slap. Let's go. Nice, Faust. Nice. Yup. Hit him with that ding. Give him number 2. Hit him with the 3. Or just kill it too. That's fine. Heath, what are you doing? What the fuck, Heath? This is why you're gonna get eaten by a crab. Did that whistle buff go to freaking Heath at all? He fucking needs it. Him sitting at like 0 sanity. Maybe it'll be fine if we boil them. Boiling is not going to kill the toxic shit that is in them. Edge. Dedge. Come on. Hit him with that Dedge. Heath. Oh, we at 30 now. There you go. Heath, what the fuck, bro? At least you killed it. Yup. Yup. It always goes to the twos with lowest SP. That's why I said Heath. Because he fucking had like no SP. He needs it. Even though he has higher SP now, he still ain't dinging. Nice with the 3rd ding. I just need a little bit of butter. Ugh. They might need to go through, you know how like in space movies you have to go through like decontamination? They need to go through that like 10 times. Then you gotta boil them, and then maybe you can eat them? I don't know. The spray room? Yeah, just we gotta kill all the things. There we go. Yeah, hit him with that death. Create a song that goes hard for a group of crabs? Wait, mods? Why do the mods have to do that? Give me the old chlorine bath. I bet the gang in Dungeon Meshi can make a tasty meal out of them. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They might be able to find a way to get rid of all the toxic stuff so that it becomes edible. Just like how you do with like a, what is it, a pufferfish? There's like a certain way to cut up the fish and then serve it to people so that they don't ingest like the poison. I'm sure there's a way to do that with these crabs too. So what are these bug crab things? Hey now, what are you looking at me for? What makes you think I'd know?
안 봤어 아저씨. 자꾸 그러는 거 피해망상이라니까. 원래 이야기만 나오면 아주.
I wasn't even gawking at you. You're paranoid, that's what. You can't even talk about bugs around this guy. Poor Greg. They're his distant relatives, because they got the claw. They're trash crabs. They're what? Ishmael interjected all of a sudden.
저렇게 등딱지에 쓰레기나 폐품 같은 걸 붙여서 집이자 무기로 만드는 것들요.
Trash crabs. They collect trash or scrap like that on their shells and use them as their homes and weapons.
지긋지긋한 놈들이죠. 물가에서 일하는 사람들에게 불쑥 튀어나와 공격하기도 하고 주변을 돌아다니는 사람들을 덮치는 일도 잦고 개체수도 날마다 불어나고.
They're a tiresome lot. They ambush people working by the waters, attacking those wandering in the area, and their numbers grow by the day.
대호수에 저런 잔챙이들은 널리고 널렸어. 더 중요하고 위험한 건.
But they're just one of the innumerable small fries of the Great Lake. What's more important and more treacherous is... Ishmael? I was about to check in with Ishmael as I probably shouldn't let this go on for any longer, but... Hey guys! Already hard at work, huh? A couple of people in work overalls seem to be approaching from a distance.
귀한 고객님들이잖아. 좀 더 예의를 차려야.
Mika, they're our valued customers. Watch your manners.
아, 그런가?
Oh, okay, I guess.
뭐.
What are those R&Ts?
저것들은 뭐냐고 하시는 것 같네요.
I think she's calling them rags and tags.
레인, 이 사람들 우리 보고 저것이라고 하는데 꼭 예의를 지켜야 하는 걸까?
Rain, they're calling us rag tags. Do I really have to watch my manners?
저길 수도 있다. 어이, 신분을 밝혀라.
It could be enemies. You two, identify yourselves.
정의에 대한 얘기를 전달받지 못하신 건가요?
Have you not been informed about us at all?
그래, 전혀 없다. 마치 그럴듯하게 신분을 위장에 끼어든 스파이처럼 말이지.
No, not at all. That's why I'm suspicious of you two. Coming up with seemingly plausible yet unverifiable identities like spies.
저기요, 스파이라면 좀 더 체계적인 방법을 사용하지 않을까요?
I'm sorry, wouldn't real spies come up with a more structured approach?
그렇겠죠. 오티스 씨, 이분들은 이번에 협력할 분들입니다.
Indeed. Otis, they are cooperators who will be assisting us this time.
다음엔 빨리 말하도록.
Damn. Let's speak sooner next time.
반갑습니다. 미카 씨, 레인 씨. 저희는 LCB, 림버스 컴퍼니 버스 부사입니다.
Pleased to meet you, Mika, Rain. We are LCB, also known as the Limbus Company Bus Department.
버스 맞네요. 그때 그분도 버스 녀석들이라고 말하셨으니까.
Bus. Right. That's what that person said too. And you guys are the bus blokes.
LCC의 B4팀이 이미 다녀갔다고 들었습니다. 그분이라는 건
I was informed that the LCC before team was here first. By that person, do you mean?
잠시 명함 좀 다시 보고. LCC B. 네, 맞네요.
Sorry, let me check the bus card again, or business card again. LCCB, right, all accounted for.
확인은 끝난 것 같으니까 가게로 돌아가서 마저 이야기하죠. 그 버스에 대한 것도 좀 보고.
Now that we're clear, why don't we continue this conversation back at the shop? Let's take a look at the bus too.
여기 계속 서서 대화하기는 좀 그렇잖아요.
This is an awkward place to talk, you know. We're their customers?
아니, 애초에 여긴 왜 들른 거야?
Okay, care to tell us what we're doing here?
간단히 말하자면 저희의 목적지인 유산은 대호수 위에 배들로 이루어져 있는 둥지입니다. 따라서 메피스토 팰레스의 현재 형태로는 건너갈 수가 없죠.
Our destination, Uport, is a nest composed of various nautical structures. Therefore, Mephistopheles is in current form cannot reach there.
그리고 대호수는 시시각각 환경이 변하기도 해요.
And the Great Lakes environs are unpredictable.
그 호수에서 버틸 수 있는 배가 필요하겠죠.
You're going to need a ship that can withstand such capriciousness.
그래서 미리 적합한 공방을 찾아 버스 개조에
Oh.
대한 계약을 한 거지.
That's right, which is why we sought out a contract with an adequate shop to modify the bus.
이게 적합한?
Adequate, you say?
이만 들어가지.
Ew, I didn't like the squishiness of his footsteps, though. Let's go in.
지난번 회식
ew.
때문에 예산 타격이 컸나? 먹을 수 있을 만큼 시키라 해서 마음껏 주문했던 것뿐인데.
Did our last staff dinner really hit the budget that hard? I thought we were allowed to eat as much as we wanted. Like Radia said, looking at the somewhat dilapidated shop made me curious about the company's finances. But nothing good could ever come out of this conversation, so I decided to table the thought. Yuck. Squish. All the squish.
가장 순수한 세상으로.
The boat writes story. Last bite of food.
레인, 나는 이 버스 좀 살펴볼 테니까 손님들 접대. 아니, 대응 좀 부탁해.
Rain, I'm gonna take a look at this bus, so why don't you get them to entertain the guests.
알았어.
Okay. The sinners were led into what appeared to be a workshop packed with tools and various mechanical apparatus.
이 공방은 보기보다 꽤 고난도의 정비까지 하고 있는 모양이고.
There it is. I was like, where? It's airtight. Ugh. It seems to me that this workshop is capable of making more sophisticated modifications than it initially appeared.
알아보시겠나요?
You recognize these? Oh shit.
무기와 장비를 정비하는 공방적 기술에 대한 폭넓은 이해는 전쟁 중에 가장 중요했으니까.
During the war, it was of utmost importance to have a general understanding of arms and gear workshops. Oh my god. This awkward conversation was cut short by a sudden and deafening noise.
무슨 소리죠?
What's that sound?
메피스토 팰레스의 비명. 아니, 경보가 작동한 것 같군요.
That was Mephi's scream. Or the alarm, rather.
죄송해요, 잘못 건드렸어요.
Are you hurting Mephi? I'm sorry, I think I did something wrong.
지금 쿵쿵대는 소리도 잘못 건드려서 나는 거야,
Are
미카?
those stomping noises also you, Mika?
저기요, 밖에!
Look, outside!
방금 마주쳤던 개체와 동일한 종으로 보인다.
They appear to be of the same species as the one we encountered earlier.
비슷해 보이긴 하네요.
They do look pretty similar.
비슷한 것이 아니라 같은 개체에 속한다는 뜻이다.
Oh my god, this guy. Freaking. Actually, they are not pretty similar. They are indeed of the same species. Everyone, outside now! Actually, a streamer. That's what he reminds me of. Outside. Oh. A giant enemy crab with a massive shipping container on its back loomed over us. Well, at least for a brief moment. We were soon overwhelmed by the sound of heavy metal scraping against the floor. Men, spread out.
저건 어디를 또 깨부숴야 하는 거야?
Where do we have to get cracking this time? Just as we were all collectively losing our minds.
당연히 대가리를 깨부숴야지.
It's Noggin, of course. Hey, yo? Is that Scuba Steve? A dark figure leapt down from somewhere into the creature's head. What in the
가만히 있어라. 헛짓거리하지 말고.
Sit still. Quit struggling. A blinding light and a deafening explosion assault the crab's shell.
도망가는 건가요?
Is it fleeing? The figure leaped gracefully from the back of the fleeing creature and slowly approached us. She squelched over the depressing mudflat in her swim fins and stood before us, a colossal harpoon resting on her shoulders.
그래. 너희가 그 녀석이 말한 버스 애들이냐?
Right. So you lot are the bus people that fella mentioned? After some time passed,
올가 씨까지 포함해 정식으로 소개드리죠.
allow me to formally introduce them with Olga this time.
이번 메피스토 팰리스의 개조에 도움을 주실 어금니 보트 센터라는 이름의 공방분들입니다.
They are from the Molar Boatworks, here to help us with modifications for Mephi.
이야, 이렇게 소개를 받는 날도 있네. 아, 좀 쑥스러운 걸.
Wow, we're getting a whole intro and everything? Color me flattered.
누님, 그래도 귀한 고객분들인데 행동을 가려서.
Big sis, they're still our dear customers. We should watch our.
아우, 내가 뭘 그렇게 잘못했다고 그래.
Oh, come on.
뭐 안 했거든?
I didn't do nothing wrong, did I? Bugger, I didn't even do anything yet.
아직이라는 게 문제죠.
Yet being the key word here.
개업한 지 얼마 되지도 않았는데 조심해서 나쁠 건 없잖아요.
Our business just opened, so there's nothing wrong with being a little careful.
업종을 갑자기 바꾸는 일이 쉬운 건 아니었을 텐데 할만했습니까?
I'd imagine the sudden switch in your career path couldn't have been easy. Was it manageable?
5급 해결사 올가.
Olga, grade 5 fixer.
뭐
Fixer?
뭐야?
Oh, Dawn fangirling now. What?
해결사셨어? 어째?
Did she smell?
생각했어. 어찌하여 다른 일을 하게 된 것이오? 해결사 일이 고되었던 것이오? 주로 어디에서 활동했던 것이오? 어떤
She
옆에서 어떤 시험을
sniffed.
쳐서 올것까지 간 것이오? 역시 트레스 옆에서 공방 시험을 본 것인가?
Bro, mad props to the VA for fucking reading this paragraph with all that energy. Oh my god. Dawn, lend me your energy, please. I need it. Thou art a fixer? I thought I had caught a scent of a noble one. Wherefore hast thou strayed from the path of a fixer? The life of a fixer must have been a grueling one, surely. Where was thy most prolific district? Which association and which test hast thou taken to rise to become a grade 5 fixer? A workshop exam at Trace Association indeed? Guys, that took all of my energy to do that shit. I feel like Vergil right now.
알겠어.
Yes, I understand.
이제 시끄러운 건 잠잠해질 겁니다.
I apologize, Olga. Soon there will be peace and quiet.
붉은 시선.
The red gaze.
고맙습니다. 존재를 하는 게 너무 오랜만이라.
Readings, I guess? I mean, it's been so long since I had to be so polite.
그쯤 해두고.
Well, that's polite enough.
도서관에서의 사건 이후로 책으로부터 하나 둘씩 돌아왔던 모양이던데.
It seems that people have been returning one by one from the book since the incident at the library. Ah, Library of Ruina. All of the books. We forgot to watch part 2, guys. Maybe we do that after the Intervallo. We were able to watch part 1, and we got like a good frame of reference of what was going on in Library. But there was part 2 that we still needed to watch on stream just to kind of continue getting a better idea of what was going on in there, though. But at least we got a good general idea of it, so.
어땠습니까, 당신들은?
How was it for you?
우리도 뭐 다르지는 않죠. 나 죽었나? 싶었더니 갑자기 눈을 떠보니 이 근처이지 뭡니까?
Same story here. One moment I was like, am I dead? And next, I'm suddenly waking up somewhere around here.
미카도 레인도 없었고 당장 배는 고프니까 뭐라도 먹어야겠다 싶어서.
No Mika, no Rain, stomach hankering, thought I should grab myself a nosh or so.
어땠더라?
How'd it go again?
크랩개가 튀어나와서 주변에 있는 걸 주워 무기를 만든 다음에 산산조각을 내고 구워 먹었다고 하셨죠.
A trash can appeared, you fashioned a few things around you into a weapon, smashed its head in, turned into a barbecue. Bob's your uncle.
맞아, 지랄맞게 맛없기는 했지만.
And Fanny's your aunt. Tasted like ours, though.
그러다가 개에 붙은 배품으로 고철 바꿔 먹기를 시작했고.
Then you started selling scrap metal from the back of those crabs.
오케이, 레인. 네가 설명하는 게 낫겠다.
Okay, Rain. How about I leave the storytelling to you, yeah?
저 올가라는 사람은 뭔가 대충대충 스타일인 것 같네.
That Olga lady's got a pretty flippant personality, huh? Yeah, Radia, like someone else I know. Sheesh.
어머? 누굴 말하는지 모르겠네.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
엄마? 이건 또 뭐래? 머리통이 의체인가?
Oh, what's this? That's a prosthetic head, isn't it? Isn't it? Where's Axel? Get Axel in here. Your sister, your brethren's here.
이야기가 끝나지 않아요.
Hey, big sis, we'll be here all day if you keep derailing.
알았다고.
Okay, I gotcha. The woman they called Olga fell back, clicking her tongue. And a man they called Rain came forward, bringing us up to speed. He was a fixer, working alongside Olga and Mika until they were all sucked into the library, getting wrapped up in these things called receptions. And just when he thought he was a goner, he suddenly came to, began wandering, and found Olga. They began collecting scrap metal together, with Mika joining along the way, and ended up running a workshop almost like they used to run the office back in the old days.
책에서 돌아오는 데에는 언제 죽었는지와 같은 순서가 따로 없었나?
So there wasn't any particular order in which they were returned from the book?
아직은 규칙성이 명확하지 않군.
Patterns have yet to reveal themselves to me. What if there is no pattern, Vergil? Vergil muttered something to himself, looking at Faust, who stood near him. Faust nodded silently. Oh, Ishmael about to have a freaking panic attack. I knew that there was something between the two of them, but it was always about something apocryphal that I couldn't even begin to understand. That's true. Their knowledge of stuff is just way beyond our level of anything. Where did I put my... Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay. Besides, I was starting to get worried about Ishmael, who was growing increasingly distraught. It was about time I talked to her about her sudden change. Ishmael, so you've been here before. It looked like you recognized those crabs from earlier.
네. 문제가 있나요?
Yes, is that a problem? No. Not really. I'm just wondering how they taste. It sounds like people eat those crabs.
무슨 의도로 그런 의미 없는 질문을 갑자기 하시는지 뻔히 보이지만
I can see as plain as day what you're trying to do with that inane question, but
그래도 대답을 드리자면 네, 크랩 차우더로 꽤 먹어보았죠.
I'll entertain it anyway. Yes, I've had it more than a few times as crab chowder.
구역질을 억지로 참아야 했지만 뱉어내지 않으면 소화할 수는 있는 맛이라고 해야 할까요?
Ew. It was a pretty digestible flavor once it got past the vomit traveling back up my
질문에 대한 답이 됐나요?
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Thanks? Yeah, I didn't think that was the best question I could have come up with, but her reception was much colder than I expected.
그런데 먹을 수 있는 거군요. 저거 환상체나 뒤틀림 같이 생겼는데요.
So that thing is edible? Huh. Ugh. It almost looks like an abnormality or a distortion. No, I don't think that's an abnormality or a distortion.
네? 그럼
Really? Then
환상체와 뒤틀림을 구분할 수 있는 단테 씨는 설명이 없어도 알 수 있으셨겠죠.
since Dante can distinguish between an abnormality and a distortion, they were able to tell without me explaining.
저것은 생물입니다. 돌연변이라고 할 수도 있겠군요. 그러니 이론적으로 섭취에는 문제가 없을 것입니다.
They are living organisms, mutants if you will. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem with ingesting them. You know, I don't like the theoretically speaking though. Like, why does it have to be theoretically?
저희 할머니도 돌연변이 동물들을 많이 수집하곤 하셨죠. 저런 생물은 저도 처음 보지만요. 참 진기한 구경이네요.
Grandmother used to collect mutated animals too. I've never seen anything like this one though. What a priceless experience.
네, 그런 덕분에 저희가 밥도 먹고 정비 일도 할 수 있는 거죠.
Yeah, so they're pretty much our daily grub. The woman they called Mika was walking over from inside the boat workshop, an inscrutable look on her face.
미카, 어때? 견적은 좀 나와?
Mika, so how much of it do we gotta work on, area?
공방에서 일하시던 아버지께서는 말씀하셨죠.
Yeah, they eat those day to day. I mean, what else is there to eat though? If they're like the only living things, that's gotta be a food source, right? You know, there's this thing that my father, who worked in a workshop, used to say.
싹 다 뜯어 고쳐야겠다.
The whole shebang.
뭐 엔진을 다 털어내야 한다던가 그런 거냐?
What, all the way down to the engines or something like that?
아니요, 그 부분까지는 건드릴 필요 없어요. 함부로 건드릴 엄두도 안 나고.
No, not that far. I wouldn't dare go tinkering with that thing either.
버스 내부를 잠깐 봤는데 복잡한 것도 정도가 있어야 한다는 생각이 들더라고요.
I saw the internals of the bus, and it's on a whole nother level of complexity. I wonder if she's referring to, what we saw when we went into the back of the bus.
하지만 그것 외에는 전부예요. 부력 발생 장치도 없고 프로펠러도 조타 장치도 없고요.
But yeah, pretty much everything else has to be changed. No flotation device, no propellers, no steering gear, nothing. So, what do we do now?
그건 예상했습니다. 해결 방법을 제시하시죠.
This was to be expected. Please present us with a solution.
방금 저 관리자라는 분이 뭐라 말하신 것 같은데 그냥 째깍인 건가?
Did the manager say something?
건 아니고.
Or do they just tick-tock sometimes? Well, anyway.
방법은 우리한테 있어요. 재료만 있으면 어떻게든 만들 수 있죠.
We do have a plan to fix it, but we lack are the parts.
기계를 개조할 재료라고 한다면은 뭐 어디 고철 같은 거라도 주워야 하나?
Parts for the bus. What, do you need us to collect scrap or something?
잘 아시네요. 그리고 잘 하실 수 있을 거라고 보고요. 아까 보니까 잘 하실 것 같던데.
Yep, exactly. And from what I've seen so far, I'm certain you and your company are cut out for the job. With that, Mika pointed away toward where the trash crabs were.
크랩개들을 처리하면 폐품을 모을 수 있을 겁니다.
Defeat the trash crabs, and you should be able to collect the scrap they're carrying.
몇 마리나?
How many do we need to kill?
아주 많이요.
A lot?
그럼 그렇지. 일하려고 온 거구만.
Of course. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
정확해.
Precisely.
이번 경유지에서 너희는 버스를 개조할 부품을 모아오면 된다.
Damn.
황금가지를 찾아오는 것보다 쉽고 간편한 일이지.
Your job at this stop is to collect parts to modify the bus. It's a far simpler and easier job than retrieving a golden bow.
자, 그럼 나는 이 협력업체 분들과 담소라도 나누고 있을 테니.
Now then, while I converse with our cooperators, everyone to the beach. That's no beach!
아니, 맞아요. 저 모습도 대호수의 일부. 바다라고도 불리는 한 모습이니까.
Yes, it is. Even that mudflat is part of the Great Lake, also known as the sea. So now we got the side quest of collecting crab parts so that we can do our upgrade. Damn, I feel like I'm playing an MMO. Off we go.
나설만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Acquire 100 crab scraps to upgrade your buzz. Bruh, I have played so many games that they're like, yeah, you need to collect all of these things just to do an upgrade. It's like, motherfucker, I don't want to do that. Come on, we gotta ding better than that. Fuck. There we go. Don't get freaking out-dinged by a crab. Damn, we still won without a ding. That's crazy. Alright, there's one. Heath. I am so tired of that guy. Nice, Don. Fuck! I gotta stop telling them. Good job. Fuck you! You better get a ding! Okay, maybe she likes to be threatened a little bit. Okay, so I gotta remember who likes to be threatened and who doesn't need the encouragement. Faust, I feel like doesn't mind. Yeah, Faust, I feel like is okay if I do yeah, see? There you go, Faust. Yeah, hit him with that second ding, Faust. Yo! Can we get a third? Let's go! Yeah, fuck him up. Hit him with that dead. Yeah. Nah, you better get that. Well, he's dead anyway. Okay. That's fine. Ta-da. Yo, look at the bunny Donnie Frou-Frou's getting the dings. Okay. Ah! Oh my god, they ding together. Oh my god, did they just hold hands and ding? Nice, Faust. Yo. Yo. Yeah. Let's go, Don. Let's go, Don. Yeah, Don. Heath. I feel like Heath needs to be threatened. You better get a fucking ding, bro. Okay, that's 50. That's fine. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hit him with that fucking ding. Yeah. Now go fuck yourself. Nice, nice. Yeah, with the ding. More crap. What the fuck? This guy's got cannons? A cannoneer crab? I didn't even look at their names. Hard trash crab. Yo, fucking take out Cannon Boy. He's got freaking AoE stuff. Yes, hit him with that. Hit him with that. 1, 2. Nice, Don. Nice, Don. Alright, Faust. Just hit him with that dead. He's so dead. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's a tanky boy. Alright, Heath. Fuck him up. Yeah, fuck him up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay, Heath. Nice things. That's what I'm talking about. Just hit him, get that stagger in there, and then you just fuck him. Right there. Boom. Yeah. Dead. Hi, Ocelots. I can't really watch because you're officially past me, but I hope the stream is good. Oh, all good, all good. Yeah, definitely don't watch if you don't want the spoilers. How did a crab evolve to have guns? I don't think it evolved because they said that they take trash and they just put it on top of their shell. Or they make it their shell. So Homeboy probably just got lucky, found some cannons and was like, hey yo, let me decorate my home with some cannons. And then he just became freaking OP. Well, not OP because he died, but you know what I mean? You know what I mean? He found the cannons first. So, you know, finders keepers. Crab got a tank for its home? Exactly. We've been at it for about 2 days, perhaps. We were able to defeat a considerable number of trash crabs and collect enough scrap to fill a whole wagon and then some.
이 정도면 해볼 수 있겠네요.
Right, I think that'll be enough for us to get started.
휴, 그럼 이제 쉬어도 되는 거지? 들려? 어깨 돌릴 때마다 뚜둑 소리 나고 있잖아.
Can we rest now? Listen, I could hear my shoulders creaking with every move.
로자 씨, 그러니까 겁이라도 주는 것 같잖아요. 자제를.
Radiant, can you stop that? It looks like you're flexing at them.
뭐 개조를 하는 데 드는 시간도 있을 테니 적어도 며칠은 즐길 수 있겠어.
Well, it'll take some time to modify the bus, so we'll at least have a few days to enjoy.
물론 여전히 휴양과 어울리지 않는 곳이지만.
Though this place doesn't exactly resemble a tourist attraction. The sinners were all busy stretching and chattering, relieved that the work was finally over. But I had a terrible feeling that this was probably not the end of our toil.
네? 쉬기는 뭘 쉬어요?
Huh? Enjoy what? Of course, I knew it.
제가 말한 건 이제 시작만 해볼 수 있겠다고 말한 거예요.
I said it was enough to get started.
그렇다는 것은?
Which means...
당연히 더 주워오셔야죠.
Which means you'll have to go collect more scrap, of course.
참고 삼아. 그 양은?
How much more, to be exact?
지금의 한 5배?
About 5 times the amount you've collected so far.
것 같은데?
Mika, we're gonna have to work on the real wheels too.
7배로
Sorry, 7 times.
지금까지 효율을 고려하면 적절한 휴식은 취하지 못하겠군.
Considering our current productivity rate, it seems that we will not be provided with adequate rest.
기존보다 수면에 할애하던 시간을 줄이는 편이 좋을 것이다.
Perhaps reducing the time dedicated to sleep would be contributive to our collective effort.
이럴 수는 없는가요? 이럴 순 없어.
Oh, Dawn. No, this cannot be. We simply cannot. Dawn looked as though she was about to collapse, a woeful look on her face.
아니, 있잖아. 이런 고철 덩어리들을 주워온다고 작업이 되긴 되는 거야?
Hang on a sec, though. How does collecting these pieces of scrap even help modify the bus?
그야, 고철을 적당히 볼트로 결합하는 방식이라면 죽도 밥도 안 되겠지만.
Of course, if we were simply bolting these scraps onto the bus willy-nilly, it wouldn't amount to much.
유사의 특이점을 이용해 결합하는 과정을 거치면 마치 처음부터 자신의 부속품이었던 것처럼 기능하게 할 수 있으니까요.
But using U-Core's singularity to fuse the parts, we can make them work as though they were tailor-made for this bus.
유사? 걔네 특이점이라면 무슨 음식 완벽히 포장하는 기술 아니었어?
U-Core? I thought their deal was some kind of a food packaging tech.
뜯기 전까지는 절대 내용물이 변하지 않는 그런 거였는데? 거기서 제조했던 통조림도 요긴하게 먹고 그랬었는데.
You know, stuff that stops the contents inside from spoiling or changing in any way until you open the packaging. I used to eat a bunch of their canned food.
어째 누님과 똑같은 말씀을 하시네요. 둥지마다 특이점을 활용한 여러 기술들이 있을 수도 있는 거잖아요.
Funny, Big Sis said the exact same thing. Some nests have more than one way of using their singularity, in case you didn't know.
원리만 활용한다면 근본적인 특이점을 기반으로 얼마든지 활용하여 A사의 기반 특허를 낼 수 있습니다. 유사에서는 현상 보존 포장 기술과 더불어 공명 굽수가 유명하죠.
If the working principle is the same, one can always utilize the singularity's fundamentals to patent a singularity-based technology at A-Core. U-Core is not only known for its stasis preservation packaging, but also for its resonance tuning fork.
공명 굽세.
Resonance tuning fork.
그놈이랑 똑같았지.
Just like that bastard.
여기저기에 엉겨붙고 유착되어서는
Entwined, fused with things.
기어이 삼켜버리겠지. 언제 그랬냐는 듯.
And eventually devour them all, as though they've never even existed. Ishmael? What's the problem?
관리자님, 지금이라도 베르길리우스 씨에게 말해주세요.
Dante, you have to tell Vergil immediately.
순서를 바꿔서 다른 지부의 황금 가지를 해결하자고요.
Tell him that we have to collect the golden bows of other branches first. Give me a moment, Ishmael. Are you okay?
지금은 충분하지 않아요.
No.
모두의
No!
경험도, 대호수에 대한 것도, 고래에 대한 지식도.
We are not ready. We're inexperienced. We don't know enough about the Great Lake, nor about the whale.
그래요. 제가 알려드리고 도와드릴게요. 충분한 시간이 지난 후에 도전해야만 하는 곳이에요. 저곳은.
She's having her Moby Dick moment. I know. I'll help you out. I'll make you make Vergil understand. We shouldn't go there. Not yet. I'm telling you, this place is...
야, 자꾸 뭐 하자는 거야? 아까 먹은 크랩 차우더인지 뭔지가 잘못되기라도 했냐?
Blimey, what's gotten into you, eh? What, getting indigestion from the crab chowder or something?
다 같이 그 개 같은 개딱지 내장을 긁어먹긴 했지만 전 아주 멀쩡해요.
We all scraped through the same crab guts. I'm totally fine.
근데 뭐가 문제야? 뭐 지금까지는 우리가 준비해서 쳐들어갔냐? 다 뒤져가면서 해결한 일이잖아.
So what's got you throwing a fit? This ain't the first time we're going in not knowing a nit about what we're doing. We've been dead enough times to get used to it.
죽고 죽어가면서 일을 처리한 게 어디 자랑할 거리는 아닌 거 아시죠?
Dying your way through a mission isn't really something to be proud of, Heathcliff.
저희가 그냥 해결사였다면 첫 임무부터 진작의 전원 사망으로 순식간에 협회에서 이름이 지워졌겠죠.
If we were your average fixers, we would have been dead and gone in our very first mission. Our names scraped clean from whatever association's registry.
야, 누가 몰라? 나도 뒷골목 조직 생활하면서 몇 번이나 죽을 뻔했는데 목숨이 하나뿐인 걸 모르겠냐고.
You think me daft? I've had enough years toiling and brushing with death for the syndicates of the backstreets to know what I've got but one life.
그거랑 다르지. 지금은 시계 대가리 덕분에 여러 번 살아나고 있잖아.
But it's different now. Clockface is here to bring us back every time.
지금까지 운이 좋았으니까 멀쩡하게 살아날 수 있었다고 생각하지는
Don't you think we've simply been lucky that Dante was able to bring us back intact?
아니, 야, 왜 자꾸 못한다고 하는 건데? 환상체한테 머리가 깨져서 뒤졌으면 이번에 다리를 내주고 피하고 그렇게 계속 쳐부술 수 있는 거잖아, 어?
What? What's up with this attitude? If an abnormality cracks my skull, turn the clock and I'll let it crack my leg next time. We can keep crawling back until they're smashed to pieces, no?
지금껏 겪었던 게 전부라고 생각하세요? 그럴 리가 없잖아요.
So you think we've seen everything there is to see at this point? You know that's not true.
최악의 경우엔 복구가 불가능할 수도 있는 거예요. 시계를 아무리 쳐 돌려도.
In the worst case scenario, Dante could turn the clock all day and not be able to bring us back.
다시 원래대로 돌아가지도 못할 수 있다고요.
What if we encounter something we can never come back from?
특히 그 거대한 고래는 됐어요.
Especially that monstrous whale. Never mind.
설명해도 못 알아들을 것처럼 말하지 마라, 어?
Oh, don't do that. Like I won't understand a thing.
말도 못 알아듣는 버러지 취급하는 것 같아서 열받으니까.
It narks me when you treat me like a stupid sod. I mean... You...
자, 말씀 좀 여쭙겠어.
Now, if you will allow me to inquire, it was perhaps because he was never the type to do such a thing. But the crowd immediately fell silent when Yisong suddenly, loudly, and uncharacteristically intruded upon their argument.
그대들 버스에서 제법 하고픈 것이 많다 하지 않았는가?
Let us call to mind the various desires of ours that we so enthusiastically proclaimed on our journey here.
과업이 남은 것은 사실이나 소기의 목표를 달한 것도 사실이요. 그렇다면 짤다알막한 휴식 정도는 바랄 수 있을 거라 보우만.
It is true, there is still significant toil to be had, yet it can be also said that we have accomplished a certain milestone. Perhaps a momentary respite is warranted?
단테, 이 정도는 괜찮지 않겠소?
Isn't that true, Dante? Yisong. This is the first time Yisong appeared so dependable since we started our bus journey. I nodded emphatically. Yeah, I agree with Yisong. I think we can slow down for a bit and do some team building activities together. How's that sound?
네, 조금 쉬고 계셔도 될 것 같네요.
Sure, I think you guys can take some time off.
저희 쪽에서 준비가 되면 말씀드릴게요.
We'll let you know once we're ready.
저기 그렇다면
Excelsior! In that case.
비치 볼리볼 다들 하지 않겠는가?
I say that we partake in a game of beach volleyball. With Dawn's well-timed assist, the almost icy mood seemed to defrost slightly. I don't know why they freaking making them say those freaking names. It just reminds me of like, there's like a, I feel so bad, but I have like a cousin with Ella as her name, and because it has the 2 L's, I have some family members, and when I say some, I mean like all of them, that are on the Korean side. They can't say her name because of the 2 L's. And it's almost like comedic, but at the same time, like, I feel so bad because, like, you just don't you don't usually have L's like in like their vocabulary. And so when they had tried to say L's, especially double L's, like that's exactly what you get, is just the R's. And I'm like, damn, it's hard to just not like smile and laugh because it's true. It's so true.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
본인이 똑똑히 보았다네.
I have witnessed it myself.
분명 밀려들어온 태풍과 쓰레기들 사이에서 공 같은 것이 있었음을.
There was, and I speak with certainty, what hath appeared to be a ball of sorts amongst the stranded trash.
공도 있고 사람도 해변도 있으니 이럴 때 놀지 않는다는 것은 불합리하다고 해도 과언이 아니지 않겠는가?
Would be no puffery to say 'tis true injustice to deny ourselves merriment when a ball, able bodies, and beach all await us.
이걸 해변이라고 부를 수 있는지는 모르겠지만요.
Can we really call this a beach though?
넌 곁에 여기 놀러 온 거 아니라니까?
Don, I told you, we're not here for a vacation.
본인도 아오. 주어는 고마우나 우리 모두의 단합을 위해 잠시 휴식하는 것이 도움이 되지 않겠는가 하는 마음인 것이요.
That I am well aware, dear Gregor. I appreciate thine advice, yet I simply do not have it within mine heart to deny such a proposal when an opportunity to bring us together presents itself.
그래. 앞으로는 표정이라도 숨기면서 말하는 게 어때?
Yeah, okay. At least hold back that big grin next time, why don't ya?
아니, 나도 동의하오.
Yes, I am in agreement with Don.
이상 씨?
이상?
돌이켜보면 헛들과 이렇다 할 체육 활동을 한 적도 없어.
Upon reflection, I have no memory of engaging in such a sport with my fellows.
구기 종목에 특출한 재능이 있는 것은 아니지만
I-
이참에 경험하는 것도
He
귀중.
wants to play? I cannot say that I am particularly talented in games of the ball variety, but this appears to be as good as a time as any to experience it for once.
그러니 해봄이 어떤가? 발리볼.
So let us partake in this game of volleyed balls. He wants to volley the balls.
참.
Sheesh.
준비가 안 됐는데
We're so not ready.
한그렇게 고민을 튀기고 있을 때가 아닌데.
She's having a meltdown, bro. She's fucking losing it, guys.
유독 운이 좋았던 것 같지.
This isn't the time to play ball games. We've been slacking too much as of late. Yeah, we were too lucky last time. Ishmael was starting to practically ooze all over with an ominous aura. It might be a good idea to divert her attention for a bit. Let's play beach volleyball.
현명한 선택이요. 내가 공을 찾아오겠네.
Why? Ew, the squishiness though. Ugh. A wise decision. I shall retrieve el balloon. Balloon? Why can't we talk to her? We have! We've asked her like 3 times already. And she just keeps saying that like, we're not ready. This is a downtime activity designated by none other than our executive manager. Everyone, quit grimacing and accept it with gratitude.
알았다고.
Okay.
뛰다가 허리나 삐끗하자는 좋군.
I just hope I don't pull my back playing this game. Dude, I feel you were there. We asked her about crab food. That was the first time. Every other time we've asked her, we're like, are you okay? And even Heath was like, are you okay? And she just responds with freaking panic attack.
직접 경기장을 그리도록 하지.
I am aware of the rules and the specifications of this game. Allow me to draw the arena. Oh. There were grumbling sinners, beaming sinners, and reticent sinners. Their reactions were all varied, but everyone eventually moseyed out to an empty lot to play beach volleyball. I stretched, hoping that this activity would help break up the tense atmosphere. Sometime later.
자, 그럼 가겠어.
Oh, we failed the charisma check? That's me for real, for real. I see, we gotta have that talk with Vergil about. Oh, with her, she's not gonna calm down any other way. She's definitely spiraling about, yeah. Now, let us commence. The field was drawn over a squelchy mud flat. The worn ball rocketed into the air with Dawn's serve.
이렇게 하는 것이요.
Look at Ishmael's face! She is not happy to be here. Is this how the game is played? With Yisong's nice receive, it was starting to look like we had a proper game going. Yo, this is a pre-crash out. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're pretty good. Up. Ooh.
쓸데없는 짓이야.
Meaningless, all of this.
오티스 씨, 방금 공 못 피했으면 저 죽을 뻔했을 것 같은데.
Otis, I think that serve would have killed me if I hadn't dodged it in time.
훈련의 일종이다.
Consider this as part of our training. Ryoshu, you're not supposed to hit the ball with your sword! I want to see this animated. Ryoshu like hitting the ball with her sword, Otis almost like killing Sinclair with a serve. You just see Yisong doing his best, Dawn just like jumping around with all the energy in the world, and then Ishmael just in the background just like molding over like, we're not ready for this, we're not ready for this. I have received thy ball.
이럴 시간에 고래의 특징이라도 공부해둔다면.
We're wasting time we could be using to study the whale's characteristics.
대호수를 건너갈 나침반도 없는 것 같고.
And she's just going through the motions now. And we don't even have a compass to guide us through the Great Lake.
젠장. 그 자식은 분명히 어떻게든 살아있을 거야.
Damn it, and that bastard still has got to be alive somehow.
아이씨 진짜.
That for fuck's sake, woman! Heathcliff, unable to stand Ishmael's attitude any longer, kicked the ball with enough force that it just might burst. And the ball flew way over the mark and toward the boundary separating us from the pristine beach we saw a few days ago. Did the ball just pop?
네, 가시되지 않은 플라즈마 장이 형성되어 있는 것 같군요.
It most certainly has. There appears to be a field of plasma invisible to our eyes. A field of plasma? Who put a field of plasma on a beach?
둥지와 뒷골목을 구분하기 위한 일종의 장치죠.
A barrier of sorts.
모든 둥지의 경계에는 비슷한 것들이 존재합니다.
A barrier of sorts installed to separate the nest from the backstreets. Along the borders of every nest are installations that serve the same function, though their specific methods may vary.
뻔하지. 뒷골목 사람들이 둥지로 못 끼어들어오게 하려는 울타리는 어디에나 흔하게 있으니까.
Of course. There are always fences and whatnot to stop backstreet residents from crawling into their precious nests.
그런데 말이야. 저 기술로는 흔적도 안 남게 할 수도 있었을 텐데. 저런다는 건.
But with that technology, they could have simply made the ball disappear without a trace instead of leaving the torn mess, which gotta mean.
보란 듯이 터뜨려 버려서 그것마저도 오락으로 만들려는 생각인 거지. 부자들은 즐길 놀이가 많겠어.
They want to enjoy watching clueless souls be ripped to pieces, I bet. Glad the rich folk are having so much fun with our lives.
기술의 구체적인 의도나 과시성에 대해서는 제 쪽에선 말할 수 있는 게 없군요.
I have no comment to make regarding the device's particular purpose or its sadistic nature.
공. 1시간이나 걸려서 찾아냈대.
Oh no, Dawn. It took me a whole hour of my time to procure us the ball.
다들 정신 차려. 저 공 터지는 소리 때문에 개딱지 놈들이 몰려오고 있다고.
Brace yourselves. The sound of the ball popping attracted the trash crabs.
너 이따가 보자.
We'll have a chat after this. I really thought that this could be the activity. Oh, I really thought that this could be the activity to dramatically bring us all together. It's all gone to hell. Why does this keep happening?
뭐 이제는 익숙해질 때도 되지 않았나 관리자 양반? 저것 때부터 빠르게 처리하자고.
Isn't it about time you got used to this, manager bud? Come on, let's first take care of other business. Da-da-da. Damn.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 단테.
Alright.
반대로 해보십시오.
I'm getting them dings. Heath. Come on, Faust. There you go, Faust. Come on, Dawn. Nice with the ding. Come on, hit him with that third. Let's go.
창의적인 발상.
Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing.
떠올리지
Bing.
않았으면
Ding together.
점프 감각 하나만큼 수감자가 되어도 훌륭.
I like how I wanted them to both ding on their second one, and then they both did it. Guess I'll just go fuck myself then. Jesus Christ. Fuck. What is this dingless behavior? Okay, Faust. There you go, Faust. That's what. Fucking hell.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는
Imagine losing to the mudcrabs from Skyrim.
답답한 법이지.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if it was Skyrim or if it was Oblivion, but there was like a mud crab nest that I had like ventured into, and I didn't see that there were mud crabs behind me, and I was getting obliterated by like 7 mud crabs. Like, I was not ready for all. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I need the mud crabs. They like ambushed me. I saw like 2 and I was like, oh, this is fine. But then I was like watching my health bar get chunked and I was like, what is going on? And then I turned around and then there was like 7 more of them and I was like, oh my god. I was like, they jumped me. I got jumped. Dun, dun. Aw, Dawn, what the hell? Crab rape type shit. You came to the wrong neighborhood. Yep. That was my bad for going after the 2. And then their friend showed up. Da, 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 da. Weasel, weasel. Nice. 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 Everyone with good high sanity, so we should be getting all the dings now, yes. Yeah, fuck them up. Give them the dead. Yeah. Yeah, everyone has freaking 45 sanity, so there's no excuse. We should be getting all dings. That's what I'm talking about, Dawn. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Dawn getting the final hit because her freaking ball got blown up. Dun, dun, dun.
가장 순수한 세상으로.
Dissolution. Oh, just music every time we come back to this menu. Beep, 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 beep.
뒷박질 시간.
Okay. Oh, we're starting with the fight? Okay. Okay. Oh, Faust. Okay. Okay. That dingless behavior is starting to get me worried. There you go, there you go. Nice, Heath, nice. Oh shit, I mean to click. Ah! There you go, Dawn! Ah. Yeah, hit him with that second ding. Son of a bitch. All right, Bunny Frou Frou, let's go. Noise with the triple ding. Yeah. That's okay. Get him with that third ding, though. Nice. Yup. Nice, Faust. Hit him so that he gets staggered. There you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes, hit him with that dead. Come on, Heath. Son of a... I forgot I have to threaten him. He likes to be threatened. Come on, Frou Frous. Oh, I mean, they're all pretty much dead anyway. Heath. Fucking win, bro. I swear to God. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Now you got high sanity, so there's no excuse. You better get all the dings. Yay, Dawn. Yay, Dawn. Nice, Faust. Nice. Kurt said, Heath, I'm into that kind of talk. Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like every sinner is gonna have like their own. Some need to be encouraged. Some you don't say anything. Like Greg, he's super shy, so like don't say shit to him. Heath, you just gotta freaking shit talk him. Da, 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 da. Be encouraging to Faust and Dawn. Maybe the bunny Frou Frous too. Da, 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 da. I just threaten my sinners, tends to work. It works 40% of the time, every time. Let's go, Frou Frou! Yes! And dead. Look at Yi-song having fun. Who'da thunk? Hey, Ishmael? Yes? Can we talk at least for a bit? I called over to Ishmael once the battle was over. Right. I've never done anything like this before. I don't even know if this is the right thing to do or what kind of results this conversation is going to yield, but I just can't sit here and watch. Don't ask about crab chowder. Just don't ask. Yeah, whatever. It looks to me that you've been preoccupied with something ever since we got here. You know, you're not really participating in group activities and things like that. He sounds like a principal or like a teacher talking to like a student. Isn't it obvious there's something more important at hand, but they're all busy enjoying themselves playing this stupid game? Something more important. Is this about the Great Lake? Yes. That we, in our current state, shouldn't go there? No. Right. So, why do you think that we don't have a chance against whatever is there? I told you, we're not ready. We're going to need at least half a year to acclimate to the Great Lake and the things that are there.
그에 상응하는 경험을 더 쌓는다던가요. 관리자님도 마찬가지예요. 적어도 자신의 몸을 지킬 정도는.
It sounds like, you know how like the therapist in like movies or something, they're like, so tell me how you feel. Why do you feel this way? What is making you feel this way? How come you feel this way? Is there a reason that you feel this? It's like, Dante, should just, you're so bad at this, bro. Or we could try to gain more experience, even though to overwhelm our disadvantages. Oh, enough to overwhelm our disadvantages. And that goes the same for you, Dante. You need to be strong enough to at least take care of yourself.
아, 관리자님의 단련이라면 제가 도울 수 있어요. 그리고 오티스 씨도 분명 관리자님을 돕는 것에는 협조하겠죠.
It's like rewording the whole phrase of tell me about your feelings in like 15 different ways, but it's literally all asking the same thing and you're just getting nowhere. Which I can help with. And Otis, I'm sure she can help with your training too.
그럴 만한 상황이 온다면.
Oh, hi Otis. If push comes to shove, yes. Wait. Half a year, Ishmael? We just don't have that much time to spare.
허비? 허비라고 생각하시나요? 지금 저희가 하고 있는 짓들이 더 허비 같은데요?
Really? Is that why we were playing beach volleyball? Because we don't have the time to spare?
그리고 뭐 놀고 있자고 말씀드린 게 아니잖아요. 그저 행선지를 잠시 다른 곳으로 돌렸다가 돌아오면 되는 건데요.
And it's not like I'm saying that we should just sit on our butts and do nothing for half a year. I'm saying that we should visit other destinations before coming back here.
그건 불가능합니다. 모든 구역의 황금가지를 파악한 것도 아닐 뿐더러 비포팀의 사전 답사가 준비된 것도 아니니까요.
That's impossible. Not every location of golden bows in the nest have been identified, and the before team hasn't completed their preliminary surveys yet.
핑계는
Excuses.
다른 잘난 이유가 있다는 것쯤은 오래전부터 알고 있었어요.
I've known for a while that you've had some fancy ulterior motive.
그리고 뭐가 됐든 이번엔 그 생각이 틀렸다는 걸 뼈저리게 느끼시게 될 테죠.
And whatever that is, this is a mistake you won't ever forget. Perhaps.
개판이네 정말.
Ugh, what a mess.
그러면 적어도 상세한 항해 계획과 전투 방향을.
In that case, we should at least map a detailed sailing route and plan out a combat strategy.
듣자니까.
Prattling on and on and on. Just when I thought our discussion was reaching a stalemate, Heathcliff butted in.
당신은 또 뭔데요?
What's your problem?
닥쳐. 지금 너 혼자 개고생해? 여태껏 다 쳐 뒤져가면서 굴러왔잖아. 여기 있는 놈들 전부.
Shut your gob. You think you're the only one struggling here? We've all died more times than we can count. Every single one of us.
이번에도 결국 어떻게든 될 거라고.
So I'm telling you that it'll work out again, somehow.
그러니까 대호수 위에서는 그런 방법은 통하지 않는다고요. 관리자님이 수정당해도 끝이고 그것에게 우리가 먹혀서 더는 시간을 되돌리지 못할 수도 있다고요.
And I'm telling you that the Great Lake is different. What if the manager drowns? What if that thing eats us and our bodies can't be recovered?
알아듣겠어요? 지금까지의 상식으로 움직이다간 진짜 우리는 끝장날 수도 있다고요.
Do you understand? This isn't anything like we've been through so far. This could be the end of us.
그러면 그 새끼도 못 죽일 테고.
Then I won't have the chance to kill that bastard.
좋아. 네 말이 맞다고 쳐. 이대로 가면 우린 다 돼지고 나도 아니 돌아갈 수 없게 될 거라고 치자고.
Okay, let's say that you're right. If we go now, we're all going to bite it, and I won't be able to get back up.
그래서 잠깐이라도 놀면 뭐가 좀 덧나냐? 그 망할 고래 새끼들이 더 세져?
So what's wrong with faffing about for a little while? What are those whales working out or something?
분위기를 계속 조져놨으면 같이 어울리는 척이라도 해야 될 거 아니야? 상식적으로.
You've been mucking up the mood ever since we got here, so how about you use some bloody common sense to not bring everyone else down with you?
제법 웃기네요. 히스클리프 씨?
That's rich coming from you, Heathcliff.
당신이 뭘 안다고 상식 운운해요? 고래를 만나본 적은 있어요? 데오스에 가본 적이나 있고? 뭘 답지 않게 이제 와서 아는 척이죠?
What common sense do you have of the Great Lake? Have you seen a whale? Since when were you such a know-it-all?
배 위의 생활에 대해서는 알기나 해요. 알 리가 없죠. 팔자 좋게 자기 연인인지 뭔지 모를 이름이나 중얼대고 버스에 기대 졸다가 틈나면 성질이나 바락바락 내는 댁은.
What do you even know about a sailor's life? How would you know? All day you're whining about your girlfriend or something, dozing off in the bus, or throwing a hissy fit once in a while.
그만해라.
Quit it.
물 아래에서 기어오는 것과 하늘 위에서 떨어지는 것, 그 모든 것들을 죽여야 하고.
It's kill or be killed. Fight everything from the depths of the water to the heights of the skies, crawling and falling onto the deck.
산성 태풍, 참치 쓰나미, 뇌압 폭풍 같은 이름도 다 떠올리기 힘든 수많은 종류의 호수 재해들과
Innumerable natural disasters like acid typhoons, tuna tsunamis, cerebra storms, and a multitude of other terrors of the lake I can't even recall the names of. Wait, what's a tuna tsunami? Is that a tsunami of tuna? Doesn't that mean we just get a lot of fish? So that means we'd be eating good though, right? Like that's just that good sushi. Like unlimited sushi.
그 폭풍 때문에 발생하는
I could murder a tuna tsunami right now. That's not...
지나가면 또다시 나타나는 개 같은 괴물들.
It sounds like one of those, you know, at like sushi places, they have like the boats that they serve the things on. I'm not gonna lie, that's what it sounds like. A tuna tsunami sounds like one of those like boat sushi things that you would order. This actually sounds very, very good. Even though I just ate, I could... Oh my god. Ahi tuna sashimi is literally like my favorite thing when it comes to sushi. I could destroy some freaking ahi tuna sashimi. Just a little bit of dip in the soy sauce and some wasabi on it. I don't need all that rice. Just give me that sashimi. Oh, so good. Expedition 33 games look way more 2D than I thought. 2D? I guess? I don't know.
맡긴 동료는 잠시 한눈판 사이에 죽어 있고 하나같이 미쳐 돌아가는 사람들로 바뀌어가는 그 지옥 같은 호수에 대한 모든 일들은.
Look away for a moment and your mate, whom you've trusted with your life, is slain. Everyone and every goddamn thing goes mad and is transformed into something else entirely on that abominable lake.
당신 같은 얼빠진 사랑놀이 중인 반푼이는
It's something that a pathetic lovey-dovey tenderfoot like you would ever understand.
100번 더 죽어도 모를 일일 테니까.
Not after dying 100 deaths.
그만하라고 했지!
I told you to quit it! Before anyone could even step in, Heathcliff swung wildly at Ishmael. You don't know shit about me, a prick like you? Fellows? The tussle was such a blitz that no one could even attempt to intervene. Yi-sung almost looked pitiful as he stood there bewildered. For a moment, it appeared as though Heathcliff had the upper hand as his fist struck Ishmael right in her jaw. Oh. Oh, what? Did she freaking... Oh? Just as Ishmael appeared to throw a punch, she kicked Heathcliff's leg, throwing him to the ground. Yo, she did that freaking... That fake out? Ishmael, wait! In the blink of an eye, Ishmael took up her mace. She raises it high as though she could strike it down at any moment. Her arm trembles with uncontrollable fury.
그래, 머리통을 내려치려고 내가 전에 했던 것처럼.
Yeah, what'll you do? Bash my head in, like I did you before?
죽여.
Heathcliff, don't antagonize her.
상관없어. 어차피 살아날 테니까.
Fine, kill me, no matter. I'll be right as rain in a minute.
나하고 다를 거라 생각한 내가 바보지.
I was a fool to think you'd be any different from me.
역시 다들 똑같네.
Everyone's the same after all. wasn't sure what caused her sudden change of heart, but it was a relief of sorts at least. She looked at Heathcliff with her eyes wide open and dropped the mace to the ground.
이런 불상사를 다시 보고 싶지는 않았소만.
I wish that I would not have to again be witness to such belligerency amongst friends.
결국 벗들과의 다툼은 피할 수가 없는 일인가?
Yet such quarrels among fellows is but an electability, perhaps.
쟤네 보니까 우리 옛날 생각나지 않아? 저렇게 치고받고 싸울 때가 있었는데.
Now that brings me back. Watching them fight, we used to tussle just like they do now.
단테, 첫 임무로부터 큰 분란이 발생한 적은 없었기에 이야기하지는 않았지만.
Dante, I neglected to mention this to you since we have not had a dispute like this since our first mission.
수감자들의 업무 불안은 관리 실패로 간주되어 추후 귀책 사유를 물을 수 있습니다.
But you could be held responsible in the future for management failure should a similar workplace conflict arise. What the hell was I supposed to do about this? Was what I wanted to say, but I managed to hold my metaphorical tongue.
이것이 어떻게 관리자님의 책임이지? 저 머저리들이 멋대로 싸웠을 뿐이지 않나?
How does the fault lie with the executive manager, Faust? It's those two fools who got into this senseless altercation.
그러한 일을 벌어지지 않게 하는 것이 관리라는 직무죠.
Preventing senseless altercations between co-workers is a job of a manager.
니놈.
You.
그만해요,
Just
여러분.
stop it, everyone.
맞소. 이런 상황은 영웅적인 우리 림버스 컴퍼니와는 어울리지 않소.
Indeed, such behavior ill-fits the heroic nature of this Limbus company. Sinclair's hesitance, Dawn's attempts to diffuse, Faust's impassive voice, and Otis's increasingly rising voice in my defense. All of that combined was starting to get incredibly irritating. Stop. Guys, enough. I had no other recourse left at this moment. Ishmael, Heathcliff.
뭐?
What? The two of you, stop working together for a while. Distance yourselves. At least until I can think of a way to deal with you two.
나라고 저 명상을 굳이 찾아보고 싶진 않아.
It's not like I enjoy looking at her mug. Okay. Thus the mood fell into a pit as depressing as this mudflat.
자, 이제 견적도 나왔으니까 슬슬 폐품을 모으러 가셔도 될 것 같네요.
Okay, we have an approximate quote now, so feel free to go collecting those scraps. We spent the next few days collecting scraps with the rest of the sinners. So I'm like on the fence with that though. I'm like a little bit of like yes and no that Dante like needs to be better. Because I will say, if you are thrown into a position that you've never been in before, especially when you're trying to figure out what happened to you and you don't really have a head that has a mouth that can communicate with people and you have to use like the voice of others to help, I guess, diffuse situations, it's gotta be tough. Especially for me, when I came out of college and I immediately had to be like a leader, and I'm like young 20s, having to, you know, take care of soldiers that have been in the military twice as long as I have, it's hard to be like that manager and be like that, like the head of the group when a lot of people just, they don't take you seriously because you're still trying to learn your job. But at the same token, I feel like he could have done at least something, you know, something. Maybe even just like having Faust or somebody just, you know, help break up the fight, or even just stepping in the fight. I don't know. I have no idea. But Satu's from Brawling. There's a point where you have to fire people, but Dante can't do that. These two would be out of an office after violence like that. Well, yeah, that's different. It's mentioned that it was his first time dealing with that, yeah, so I can't really hold it against him too much, but it's like his job. If he doesn't lock in, we all die and stay dead. It's definitely a lot to ask of him. He could have done better, but how would he know that without any memories? Yeah. And that's why I say I give him like the benefit of the doubt, because like it just reminded me of like a similar situation of like needing to diffuse situations, but like I'm still new, but I'm supposed to be the leader. And like, how am I supposed to like lead people when I don't have the experience? I'm fresh out of college, but I outrank everybody and I'm supposed to be the one in charge, like making all these decisions. Now, it took time, right? It took time to gain the respect of people and to understand that like, even though I'm the figurehead, quote unquote, I'm not the most knowledgeable one and I have to rely on other people to help me. So like my NCOs, my platoon sergeant, the guys that have been around for a long time, I have to rely on them to help me. But I feel like Dante didn't really do that either. Dante didn't really ask for help in situations like this where he could have. Maybe asking Faust, maybe asking somebody to help, right? Just give him a hand in something. But I do kind of feel for him in a sense, but then again, Dante all I did was say Marcel, make them kiss and make up, and then he'd like, it'll be done, manager. That's what I mean, something. He could have asked somebody, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe if Dante stopped asking how crab meat tastes like in the first place, that was a bad start to any situation. Look, it can be awkward when you're trying to ask somebody how they're doing when they're having a general panic attack, right? Light lunch, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. Right? If you see someone that's freaking crashing out, trying to approach them in a normal manner can be kind of tough. It can be tough. Was it the best one? No. But, you know, attempts were made, and we just gotta learn that maybe we don't ask about crab chowder and what we ate as a way to start a conversation. I bet Faust would have still reprimanded him for not dealing with himself, though. But at least he would have done something instead of just stand there watching it happen, right? Like, it would have still been an act of like, because Faust knows that not everybody can understand him, and she's usually the mouthpiece for Dante. So if Dante would have been like, hey Faust, can you please tell him to stop? Can you help me with this? Like, there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And if people clown you for asking for help, then those people, like, you should not have in your company, and you should not, you know, surround yourself with, type of thing. Failure is also how you gain experience. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, in those situations, asking anything is taking a shot in the dark. Yeah, it can go either way. It can go either way. It can go to your favor, and sometimes it won't. Rose would gladly take off her jacket, roll up her sleeves, and wrestle them both. Ah, true. That's the problem, though. Dante has no influence over who's in the company. Who said anything about who's in the company? Alice is not a good choice considering how arrogant she can be. There's also Otis, too. Otis literally is the bootlicker. And he knows that, too. Dante knows that. It's not like it's unknown to him. They can talk to the other sinners without Faust, just non-sinners that can't understand him. I'd love to be caught in between Heath and Ishi. What? Wolfred, what the fuck? Did not know what to do with Dante or how to help him because in other universes there is no Dante, isn't it? I don't know. Otis is very nagging though. I mean, at least Otis would have been, I feel like, annoying enough. Because people already know that she's a freaking bootlicker. Bing bing! Better get that last ding. There we go. Bing bing! Hit him with that last ding. Nice! bunny fruit, ding. Nice. Oh, we got big boy here. We got cannons. Alright, cannons. Alright. Get that ding. You got high sanity. You better get that last ding. Nice. Yusong would have tried his absolute best to calm everyone down and then been ignored. Oh, 100%. Yeah. There's the type to try and sway any of Dante's decision in her advantage. I mean, for the most part, but I also feel like if Dante says things, she's also very quick to agree. Reminds me, Canto 3, how the sinners are horrified at the carnage and Dante tries to lift their spirits by cracking a joke. I feel like he tried his best. Oh, damn. Dawn. You gonna let him do that to you? Dante stuck his pinky in Otis's mouth, because he has no mouth, and well-played Heath and Ish, they immediately would have stopped. Ew. How do you even come up with that? Pokey pokey! Hit him with the dead! One more! He's not dead! Now he's dead! Okay. And then... there we go. Troubled waters. Oh, I'm gonna grab this real quick. Alright, the days were as suffocating for them as it was for me. Well, save for Otis, maybe. You there. Connecting those parts will cause an issue with the intake fan.
그러면 어떻게 해요? 라인이 3개나 나뉘는데.
What do we do then? That's like 3 separate wires.
답답하군. 직접 시범을 보이지.
Amateurish. Allow me to demonstrate.
이런 건 내가 공병대들과 작전을 지휘했을 때에 비하면
This is nothing compared to what I had to do back in the day when I worked in the engineering corps. Okay, back in my day. Back in my day in the 1900s when we had to deal with no technology, we had no internet, we didn't even have phones or a computer, and we had to do everything by hand. Yeah, back in my day. Otis, who appeared to be rather knowledgeable in engineering, continued to support Molar Boatworks bus modifications. Damn, is that Olga? Can I be her right now? Miss Faust, do you by any chance possess any documentation of items that the sinners may be partial to? Or have preferences for in their personal information forms?
그런 것까지 작성해두지는 않습니다.
We do not keep records of such details.
이상 씨, 벌써 몇 번이나 말씀드렸지만 지금의 조치는 관리자님의 판단을 우선하는 것이 올바른 수감자.
Yusong, as I have informed you repeatedly, it is the best policy as a sinner to leave the decisions to the managers.
에헤이, 싸운 거 풀 때는 술만한 게 없다니까. 어디 내 비장의 술이라도 내줘?
Oi, there's nothing like booze and getting right sloshed to mend a broken friendship. What? Maybe you could try my secret weapon?
설마 지난번부터 계속 말한 킹크랩계 뇌수 담금주요?
No way. Do you mean the trash king crab brain wine that you've been talking about?
그건 나도 좀 땡기는데.
Oh, color me interested, actually.
아니요. 내가 직접 물어보겠네.
No.
고맙네.
I don't think I will. Shall I inquire them myself? Oh, I shall inquire them myself. Thank you, still.
안 될 것 같은데.
Doubt it'll work. Yusong was trying to come up with various ways to bring Heathcliff and Ishmael's feud to a close. sink. Oh my god, look at her in the... Look at her. What the fuck are my upstairs neighbors doing, bro? Dragging around like a freaking... Jesus Christ. I love Mersol and freaking Ryoshu in the back, just going ham on that freaking crab.
아니, 여기서는 다 분.
No. Silo would be preferable here.
어허. 그래. 숨이 아직 붙어 있을 때 그렇게 해보는 것도 새로운 예술을 추구하는 방향이겠군.
Ah, yes. Perhaps doing so while they're still alive would be a way of pursuing a new direction in art in the vein of an avant-garde spirit.
고통을 더 가하기 위한 제안은 아니었으며 그저 조리하기에 알맞은 방향을 말한 것뿐이다.
My suggestion was not to inflict them further pain, simply a more appropriate method of engaging in the culinary arts.
저희 언제 저녁 먹을 수 있어요?
I'm sorry,
대화만 30분째예요.
but when's dinner? You've been having the same conversation for the last 30 minutes.
레인, 나 죽어. 배에서 크랩 깨돌 울음소리가 나.
Rain, I'm dying here. I can hear the trash crabs going at it in my belly.
누님, 정신 차리셔야 합니다.
Hi, Cole. Big sis, please get a hold of yourself. It seemed that Ryoshu and Mersol were trying to come up with a way to make the trash crabs more palatable. Not that I had any taste buds or a mouth, but it was starting to resemble actual food, at least in its presentation. Kiddos, they're going that way! Oh, ew! Oh, they're still alive. Oh! A child... Oh! Why did it squawk like that? I am not... Now, young Sinclair... Oh, is it talking in... I don't know. El Galope de Gracia. Gracia. Gregor, I'll take his left leg. Gotcha. Most other sinners were busying themselves with hunting trash crabs and collecting scrap. They say that practice makes perfect, and everyone was already performing rather well-coordinated attacks even without my input. As for Heathcliff...
와, 그레고로 씨, 불쇼라도 보여주시는 건가요?
Whoa, Gregor, are you showing off your rotisserie skills?
좀 더 화려하게 휘감더라.
Insipid. Your flames lack flair.
아니, 저건 그냥 타는 거잖아요.
Wait, he's just cremating it.
빼내었다. 이미 음식의 기능은 상실한 것 같지만.
It has been extracted. However, this can no longer serve its function as a proper source of nutrients. What did you do to it?
나 주시오. 아직 다리를 세 개밖에 먹지 못하였어.
Freaking mouths full. Give it hither. I have consumed not but 3 legs so far.
히스클리프군.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff?
뭐야 그게 저기
That's
길잡이 그 인간이랑 면담하고 왔어.
the
괜찮아.
The guide and I had a chat. I'm okay now.
면담 맞지?
Was it really just a chat?
아무튼 말썽은 안 일으키도록 하겠어.
Just drop it. I won't trouble you lot. No more. That's all.
그러니까 나도 하나만.
So, spare me some nosh? I don't know if Vergil really just had a talk with Heathcliff, but I'm glad that, unlike most other times, he was here to at least get Heathcliff to calm down. But Ishmael...
단테, 잠깐 괜찮겠습니까?
A moment, Dante?
뭐
Dante...
오가는 대화가 아니라 일방적인 얘기겠지만
Well, as one-sided as this chat is going to be...
이미 대충 전달받았겠습니다만
As I'm sure you've already been told in brief...
도문 범죄자들에 대한 면담을 진행했었습니다.
I conducted a little meeting with the two problem individuals.
보았던 것처럼 히스클리프에게는 교육을 진행해 효과를 보았지만
You will see that the discipline has proven effective with Heathcliff.
이스마엘은 해결되진 않았습니다.
While Ishmael's case hasn't quite been resolved.
정확히는 해결할 이유가 없다고 할까?
Or to be more precise, there is no reason to resolve it. But what are you talking about?
무슨 뜻인지 묻고 있겠군.
You must be asking what I'm talking about.
설마 설명까지 덧붙이는 친절을 바라는 건 아니겠죠. 조만간 직접 깨닫는 날이 올 겁니다.
I hope you aren't expecting me to kindly explain everything to you. You will realize it on your own soon enough.
애초에 이런 애들 뒷바라지나 해주는 듯한 일은 제 소관이 아니니까 말입니다.
After all,
관리자
this babysitting and fostering nonsense is not a part of my work, Manager Dante. I know you're putting in extra work and I appreciate it.
앞으로는 제가 나서는 일은 없었으면 합니다.
I'd like it if I didn't have to intervene anymore.
제가 먼저 둘 사이에 면담을 한 것은 최근 업무 성과가 나쁘지 않았던 것에 대한 작은 성의라고나 생각해 두시죠.
You may consider the talk I voluntarily had with the two a small favor from me for your decent performance recently. I don't like that talk is in quotes.
그럼
What did you do, Vergil?
그 어금니 사무소 해결사들과 얘기할 것이 남아서.
Now, I have remaining business with the fixers of Molar office. Like that, Ishmael was left alone with little progress to speak of. According to the people from the boatworks, she apparently snuck out alone late at night to make various preparations. Even when I visited her, when I found her hanging about and called over to her. Wait, I can do that too. Me and Ishmael are same. She didn't respond to me at all. She wasn't ignoring me. Rather, she seemed too deeply fixated on what she was doing. What should I do about her? No. What was I supposed to do then? Hi, Joa. Well, a clear answer still eluded me. Mephi... What? Mephi Mizamer was entering his final stage? Mizamer? What is that? What is a Mizamer? I don't think I've seen Artie's gloomy face yet. I usually use the gloomy face mostly for PNGs, for thumbnails, for YouTube stuff. But now I feel like I'm gonna have to use it for this thumbnail. I gotta have the Ishmael face. The last scrap. Oh, we got 7 now? Oh shit. Maybe we should bring in Captain Ishmael. And sick Victorian child Greg. Let's do it. Alright, Greg. Oh shit. What are their levels? 31, 33, 33. Should be fine. I say that. Final last words. All the sinners, save for Ishmael, gathered to behold the finished product.
이것이 새롭게 변한 버스의 모습이요?
Do I behold with mine eyes the transformed bus?
이것은 버스배요, 배버스요.
Would one call this a bus boat or a boat bus? I mean, wouldn't it be the same thing? I think I'll go with bus boat?
바퀴는 어디 갔죠? 이러면 유사 이후에는
Where did the wheels go? We'll need them again once we're done with Eucor's district.
쓸데없는 걱정이군. 당연히 배와 버스의 형태를 오갈 수 있게 개조했지.
A needless concern. Of course, it has been modified to be amphibious, with both a boat form and a bus form.
그런 신기한 요술 버스 같은 일이.
What is this? Some kind of magic bus? Wait, a magic school bus?
피스토 팰리스는 원래부터 여러 가능성에서부터 나오는
We are
각종
on a
기능을
magic
주는
school
버스였어요.
bus!
파우스트가 말하지 않았나요?
The myriad of possibilities Mephi holds means it has always been capable of various functions. Hasn't Faust expounded upon this detail once?
자, 그쯤들 하시고 시동을 걸어보죠.
Now, that's enough of that. Let's start it up. As Mika fiddled with his controls, the bus boat, shuddered awake. Huh? And sputtered off with the odd screeching noise we heard earlier. Ah!
뭔가 부족한 것 같은데요. 형상 변환 쪽 장치가 문제인가?
I think we're missing something. Maybe it's the form transmogrifier that's messing up?
귀청 떨어지는 줄 알았네. 대체 뭐가 부족하면 저런 소리가 나는 거야?
I thought my eardrums were going to burst. What could possibly be causing that noise?
미카, 아무래도 저번에 적당히 때운 그게.
Mika, I think it's that one part where we had to make do with what we had.
뭐? 적당이라고 했나?
What was that? Did you just say make do?
어쩔 수 없었다고요. 부품이 모자랐단 말이에요.
But we didn't have a choice. There weren't enough parts in stock.
원래는 대체가 안 되는 부품이 있는데 그게
There's this one thing that was supposed to be irreplaceable, but the problem is
이거 분명
this wasn't the sound of the engine, was it?
이전에 마주했던 거대
It's the
돌연변이
gigantic
기체입니다.
mutant we've encountered before. It's headed this way.
전과 같은
What is that, land eater?
소리였나 보.
It's like it's drawn here by the same clamor as before.
마침 잘 됐네.
That's good news.
저 커다란 놈 분명 등딱지에 그 부품을 달고 있었어.
That
맞지?
big boy has the exact part we're missing on its back, don't it?
그렇긴 한데요.
It does, I guess.
누님, 아니죠?
Big sis, are you really...
맞는데 그 부품이 비싸고 만들기 힘들어서 많이들 필요로 한다는 그거 맞잖아.
I am, really. It's that one expensive and tricky to manufacture part, isn't it?
근처에 있던 다른 보트센터 직원분들도 많이들 돌아가셨다는 건 기억하고 계시죠?
Don't you remember the way it killed the employees of other boat workshops?
그거야 부품 때문이 아니라 갑자기 덮쳐 들어온 거니까 그런 거고.
Well, that's because it crashed into us, not because we were hunting the bastard for parts.
지금은 여기 우리를 도와주실 분들이 이렇게나 많이 있으니까.
But now, I have these lads and lassies to help us.
맞다. 우리 완전 거질 때부터 보트센터 세우는 걸 도와주던 분들도 저놈이 다 죽였지? 이번 기회에 속 시원하게 박살내버리자.
Besides, it killed the people that helped us start Molar Boatworks from our bum days, didn't it? Looks like this is just the time to give it a right smashing down its noggin.
킹크랩게 뇌수 담금주도 더 만들고.
And make me some more wine out of its brain juice, too.
누님?
Big sis?
우리도 나눠줄 거지?
Can we get some too?
우리요?
What do you mean, we?
이번 킹크랩게는 몇 년씩이나 해를 묵었다고 하니까요. 같은 놈이겠네요.
This king trash crab is supposed to be a few years old, so it has to be the same one from earlier.
아무튼 그놈만 잡아 죽이면 해결된다는 거 맞냐?
Anyway, all we need to do is catch and kill that prick, isn't it?
바로 그렇지.
Isn't it? Right on.
바로 그렇다는데 시계 대가리.
You heard her, clockface. Heathcliff turned to me, visibly eager to go up and crush some shells.
아니요. 차라리 잘 됐지 않나요?
Let's not. Isn't this better for us? Ishmael?
나 참, 미스 어디 있다가 온 거야?
Gee, Ishi, where have you been all this time?
당연히 대호수에서 버틸 수 있는 준비들을 하고 있었죠.
I was making preparations for our survival on the Great Lake, obviously.
고래에 대한 가이드라도 빼곡하게 만들어둬야 최소한의 공부라도 하지 않겠나요?
The least I can do is make an exhaustive guide on whales you can study up on, right?
나 그런 거 안 읽는 거 알면서 또 그런다.
You know I don't read that kind of stuff.
그럼 읽을 수밖에 없도록 귀에 못이 박히게 해드리죠.
Then I'll keep reminding you until you have no choice but to read it.
관리자님, 보셨죠? 저희에게는 아직도 시간이 필요해요. 준비해야 할 것도 훨씬 많고요.
See, manager? We still need more time. There is so much more to prepare.
저 킹크립계는 쫓아낼 수 있는 거잖아요. 그럼 그렇게 해두고 버스 개조는 좀 더 뒤로 미루죠. 그렇게 시간을 벌면
That king trash crab can be repelled, can it? Then let's do that and finish modifying the bus later, with more time on our hands. Ishmael, I'm not sure. My lack of memory doesn't help, of course, but I don't get what you're so scared of or what we're supposed to be preparing for. As much as I want to respect your opinions and reflect them, I don't think this is the best for all of us, so...
모두는 무슨 모두예요?
There is no all of us. Huh?
솔직해지죠, 저희. 지금 여기에 정말로 모두를 위해서 희생하는 사람들이 있나요?
Let's be honest here. Is any one of us devoting themselves for the sake of this all of us?
다들 자신만의 목표를 이루기 위해 림버스 컴퍼니와 계약했죠. 저도 이전번에 이상 씨도 그리고 나머지의 모든 수감자들도요.
We all signed a contract with Limbus Company for our own goals. I did, Yisong did, as we saw last time, and all the other sinners did.
결국 자신이 이루고 싶은 걸 이루기 위한 거 아닌가요?
Aren't we only in this together to achieve our personal aims?
그리고 당신도
And you, too.
기억을 되찾기 위해서 생전 알지도 못했던 황금 가지라는 걸 억지로 찾아다니고 있는 거잖아요.
You're forcing yourself to look for those golden bows, things you've probably never heard of once in your life, just so you can get your memories back.
누구보다 개인적인 동기로 움직이면서 왜 모두를 위하는 척이신 거죠?
You have a more selfish motive than anyone else here, so why do you pretend like you're doing anything for all of us?
너 이 자식 감히 관리자님께
Dare you raise your voice against...
그만.
Oh, God. Enough. Uh-oh, Vergil with the red eyes out. Oh, that actually reminds me, I need to watch the next episode of Fire Force for Benimaru. Vergil, who seemed to have been discreetly listening in our conversation, joined as though he'd been a part of it from the start.
이스마일, 면담 때 분명하게 이야기했지.
Oh shit. Ishmael, I believe I made myself clear during our meeting.
계약을
Oh,
지키는
his eyes got really red!
우선이라고.
The contract comes first.
계약?
Contract, huh?
그래요. 여기는 회사니까 그렇겠죠.
Sure. This is a company I'm working for. Of course it does. Ishmael glared at me with a face unlike anything she'd shown before. Why are you glaring at me? I sensed clear hostility in her eyes.
그래요. 그 잘난 계약은 지키죠. 관리자님. 당신이 시키신다면 따르기는 할 거예요.
Fine. I'll abide by the oh so honorable contract. Manager, give me your orders and I'll follow them.
그러니까 앞으로 제게 바라는 게 있다면 확실하게 말해주세요.
So, if there's anything you want from me from now on, state it clearly.
앞으로 제가 주제넘게 나서서 무언가를 돕거나 설명하는 일은 없을 테니까.
I won't get out of line by providing unsolicited help or explanations anymore.
뭐예요? 저 집채만하게 큰 놈 죽이러 가자는 명령 아니었나요? 명령해 주시는 대로 계약에 따라 기꺼이 따르죠. 관리자 단테님.
Hope you're enjoying it. Thanks, Kitty. What are we waiting for? Weren't you going to order us to go kill that giant crustacean? I'll gladly obey, as it is stipulated in the contract, Manager Dante. After Ishmael finished speaking, she blankly stared at me as if awaiting my order. To which I could only reply with, "Let's go." As soon as I finished, Ishmael turned around and left the shop as if on cue. All I could do was lead the other sinners and follow her. Just then, I heard vicious sound of crashing waves and a roar of an all-crushing storm. Visions of destruction passed before me. Oh God. Limbs and bits of flesh tear off in the shredding storm that brings crashing waves. Ishmael clings to the ship for dear life. And a behemoth of an eye, its overwhelming and all-consuming size looming over the ship, watches her in silence. Perhaps this could be a clue to Ishmael's perplexing behavior. Bruh. She's going full malicious compliance now. I know. That's like the worst type of person to work with too. I hate those type of people. Oh, this is a... not a auto one. Okay, what do we got? AoE guy? Everyone's going to... Yo, this music though. Wait, what the fuck? Who are you even going to? Yo, whoever's on the guitar is fucking shredding. I can't see who all of these guys are going to. That's Heath. It's also going to Heath. Yo, pop off. Okay. Holy shit. It's also ready, so we'll just do that. Alright, let's see how this goes. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Faust. There you go. Don't fuck him up. Nice, nice. Aw, Heath, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, my guy. There you go. Yo, get a fucking ding, bro. You son of a bitch. Ish. Ew, they all got gooped on. Ew, double goop. Ugh. No ding, man. Alright, alright. There's a ding. We take those. We take those. Let's go! With that triple ding! Alright, Dawn, come on. There you go, Dawn. Yeah, get that crab. Yo, fuck him up. Alright, Greg. These are a lot harder than flowers, but this is just free damage. You got this. Let's see. Wait, what is that? Is that coming from that guy over there? Wait, this. And then I won't even touch you. Who's that clashing with over there? Okay, okay. Nice thing, nice thing. Come on. Let's go. Get those things. Nice. Stagger threshold? Yep. Yup. Oh, dead? Oh, okay, we take those. We'll just take dead. That's fine too. Let's go, Heath. Let's go, Heath. It's okay, Heath. Nice, Faust. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, Ish. Come on, free damage. Nice, Greg. His one little swipe. Good job, Greg. Let's see. Broken. So let's have... What are fast ones? It's got the bunny frou-frous. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right there. 4, okay, 9, and then let's have... Greg. Dawn. Okay. Yup. 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 Swift death. Let's go. Hi, Jules. Good morning. Yup. Look at all those dings. Look at all those dings. Nice job, Faust. Nice. Straight to death. Yeah, slap it. Slap it. I forgot, she doesn't like when other people kill stuff. Hi, Bobby. No, thank you so much for 10 months. Let's go. Reset over 6 months. 6 months in advance? Wait, you crazy. You cray. Alright, he's dead, so we just go. Win rate. Kill it. Oh, okay. Well, shit. It's got defensive up. God damn, this guy is shredding. Well, I have a bunny frou-frou there. Banana. Nice. Yo. Yo. There was so spicy Miara on Twitter earlier. I'm gonna have to repost when her banner comes out. I'm gonna have to repost the Artie Mihara, and everyone's gonna have to rub her for good luck. I mean, what? What? Let's go, Greg. Hey, go with the dings. Okay. All right, broken. That should just be free damage. Do we have anything going to it? I can't see. Nope. Let's have Greg and Dawn. Can that just be free? They're buying for a pro. Nice. Nope, not nice. We don't want you dinging. Okay, that's fine. Just stop dinging. Yeah, you ding though. There you go, Heath. Nice kill, Dawn. Yeah, this freaking crab fucked up. Alright, get him with that one ding. We're at 2. Can we get a 3? Let's go. Oh, we were just short of the stagger threshold. Boo. Oh, Heath got this. Let's go, Heath. There you go. Nice. Oh, he almost died, though. All right. Come on, Ish. I know you're not going to get the dings because your SP is pretty bad. All right, that's better. I'm proud of you. Let's have Ish just take this one by herself. And then we'll have everybody else go after this guy so she can raise her SP a little bit. Even though that's not gonna help because she's not gonna get that kill. It's fine. This is fine. Everyone just go there. Leave Ish to killing the big boy. Let's do this. Nice, Dawn. Come on, Ish. You got 3 hits on him. There you go. Alright, now she's at 15. Oh my god! King Trash Crab? All these arrows is a fucking hot mess, bro. What are all these arrows with the AoEs and the oh my god. What the fuck? King Trash Crab, let's see. Ruptures. After this unit defeats its ally, healed by 5% of max HP. At the end of the turn, if this unit has healed 50% with it, restore the shell. Oh my god. Foam armor. Head shell. Son of a bitch. Ugh. That's the shell attack plus 10. Oh my god. Shell attack is going after... Alright, see. Oh my god, my nose is itchy so bad today. Ugh! With the weather being so nice. My allergies are killing me. Fucking hell. Hold on. I kind of want to... I don't know. That's going to Ish. Ish doesn't have a thing. That's going to Bunny Frou Frou. That's going to Faust. You back there too are going to other Bunny Frou Frou. That might not be good, but try that for now, see what happens. Alright, alright. Nice. Wow, wow, what the fuck, Don? How much I can one-shot that crab? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, okay.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Ooh, Heath, don't let that happen, my guy. Nice. Okay. Okay, Ish. Yeah, I see you. Oh, oh. Oh. Ish, I'm so sorry. Maybe that was a bad idea. Shell. He's staggered too. Wait, what was it that he could do again? So that is going to AoE that one, but I want to take out this guy first. So I might have Dawn take you out. See if we can try to kill that guy. He's got like 56 HP. And that. Yeah, fuck him up. Alright, nice kill, nice kill. There you go. Yo, fuck up that crab. Nice Dawn. Nice Dawn. Heartbroken. Ew, it's all oozing. Ew. Alright, so he's got no allies. He's got his shell that's broken, so now he's just got head. All he's got is head. Let's go to the third one. This is going to... Oh, that's going to a lot of you. At least go there. Faust is getting hit by AoE. You're getting hit by the fourth one. And we'll have... Take the second one. Oh, I should have done the egos last. That's fine. Let's do 1, 2, 3. And then just reassign egos. Fuck it. Ego. Ego and ego. Alright, here we go. We might even not... No, we might need it. Okay, we're fine. Pew 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 pew. Ego spam. Ego spam. Bye-bye. Nice. Nice. I did take care of all Sinclair's egos. He kept team killing. Oof. Poor Sinclair. We got a gunbreaker main. Come on, Ish. Gonna survive this one.
아직 살아 있을 거야.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
And he's staggered, so you know what that means. Go to town, everybody. He's got no HP left. He's dead. Like, actually dead. Nice job! Nobody died! It's perfect. Da, 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 da. Hi, Eclectic, how you doing? According to Vergil, the people at the Boatworks have been saving up for a trip back to V-Corps backstreets where their fixer office used to be. After experiencing a warp train malfunction, they apparently decided they'd rather take the car. I considered telling them the truth. I learned from a number of identities, but I figured ignorance is bliss and kept my figurative mouth shut. Maybe I feared that the things I said could bring bad results again. Like how Ishmael has fallen out with me. Come on, get working. Ah, we've got him now.
이걸로 완성이네요.
Looks like our job's done.
마침 밀물대네요. 지금 출발하실 수 있을 겁니다.
And lucky you, the tide is in. You should be able to set off now.
자, 그럼 보트 형태로 전환.
That is so cool how they like drew that out. Now then, switch to boat mode.
이렇게 변하는군.
Well, it transforms thusly then?
이 차량을 설계한 분이 존경스럽네요. 사실 저도 듣기만 들었지 실제로 이렇게 작동하는 건 처음 봐서.
I've got to say, I have great admiration for whoever designed this vehicle. I heard stories of it, but to see it in motion firsthand?
아마 이 차량의 핵심만 건재하다면 다른 형태로도 충분히 바뀔 수 있을걸요?
If you tried, it could most certainly change into other forms as long as the core is intact.
어떻게 이런 코어가 존재할 수 있는 거죠?
How can such a core be real?
대단하다는 말밖에는 나오지가 않네요.
I'm just amazed, for a lack of better term.
네, 파우스트는 대단합니다.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Indeed, Faust is amazing.
자, 그럼 다들 탑승하세요. 물가에 가서 배로 다시 전환하면 될 거예요.
Take all the credit. Alright, now, get in your vehicle. You can switch the mode again once you're in the water. Vroom vroom! Vroom vroom! Aboard the new boat-shaped Mephi, we forged ahead into the ever-rising waters. My relationship with Ishmael was still precarious, which was something I still wasn't sure what to do about. But since some of the sinners were also trying to be supportive towards Ishmael, I decided that it would be best if I tried to come up with a solution in the meantime. Maybe I'll find out more the further we get from the shores of the Great Lake.
잘 나아가네요.
It's sailing all right.
그럼 우리 이제 돈 받아서 외식하러 갈 수 있는 거야?
Does that mean we can get paid and go out for a meal now?
돈이라면 아까 받았어요. 계약 이행 완료하자마자 재배지 협회에서 보낸 배송 전문 해결사가 오시더니 바로 잔금을 치러주시던데요.
We actually got our money a minute ago. As soon as we fulfilled our end of the contract, a delivery fixer from the Deviate Association came by and paid us the remainder.
오, 생각보다 어마어마한 회사였는데?
Oh, our contractor turned out to be a pretty big deal, huh?
좋아! 잔뜩 벌었으니 오늘 그랬게 말고 오랜만에 돼지고기 어때? 삼겹살로!
Samgyeopsal! Oh, she's just like me, for real, for real. Hot damn, now that's a catch. How about we take a break from trash crabs and splurge for some pork? Pork belly barbecue? Bruh. Some freaking samgyeopsal? What was it? My mom made a miso marinated pork belly for Korean barbecue one time. Lord have mercy. It is the fucking most delicious thing with like just slices of just raw garlic on it too. Oh my god. I'm telling you guys right now, marinate your fucking pork belly in just the miso paste, grill that shit, and you're mind blown. Freaking mind blown. Oh my god, it's so good. Dude, I'm about to freaking order some for dinner tonight. I'm gonna get some. It's gonna happen. 삼겹살! I'ma have you in my belly. Sounds good, big sis.
그런데 미카.
By the way, Mika.
네?
Yes?
이번 개조 목록에 잠수 기능도 있었어?
When did we add a submersible mode to the modifications?
그럴 리가요?
We didn't?
저거 기우는 것 같은데.
The ship looks like it's listing...
야, 빨리 물 빼!
Oi, get out of the water quick!
양동이는 어딨죠?
Buckets! Where are the buckets?
구멍을 찾았어. 이곳에.
I found a hole. This must be TD. We're off. Glub glub. I love Sharon so much.
구명보트 꺼내올게요.
I'll get the lifeboat.
미약 끝낼 준비나 해야겠네요.
Guess we should also prepare to pony up penalty fees. We're so screwed. Dude, the immediate just like front part of the boat, bottoms, oh my god, just, it's done. Fiend! With our frantic attempts to drain the bus and Sharon's skillful rowing, we managed to get back to the boatworks and have the bus repaired. With that, our voyage on the Great Lake began somewhat in earnest. Damn, it looked all nice and fancy when it changed into a boat and just like, nothing. Nothing. Alright, so that's Canto 5. This, oh, it does. It does have the mini stuff. Okay. Rooms past the back door and the first Walpurgis Night. Alright, let's do those two. Actually, let me grab some water real quick, and take some allergy medicine because my everything's dying real quick. And then we're gonna go into these two like mini stories here. These guys. And then yeah, we do it ID reviews after if we have time. Like I said, if I have to, I'll make it so that like next stream we'll spend like an entire stream doing like reviews and stuff. But just depending on how long this takes, we'll see what we do. But so we start Canto 5. No, I just said we're doing the two mini stuff and then we're gonna do reacts. I think Canto 5 got delayed a lot. I guess, I don't know. That we don't have Walpurgis Night before season 7. That's okay, but I feel like we're still gonna be getting it though. But yeah, just depending on how much time we have, and if it's something that I even wanna, like, I wanna have it so that it's like an entire stream where I can do a react to the IDs and the egos and not have to do like 20 minutes or 40 minutes worth of it and then like have to like break it up type of thing. So, the mini stories are pretty short. That's fine. I said we needed to watch part 2 of Library of Ruina anyway, so they introduced mini events to try and bridge the content gap. Oh, I see. But yeah, so like I said, if we have time to go through the minis, the second part of Library of Ruina, then we'll just do that, and then we can save next stream for doing the reacts so that I actually can get that like prepared. Because I think there's also the animations too, right? Isn't there like an entire video of animations of all of the egos and stuff like that on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken? I think someone mentioned that, or maybe I just made it up, but so that we could do an entire stream of me looking at the art of IDs and egos and their animations. So Sounds good. Yeah, minis and the second part for the stream, maybe. Yeah, so we might just finish up with doing the minis and then the second part of Library of Ruina, and then we can save all of the ID ego stuff for the next one though. So where should we put Dante notes? It depends. How long are Dante notes? Because we can also make that its own stream too. I mean, I'm not in any rush to do the story. So if we do a stream where it's IDs and egos, and then we have a stream where it's Dante notes and we have discussions and mind maps and stuff, and then we go into Canto 5, then we can definitely do that. But yeah, if Dante notes are one of those things that it's gonna like take a hot second, then you know, we can also make that its own stream. So hello, how have the dings been? They've been pretty good. Dante notes are really full stream length. Imagine Dante notes wouldn't take a whole stream or anything. It might take 1 to 2 hours. It's more like a glossary, if I recall. I mean, that's fine. Like I said, we can do mind maps while we do Dante notes. And if you guys have never seen my mind maps, then you guys are in for a treat, so. But the Dante notes would sound like a good idea. Yeah, so that's what I mean. We can combine the two. So we have mind maps for this game, and then we can have Dante notes for that, so. Alright, well let me go ahead and grab some medicine real quick, so that I'm not dying on stream. I'm gonna sit here with the burp sticker. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. Alright, hopefully that'll be better. And we take the burb off. Thank you. There you go. Oh, put myself over a little bit. All right, on to our little meanies. Starting with rooms past the back door, which isn't that similar to... Okay, so we got Dante's Records, bus's back door, beyond the bus's corridor, and then rooms past the back door. Interesting, okay. All of the back doors. All the backdoor stuff. Alright, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Whether we're riding the bus through a forest or navigating the bus boat over a vast lake, our daily routine changes very little.
감사합니다. 지금부터 변동 가능성을 가진 최대 12시간의 수면 및 휴식을 시작합니다.
Thank you kindly.
되시게.
Oh. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. The usual hubbub followed by the usual leisurely idleness. I guess I'm not the only one starting to enjoy these normal routine days. Yeah, these were... We did that the last minis. People were saying that they're going back and adding voices to them now. Because I could have sworn they were voiced. No, I think what they had said during the last minis that we did in the Intervallo was that they originally weren't, but then they were going back and adding them. I don't know if that's correct or not, because this is my first time doing it, so... Not minis? So they've always been voiced? Because I could have sworn that they were voiced. Oh, I mean, I don't know. They've always been voiced for me, so... It wasn't by our choice, though. By now, I thought we'd be sailing vigorously across the waters towards the Lobotomy Core, a Lobotomy Core bridge located somewhere within U-Core. Oh, I meant they weren't. Oh, yeah, okay. Only Cantos and Intervallo. Okay, so they were... So they weren't, but then they were going back and adding them type of thing? Okay. But here we are, unable to leave the coastal side of the Great Lake, dawdling and twiddling our thumbs. Well, it's not like there's been an accident. While Foss didn't elaborate, she explained that we had to wait for now. If I were to hazard a guess, we were waiting here to complete some kind of entry procedure like we did at K-Core. Either that, or we're waiting for someone, probably the Before team, to get in touch with us. Which brings us here, surrounded by nothing but endless water. The sinners chattered about inane subjects before complaining about this immense boredom. But deep down, we were all exhausted from the unending onslaught of physically and emotionally draining happenings. Deep down, we all knew these leisurely days would not last. So, we each elected to enjoy this brief maritime respite in our own ways. Oh, maybe Yusong does not like sailing.
정말 괜찮은 것이오?
If thou needest mine assistance...
수없이 말했으나 또 한 번 대답하자면
As I have repeatedly made myself clear,
나는 괜찮소.
I am quite alright.
속에 있는 것을 자꾸만 호수에게 되돌려주는데 그게 어찌 괜찮단 말이오?
Thy countenance returning the contents within thy stomach to the lake with such vigor saith otherwise. Returning the contents within thy stomach is such a fucking... Thank you, Don. Except for Yisong, who had surprisingly low tolerance for seasickness. This voyage was proving to be rather uneventful. Yisong, the day's over. You can go back to your room now.
드디어 벗어날 수 있는 것인가?
Oh, shall I finally be freed from this suffering? seriously, I told you that you could rest in your room if you wanted.
벗들 또한 고충이 있어. 어찌 나 혼자 그리하겠는가?
Our fellows must also have their share of suffering. I cannot in good faith seek comfort only for myself. You're the one with the biggest share of suffering right now. While I wish that he be more reasonable with himself, I could see where he was coming from. I thought better of it than to try to convince him otherwise. Instead, chose to help Yisong to his room.
고맙소, 단테. 그럼 조금 있다 보겠네.
Thank you, Dante. Then, until later. I waved at him and watched until he stumbled into his room and closed the door behind him.
관리자나리, 그럼 본인도 먼저 휴식을 취하겠네.
Then I shall seek myself respite as well, Manager Esquire. Yeah, rest well. Dawn walked into the same door that Yisong had walked into. I could get a blurry glimpse into her room over her shoulder. I couldn't get a good look at it, but it was certainly not the same room Yisong had walked into. I see these doors every day, but I still don't get it. I should probably be used to this by now, but it's still pretty fascinating how the rooms changed based on who opened the doors. I turned, leaving their shut door behind, ready to return to my room. There's a door immediately to the right side of the demarcation of the corridor we're not allowed to cross. Within that door is a space somewhat different from the sinner's room. In there were the wooden door to my room and the metal door leading to the mirror dungeons. The doors leading to the Luxcavation dungeons, Lux Vacation, and the recently opened door to the Refraction Railway also come into view. No new doors yet. For no reason in particular, I creak those doors open and take a quick peek inside to see if anything changed. Well, I've never actually managed to catch any changes of myself, but who knows? Maybe I'll notice something worth keeping to myself, which I should probably report to Faust. Something must have caught wind of my rather mischievous thought. An ear-splitting siren blares all the way here from the other end of the bus. I mean, what the hell is... Oh, God, this again? M.E. kill the volume. I spun around to face the other side of the corridor. The sinners, alarmed by the noise, were one by one peeking out of their rooms. They were used to this— oh my god. They were used to the siren by now, but that didn't change the unpleasant fact that their sweet private hours were disturbed.
마침 잘 되었네요. 함께 확인하러 가시죠.
Well met, Dante. Well met? What is this, fucking Oblivion? Let us observe this disturbance together. Okay. I accompanied Faust to the helm. She fiddled with a few buttons and shut off the alarm. Incomprehensible, complicated-looking letters began to fill the round screen. Is that a new room?
아무리 파우스트더라도 해독할 수 있는 시간 정도는
Even Faust needs a moment to decipher. Right. I hear the Fighters Guild is looking for— Dude, my new playthrough of Oblivion, I just got to that part of the city where every NPC is like, the Fighters Guild is looking for new recruits. I'm like, shut the f— The siren always comes without warning. And with it appeared the mirror dungeons, the Luxcavation dungeons, and the Refraction Railways. Goddamn. I don't know if it's relevant, but I didn't see anything that would indicate activity when I checked the railway door earlier.
그쪽은 아닐 확률이 제일 높죠.
It is unlikely that anything new would appear from that entrance.
아직 2호선으로 가는 문의 불도 꺼지지 않았는데 그렇게 빠른 시기에 올 거라고는 생각하기 어렵네요.
I find it difficult to believe that the next line would arrive so soon when the glow of the door leading to line 2 has yet to go out. I guess you're right. The first railway really took me by surprise when it appeared. A new door had appeared before us, its edges shimmering with a blue glow, and when we entered it... Ooh. A mysterious vehicle was just sitting there, waiting for us, staring menacingly. Its appearance somewhat resembled that of Mephi, but it was also patently clear that I'd never seen anything like it before. An odd feeling.
철도를 처음 마주했을 때의 기억이 강렬한가 보군요, 단테.
I see that your first encounter with the train has left a strong impression, Dante.
하긴 파우스트가 내부를 확인하려고 진입했을 때 격렬한 반응을 보이셨기도 하고요.
Well, I recall that you had a rather violent reaction when I entered the train to observe its interiors. Come on, I wasn't the only one that freaked out. Everyone did. What if that thing left the station before the rest of us got on? Was what I wanted to say if Faust hadn't already turned around from the screen to which her eyes had been metaphorically glued for a while and walked away. This wasn't it then?
네. 이번 변동성은 저희가 사용할 법한 게 아니네요.
No, this particular volatility is not something we can utilize. Right. I thought it was an awkward time for a new door to appear. Too soon. Too soon.
던전과 철도가 처음 나타난 시기도 묘한 시점이었습니다, 단테. 언제 새로운 요소가 관찰될지 모르니 섣부른 고정관념은 피하는 걸 추천드립니다.
The dungeons and the railways appeared at awkward times as well, Dante. I recommend that you refrain from settling into a premature conclusion. A new variable may present itself at any moment.
그리고
Moreover,
메피스토 팰레스의 엔진이 변동성을 감지해서 울리는 알람은 복도 어딘가에 새롭게 드나들 문이 생겼다는 의미이기도 합니다.
if this volatility has triggered an alarm in Mephi's engine, then it naturally follows that a new door has appeared and an indeterminate location down the corridor?
들어섰다가는 정말 되돌릴 수도 없는 공간이 열릴 수도 있으니 확실하게 파악해둬야겠죠.
This may reveal a space from which no one could never return. Oh, from which one could never return. It is best that we keep track of these incidents. Even Heathcliff won't do anything like that again. Probably.
섣부른 고정관념은
As per my last advice to you, a premature conclusion is...
아무튼 당장에는 큰 문제가 없으니 남은 휴게 시간을 즐기는 편이 합당하다는 생각이 드네요.
Regardless, no serious issues have been detected at this moment. It would be most apt that we enjoy our remaining rest period.
먼저 돌아가겠습니다. 편하게 쉬세요, 단테.
Now, if you will excuse me, rest well, Dante. With those... Jesus Christ. With those as her parting words, Faust disappeared into her room in her usual manner. Left alone again on this boat? I looked at the numerous letters displayed on the screen. Numbers, unintelligible letters, drawings, and symbols depicting something. I had to shake my clockhead after staring at that dizzying sight for a while. I wonder if this is how Yi-sung felt earlier. Oh, I'm starting to feel nauseous. I was barely able to hold back the vertigo from setting in. Time to saunter back to my room. Let's turn in early tonight. Dude, fucking... I experienced vertigo one time. That's just not fun. That's not fun at all. Do not recommend. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. First Walpurgis Night. How many Walpurgis Nights have we had so far? 2? 1? Are we about to have our third one? Are we about to have our second one? That's coming up in May? Vertigo is horrible. 6? Oh. 5 or 6? Okay, so we'll just say 5 or 6. Alright, cool. Will Walpurgis Night have will always have a mini like this, or is there an event that's associated with it, or is it something where it just opens up IDs and stuff that you can pull for? 5 now, 6 after. It's always a mini? Oh, okay, okay. I gotcha. I didn't know if there was an event that was like associated with it. First wall PP only had a mini. I'm so tilted at no wall PPs. Okay. Another day, another prolonged and dreary period. I can't get over the wall PP now. God damn it. Another prolonged and dreary period of waiting, and some more waiting for something to happen. Of course, our bus boat was still floating on the coastal Great Lake. Voices of discontent among the sinners started small, but they have been growing increasingly incessant as of late. Holy crap! Oh my god, all the sirens! All of a sudden an ear-splitting siren echoes throughout the cabins. It's that alarm again. Warning of us of a volatility in Mephi, but it was much louder, much more painful than the ones we've heard before. And this time, it wasn't the only thing that assaulted our senses. Huh? We've never had flashing lights like this before, right?
또 뭐야? 이 망할 고물버스 뭐 잘못 집어먹은 거 아니야?
What is it this time? The hell did you feed this bloody rickety bus?
드디어 길고 긴 기다림이 끝나고 모험의 시작으로 들어서는가?
Ooh, this must be a signal that the long-awaited adventure is finally nigh.
이게 저희가 기다리던 건가요?
Is this what we've been waiting for this whole time? No. Vergil frowned as though he sensed that something was off. He turned to Faust. It was one of those rare occasions when I could sense the slightest hint of confusion from him.
비상. 메피가 터질 것처럼 울고 있어.
Wee woo, wee woo. Mephi's blaring and crying. Mephi's sick?
파우스터 씨, 이런 알림 형식은 사전에 전달받지 못했는데.
What is this, Miss Faust? I wasn't informed about a siren like this before.
우선 잘못된 사실부터 정정하겠습니다. 메피스토펠레스는 고물버스가 아닙니다.
Oh my god, Faust, not the time.
무언가를 먹는 행위도 하지 않습니다.
First, a correction of falsehoods is in order. Mephi is not bloody rickety, and eating is not a part of its behaviors.
연료 보급을 위해
Oh my god, dude, turn the siren off!
사용하긴 하지만 문제되지 않을 뿐더러 잘못되어도 전부 분해 후에 수리가 가능한.
It does make infrequent use of the encaphalin supply gear installed in the engine for fuel, but that is of no negative consequence. Even if it was, whatever issues that may arise can handily be repaired after a proper total disassembly.
말이 그렇다는 거지. 그래서 대체 무슨 일인데 이게? 터지기 직전 같잖아.
That was just a figure of speech. Ugh. So what's this now? Sounds like the bus is about to explode.
메피스토펠레스를 고물버스라 칭하는 것은 파우스트의 심혈을 기울인 설계와
To label Mephi as some bloody rickety bus completely disregards the amount of pain and effort Faust dedicated to designing and
히스클리프 씨, 아까 하신 말씀 취소 안 하면 계속 저러실 것 같은데요.
Heathcliff, if you don't take it back, I don't think she's ever going to stop. Seriously?
히스, 빨리 취소해. 이렇게 설명도 못 듣고 있다가 진짜 이거 터져버리면 어떡하라고.
Yeah, Heath, take it back. The bus might actually blow up before she explains anything.
아까 말한 거.
I take back what I said earlier.
아까라는 표현은 매우 범위가
Oh
넓고
my god.
파우스트는 그것이 구체적으로 어떤 발언을 취소하려는 뜻인지 알 수 없습니다. 대신 파우스트는 구체적으로 메피스토펠레스의 대단함을 설명할 수 있습니다. 가령 이 나사는
I cannot comprehend what you were attempting to take back. Your rather abstract reference to this unknown concept that you supposedly mentioned earlier is hardly clarifying. Anyway, allow me to list the specifications of screws used in Mephi's construction that make this creation so impressive. First,
이 버스 고물이라고 말한 거 뭐 잘못 먹었냐는 거 취소한다고 미안하다고.
Fine. I take back what I said about the bus. It's not bloody rickety and it doesn't eat. I'm sorry, alright? The cabin briefly echoes with his cries, then a brief silence. Dude, she's such a troll. Look at her little slight freaking smirk. She's like, you son of a bitch, Faust. I think I saw Faust flash the briefest grin of satisfaction.
좋습니다.
Good.
연극은 끝났나? 별로 우습지도 않으니 인내심을 그만 시험해줬으면 좋겠어.
Is the clown show over? This juvenile, tedious exchange is testing my patience. Yeah, it's a bit different from the usual alarms. I don't think this one's for a new door.
간단합니다. 그 밤이 찾아온 거죠.
It is quite simple. The night is here.
하여튼 말.
What do you mean? I know that one! I know that one! Ah, fuck. I don't know that one. TOI sync? Talk or I snap your- Oh, okay.
발푸르기스의 밤이 찾아온 것 같습니다.
Walpurgis Night is here, it seems.
지금은 밤이 아니다만 적어도 이 연안에서는
Jesus Christ, Mercel. The night is not here. That is very apparent, at least in this coastal area.
당장 눈에 보이는 태양을 확인할 수 없는 현상인
Mr.
밤에 대한
Literal
이야기가
over
아닙니다.
here. Oh my god. The name does not refer to the time of day in which the sun moves beyond our line of sight.
그렇다면 이것은 현상에 지어진 이름이라는 말로 들리는구려.
Then it appears to me that by that designation you are referring to a certain phenomenon? Yisang seemed to be doing a little better now that the waves have died down somewhat.
네, 메피스토 팰리스 엔진은 여러 기능을 탑재하고 있지만 그 중에서도 여러분에게 와닿는 것은 아마 인격과 에고의 추출일 것입니다.
I am, indeed. I am certain that all of you are most familiar with the fact that extracting identities and egos from mirror worlds is one of the many functions of Mephi's engine.
하지만 추출이 가능한 범위는 다소 한정되어 있는 편입니다. 점차 늘어가고는 있지만
But its reach is rather limited. Even as it has expanded over our journey, we have yet to reach mirror worlds that are too far from our own.
그것도 황금가지와 관련이 있나? 우리의 여정이 진행되는 것에 맞추어 새로운 것이 끄집어 올려지는 것으로 보였는데.
Is this the Golden Bow's doing? I noticed that it was fishing up more and more new things the longer our journey went on.
아주 틀린 답은 아니겠군요. 관리자님과 우리 수감자들이 경험하는 것에 따라서 추출 범위가 점차 넓어져 가니까요.
Broadly speaking, yes, you could say that. Dante and our collective experiences gradually expand our range of extractions.
보통 그런 추출은 대가를 치르고 추출해야만 하지만 경험하셨던 것처럼 갑자기 튀어나오는 인격패들이 존재합니다. 기억하시겠죠, 단테?
Normally, extractions require a certain resource, but there were times when the identity cards appeared out of nowhere. Do you recall them, Dante? Yeah. Some of them just randomly popped out of the engine.
잠깐. 못 따라가겠어서.
Wait. Slow down.
인격패는 또 뭐냐?
The hell's an identity card?
아, 모르셨나요? 히스클리프 씨는 항상 관심 있는 것에만 관심을 가지신단 말이죠. 조금 부럽기도 하네요.
Oh, you still don't know? I'm jealous of you, Heathcliff. You have a talent for ignoring anything you don't care about. Damn. Wait, I gotta sneeze. Oh my god, I'm being fucked up by these allergies, man.
깨지고 싶냐?
Ugh. You looking to get your head smashed in or what?
자, 그만 싸우자고. 저 길잡이 양반도 시퍼렇게 쳐다보고 있는데.
Right. Knock it off, you guys. Guidebud's giving us the evil eye.
아무튼 그 뭐냐, 그거야 그거. 관리자 양반이 엔진에서 종종 뭘 끄집어내서 들고 오잖아.
They're, you know, the the things. Manager Bud pulls out the engine from time to time.
다른 세계라고 했던가? 어? 거울 세계. 그건가? 아무튼 그쪽 세계에 우리가 어떤 모습인지 그려져 있는 물건 말하는 거야.
Is this?
응? 네모난 그거.
Is this kind of like a breaking the fourth wall moment where they're talking about us doing our gotcha pulls for our identities and for our egos and stuff? Like, kinda-ish? Talking about how the manager will get these little rectangular objects of depictions of our other selves and stuff. Kinda. Gotcha is canon, but it's all in setting. Yeah. Kinda canon to the universe. No, like, I get that there are, like, the mirrors and the depictions of other selves, though, but... Oh, it is in the actual universe? They explain some game mechanics universe. Gotcha pulls are canon? Oh, that's true! We did talk about Yi-Sung inventing the gotcha. Yeah. Our screen is Dante's PDA. XP tickets are canon too. Dante has to gotcha for IDs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot we did talk about Yi-Sung in Canto 4 inventing gotcha.
맞아요. 마치 마작패 같죠?
Yes, that. Oh, the things that look like mahjong tiles.
나는 웨이퍼 과자 같다고 생각했는데.
I thought they looked a bit like wafers.
인격이 담겨 있는 물건이 마치 패와 같으니 어느샌가 그걸 인격패라고 부르게 되었던 것 같소.
I believe their denomination comes from their appearance as cards that contain identities. Thus, it naturally flows that they are named identity cards.
그러니까 우리가 그 네모난 장난감 같은 걸로 변신한다고?
So we're using those rectangular toys to transform into our alternate selves?
난 그런 거 쓴 적 없는데.
Never used them before. That's because I'm the one using them.
관리자님의 단말기에는 가지고 있는 인격패와 에고를 직접 장착할 수 있는 홈들이 마련되어 있습니다. 저희가 각각 전투에 임할 때 해당 내용이 반영되죠.
On the device issued to Dante are indentations through which identity cards and ego can be inserted. They are reflected when we participate in a battle.
자꾸 싸우기 전에 뭘 만지작거리고 있나 했더니.
Oh, so that's what they were fidgeting with before every fight. I could tell from his flabbergasted expression that none of it had ever occurred to Heathcliff. On the other hand, Don wore a somewhat forlorn expression. What's wrong, Don?
이런 상황에서 이스마엘 군이었다면 아직도 그걸 몰랐냐? 라느니 한심하다. 라느니 하고 있을 텐데 막상 보이지도 들리지도 않으니 마음이 섭섭하네.
Is this not about the time when Ishmael would intrude upon this conversation and denounce Heathcliff with biting words such as, "You still didn't know? That's just like you. This emptiness weighs heavily upon mine heart."
아, 그렇네. 그게 부족했네.
Ah, you're right. Something was missing from this whole convo. I knew it.
이 새끼들이.
Right, daft bastards.
가만.
Enough.
설명이 밀려 있습니다, 파우스트 씨. 그쯤하고 이 초록색 불빛에 대해 마저 설명하는 게.
We're not getting the information we need, Miss Faust. Please explain the present situation. What are these green lights?
관리자님이 광기라는 대가를 치르지 않고도 얻었던 그 인격 패들로 미루어 보아 메피스토펠레스의 추출 기능은 불확실성에 따른 예측 불가적 특징을 지닌다고 설명할 수 있을 것입니다.
Understood. If we take into account the case of identity cards Dante received without spending any lunacy, we can draw a conclusion that the Mephi extraction has an element of unpredictability tied to its uncertainty.
뭐라는 거야?
What the hell is she blathering about now? Dude, this shit just going straight over Heathcliff's head.
그대가 설계한 것에 불확실성이 개입한다는 것은
Yet this item is of your design. To say that it is an element of unpredictability would indicate that.
맞습니다. 이 엔진은 엔케팔린을 연료로 나아가지만 추출과 재구축 기능에 있어서는 혼돈, 쉽게 말해 일종의 가능성을 연료로 하고 있죠.
Correct. Enkephalin fuels the engine, yes. However, extractions and reconstructions utilize chaos. Chaos? Well, in easier terms, you could say that it uses the concept of possibilities itself as fuel.
어딘가에 있을 여러 거울 세계의 줄기들 중에서 관측이 확실해진 것을 찾을 때마다 추출의 범위가 늘어나는데 지금은 그 가능성들의 경계가 완전히 허물어진 것이죠.
Our extraction range grows when we are able to clearly observe specific possibilities in the infinitely branching mirror worlds. During this period, however, the borders between the mirror realities are entirely shattered.
현재를 기점으로 과거, 미래 3년의 오차 안에 있던 추출의 범위가 발프루기스의 밤이 찾아올 때는 10년, 어쩌면 그 이상의 범위로 늘어나게 되는 겁니다.
Using the present as our anchoring point, it could be said that our current extraction range is approximately 3 years to the past or future. During Walpurgis Night, however, that range grows to about 10 years or even more. Why is she slurp like that though? Why is she going? Maybe I need to stop slurping on stream, bro. That's how I fucking die. In that case, thou meanest to say that identities of prominent fixtures from times past may grace us with?
이론상으로는요. 하지만 발프루기스의 밤은 그만의
Fucking
독립성을
hell.
가지기 때문에 모든 가능성을 무수하게 추출할 수는 없을 겁니다.
Theoretically speaking, yes, but each Walpurgis Night has its own peculiarities. It will not let us reach into all potential possibilities. Jesus. Dawn is just going fucking feral right now, bro. She can't even put a sentence together. Oh my god. Does that mean that we may also be availed our alternate selves as the legendary fixer? The arch magnificence, the one and only? Red Mist?
가능성은 매우 낮지만 부정까지 하지는 않겠습니다.
That is extremely unlikely, but I will not completely dismiss the possibility.
범인은 이 세계가 있기 위해 필연적으로 얽혀있던 세계. 예를 들면 백야, 흑주가 있기 전에 로보토미 코퍼레이션 본사 때의 시점이 대표적이겠군요.
The extended range, I suppose, could be defined by worlds affected by entities that were indispensable to the formation of this current state of the world. An example of that would be the Lobotomy Corporation headquarters prior to White Nights and Dark Days incident.
어떤 의미에서는 전곡을 찌르는 질문이었네요. 돈키호테.
In some ways, your words sometimes find a roundabout way to the truth, Don. I didn't know who this Red Mist was, nor did I know what White Nights and Dark Days was. But I could hazard a guess that they both must have been pretty significant, considering that Vergil's face grew visibly tense as soon as they were mentioned. The sinners were unsettled too.
정리하자면 이번 알림은 어떠한 긴급적인 상황은 아니라는 것이 결론이겠군.
We can conclude that this siren is no cause for any immediate concern then.
그렇습니다. 가끔 찾아오는 축제 정도로 말할 수 있겠네요. 아직까지는요.
No, it isn't. Consider it a festival that arrives once in a while for now.
축제, 신나는 일, 카름도 신나.
Festival, festive times. Sharon is festive too.
전부 이해가 된 건 아니지만 우리가 기다리던 신호는 아니군요.
I don't know if I got all that, but this isn't what we've been waiting for, is it?
맞아. 대기는 그대로다.
No, we will continue to wait. The sinners sighed and groaned with disappointment as the newfound anticipation fizzled. Well, something did happen, but it wasn't something that would get us moving. I can see what a disappointment this might be to them.
시끄러운 녹색불은 언제 꺼지는 거지?
So, how do we stop that green light from flashing?
엔진에서 추출을 진행하기만 하면 자동으로 꺼질 겁니다. 안심하세요.
It will turn itself off when Dante extracts something from the engine. Do not worry.
자, 이제 다들 적당히 해산해. 관리자, 당신은 빨리 추출을 진행해서 저 알람 좀 끄도록.
Right. Back to business, all. Dante, extract something and turn that alarm off.
좋말. 새 것이 나와도 기껏 뒷문 탐방이나 하고 다니겠지.
WAD. We'll just be running more dungeons through the back door with whatever new thing they pull anyway.
그래도 언제 이렇게 유유자적 있어 보겠나요?
Still, this leisureliness is a very rare opportunity, isn't it?
기다리는 자에게 복이 있다 하였소.
Blessed be the patient ones, or so it is said. Every sinner says their piece before returning to their seats. Some of them walk out of the cabin to gaze at the lake. It's something they must be growing a tad tired of doing at this point. Maybe they're just going out for a long sigh. And Otis walked up to me.
관리자님, 신경 쓰이지 않으십니까?
Are you not worried, executive manager? Huh?
저 괴짜 과학자가 아직까지는 이라고 말했습니다. 뭔가 뒤가 더 있는 거죠.
About what that mad scientist said. For now. There has to be more to that statement. Should I investigate this matter further? Otis was right. While Faust did tell us to consider this nothing more than a festival that arrives once in a while, she definitely knew more than she was letting on. But if Faust speaks of something in her characteristically cryptic manner, it means that she'll never tell us until she wants to. Well, it does bother me a little, but right now, we don't have a lot of options. Let's just put a pin in it for now. Otis nodded affirmatively, bowed, and returned to her seat. Well, let's get extracting like Faust said. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Oh, dang it. Okay, so that's kind of the, I guess, like the first introduction to their Walpurgis Night event, I guess they said, but no Walpurgil in a month. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, okay. That's cool. That's cool that they have like a little kind of like a little backstory, like a mini little thing for it though. I wish it gave you like a free temple in the Walpurgis Night banner, even if it was out of season. So they just like expect you to just use whatever lunacy you have saved up and just pull. Then remember the first Walpurgis happened. The first Walpurgis happened this late in the game. Oh, after Canto 4? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Like freaking sinking. Walpurgis main things people save for. Yeah, I figured. Because we were talking about that on the, I think last stream. People were just saying to save for Walpurgis because it's coming up in, like a month or so. A couple weeks, whatever. I think they're doing collabs with the previous games. The thing is, like, it's like the only banner worth pearling on because almost everyone else goes to the shard extract. Outside of Walpurgis, you should dispense. Oh yeah, I think we looked at that. Yeah, we looked at this stuff. Now, will this section get updated with other IDs and egos, or is it just gonna be these ones that are already there? Like, do they usually rotate other stuff in here? Or is it just gonna be these ones? 200 full saved up for Walpurgis. The shop opened. I mean, I know it opens up on Walpurgis Night, but I'm talking about what they have in it though. It's basically the web shop and all the stuff there. Get some new ones added. They updated to the last Walpurgis that took place. New IDs keep getting added every Walpurgis, and the last egos and IDs will get added to the next one. Okay. Yeah, I get that this opens up when Walpurgis happens. I just didn't know about the contents of it, though. Then you can't shard for the units for the current PP. I mean, I figured as much. Your previews was updated so you can get Heathcliff with a ponytail. Let's go! Let's go! So let's start the full stop office IDs for Heathcliff and HELLOOOO. Oh yeah, that's something that I need to... Let's see here. I don't remember where I looked at them. Where was it that I could look at shards again? It's all there from it's all there, everything from Walpurgis, so your example, last Walpurgis had Sniper, Cliff, and John Wick, HELLOOOO. So Windows where? Oh, inventory. Okay. Oh, these guys here, these shards. So it doesn't look like I have a lot of shards though. So I can pity, dispense, and Walpurgis. Oh yeah, I think we also had something for shards. These, right? These ones? Yeah, I think we said that too. We said we had boxes for them though. So we could like save. Cause didn't we say that the random ones are random, but these ones are specific though? The yellow ones you can actually pick. So you can actually have like a certain one that it can go towards, type of thing. Yeah, yellow lets you pick. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me. I remember. Yeah, it's like the Nika modes. At the end of the season, half of them get turned into uptime material. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, end of season, they get turned into uptie. So, I was told to save the box because we were gonna get new season first and then Walpurgis. So I was told not to open the box until after the new season, right? Because if at the end of the season, if they're gonna get turned into uptime material, then I just wasted like a whole bunch of the freaking yellow ones. The yellow gives you 1 to 3 shards for a chosen sinner per box. Okay. Yeah, I'll hold. Oh, wait. Oh, the boxes get threaded too? And there really want shards or uptime material. Boxes converting as well, I feel like is S. Do half of the boxes get converted as well? Or is it just the shards? Or is it both? Are they both equally halved? Yeah, okay. Both shards are get cut in half. Oh, get cut in half at the end of the season. Oh, that's so fortunate. That's so fortunate. But I have 0 threads, so I'll take it. Okay, this is why I'm spending my boxes before next season, and personally, you might as well open the red boxes now. I mean, I'll open them when I want to open them. On one side, I hate thread farming. I don't think anyone likes farming in general. I mean, at least for me, having to farm shit in any game, to be honest, is just like, ugh. I don't want to, but I know I got to, though. Ah, shit, there's ads. Alright, well, we have until, what? Wouldn't they say the new season was coming out? Was it May 8th or the 15th? What was the exact date for the new season? Let's see, 15th is a Thursday, so that's 1, 2, 3 weeks from now. Okay, and then Walpurgis is gonna happen after that. Okay, so yeah, we got... So we do have like a month. Okay. I see, I see. I'm saying that there's no reason to hold on to red boxes since the contents are random and either way the same number of them get converted. I understand that, but that doesn't mean I have to open them now. Da, 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 da. So 2 or 3 streams for a while. Yeah, shards turn into thread and shard boxes will turn into thread boxes. Yep, got it. Got it. Yeah, so then we'll have a couple more streams, which is fine because then we could do the ID ego stuff. Let's see. I could do the ID ego stuff on next Sunday. And then on the 11th, which is before the new whatchamacallit, could probably do some extra stuff like reading Dante's notes and other content that's in the game before Walpurgis comes out. Maybe even dipping into Canto 5 a little bit if we need to. And then on the 18th, no, Canto 5, yeah, Canto 5, okay, and then, yeah, the new season on the 18th, and then after that will probably be Walpurgis stuff, though, so. Release contests in parts, so Walpurgis will likely take place at least a month after the first part releases. I think they'll, get some IDs at the start of the new season, but not sure. You do have enough yellow boxes right now to be decently sure you can get 400 shards for any sinner, since on average you get 2 shards per box. Yeah, I figured. I'll probably keep getting more boxes as I do more, whatchamacallit, battle pass stuff too. I gotta keep doing my mirror dungeons, every day, just so I can keep working up that battle pass. I can't wait until I go for an ID or an ego and everyone's like, no, streamer, not that one. I'm bracing myself for it. I'm bracing myself. So the upcoming Walpurgis will be from Lobotomy Core this time. I still have a box to get most of the Blood Fiends. I regret nothing. Since the last one was Ruina stuff. I see. And then when is the Arc Knights collab supposed to come out? In the fall, right? Or is that in the summer? Streamer, you gotta shard my favorite ID. The only bad ID egos is the ones you don't want. Oh, in October? Okay. Why do you have free will to make choices, streamer? You'd be surprised. People try to make it a point that I don't have any free will when it comes to playing games. It's crazy. And then when I call them out for it, then they get all mad. Like, they didn't just try to control how I play a game. It's insane. Around October. Alright, so in the fall. I'll just say in the fall. I came back to watch a clip of Artie failing to slurp. What did I miss? Wait, who clipped the slurp? Who clipped that shit? Of course it's Lynn. God damn it. Fucking Lynn, bro. Hi, Bunny. How you doing? Arc Knight's ego stuff will truly be limited time, most likely, since they're gonna be gone. I figure whenever it comes to collab stuff, things are gonna be very limited. Very, very limited, but... I know, so the Discord, yeah, I just looked. Hold on. I looked in the Discord at Twitch clips, and I was like, who did it? Oh, there's Lynn. Yep. Wait, how bad was the slurp thing, though? Hold on. Was it bad? Why is she slurp like that though? Why is she going? Dude, that's like the 3rd time, bro. That's like the 3rd time I can't freaking slurp without just like choking on my own spit. Oh my god, that happens way too frequently. That's so dumb. I hate it. It's a skill issue for sure. Already dying on stream? Yeah, that's pretty standard. Whether it's drinking water, breathing, a spider falling down on my face, yeah. Luckily we haven't had any spiders. I say that now, knock on wood, and we haven't had a spider incident, so I'm kind of glad about that, but that shit is, yeah. Stream is always trying to ruin me somehow though, but it's all good. It's all good. Alright. I know I said I wanted to watch. Let me see how long this part 2 thing is for, Library of Ruina. Library of Ruina. Part 2? Who was the one that made the videos? Was it Wordsmith? Was it Wordsmith that was the one that made the videos that we were watching? Party stream highlights, scuff, yap sessions, already trying not to die on stream. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. Oh yeah, it is Wordsmith. Okay. 53 minutes? Oh, bro. Okay. I know that they never continued making the rest of the parts of Library of Ruina, so we're only gonna get like what, 2? I don't think they made a 3 type of thing. So I think that's like all we got. Let me see. And then let me make sure the Chrome window is
Brief summary of Library of Ruina. Here we'll be covering everything from Urban Plague to Urban Nightmare and all the content that is unlocked along with it. I'll repeat this here since apparently people didn't understand it when I said it in the first video, so I'll restate. This video is made without the context of extraneous content, namely stuff like Limbus, Leviathan, and Distortion Detective. Please don't talk about stuff from them until they get their own videos. Also, while I respect that you've got a lot of fun facts, please refrain from posting them until the big collected video comes out so all the context can be found in one place. Yes, this includes stuff from the art book. Yes, this includes details the audience won't be privy to at this point in the story. Just be patient, we'll get there. Thank you, let's go ahead and get started.
Hey, Thelma, my main man. What's going
my
on?
main man.
I'm busy. Tell me what you want or hang up.
Wow, harsh. Is that any way to talk to the guy who got you the head position of the Southern Branch?
What would you like us to do for you, sir?
That's more like it. I'm sending you a list.
Moshi moshi.
You'll need to take care of everything on it for me.
God. Oh, it's all in my left ear.
In this day and age?
Listen, I'm not in a
Fucking
great
fax
position
machine,
at the
bro.
moment. Just read the damn papers.
You know these are all ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely. And you know exactly the team to send out, right?
Section 2.
Oh, you can pick up on subtleties. May wonders never cease.
And you are aware that the library, a newly appointed and very dangerous urban plague, is on this list too.
Oh, I'm well aware of that.
Hey Roland, what's your favorite ship?
Hey,
Not
Roland.
sure, I never made my way down to the port districts. No, not the nautical ones, like pairing your favorite fictional characters together.
Oh, that ship.
I don't really read that much, or have a lot of experience with romantic stuff. Oh, me neither, it's just fun to imagine. What, were you some kind of shut-in fixer? Oh no, I've had a wife. I was just never very good with the whole romance thing. Oh ho ho, now you have to tell me more. I love stuff like this. Alright, well, fair warning, it's not exactly like one of your books. There's not a happy ending. That's alright, I'm kind of used to unhappy endings here. Well, if you insist. We used to work together. She was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, and I had absolutely no idea how to get her to notice me. But she did, despite it all. We continued working together for a while after we started seeing each other in a more serious way. Eventually, we saved up enough to semi-retire. You never really leave the fixer life behind, you know? But we figured it was a good time to take a step back, relax for a while, maybe even start a family. It was a good time. I never had anyone really care about me like that, and I loved her just the same. But one day I got a call about a job that was pretty lucrative, and the district specialized in her favorite foods, so, you know, why not? I went off and did the job. I came back home to a corpse.
Oh.
While I was away, something big happened in my home district, and the house collapsed on top of her. It's the kind of thing that can happen to anyone in the city. Wow, that's awful, Roland. I'm sorry to hear that. This is this and that is that. Not a whole lot I can do about it. Still, it's surprising to hear someone call me by my name and not by some title. It's nice, probably the third most surprising thing to happen to me since I came here. Oh, what's the second? That this work suits me so well. I wasn't exactly a combat specialist back in the day, so, you know, killing people with regularity like this is surprisingly easy. Don't bother asking about the most surprising thing. You'll find out about that soon enough. No sense in spoiling things. Oh yeah, I hate spoilers. Hard to avoid them when you've got every possible permutation of knowledge in here. Sometimes I find a book with the cover
That's
of the
crazy.
first
They don't
entry
even like
series, but
spoilers
surprise,
either.
it's actually the fifth under there. I swear, this place likes to play tricks on me like that. But seriously though, Roland, I'm sorry about your wife. Is there anything I can do for you? Don't worry about that. I've been working on something for a while to help out. The phrase helps a lot. That's right, Hod told me about it. She said something about seething and malding too, but I didn't get what she meant. Yeah, I honestly don't understand half the words that come out of her mouth after she found that one book of internet lingo. Okay, let's talk about the way the game is structured from here on out. At the very end of the last video, the path split in two, with each arc setting up some plot points for future stuff, those being the Stray Dog Syndicate looking for info to help in a brewing conflict in the remains of Belcorp's nest, and the Molar Office addressing a burgeoning disaster on a warp train. A brewing conflict in the remains of Belcorp's nest, and the Molar Office.
It's the Molar Office! It's them! And the incident on the warp train. Yup. There they are. Yay! There they are. We found the connection.
On a warp train, which is supposed to get its riders to their destination in 10 seconds, but was stalled for over a day when we last left them. To make matters even more complicated, the path splits once again, meaning we now have 4 different paths to cover, each with 2 tiers for both Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. We'll be covering each row completely before moving on to the next, and we'll be varying which order we'll be covering the columns. This will be pretty complicated.
Oh my god.
Sorry for that, but I'd like to replicate the experience of
Bro, why that look like my mind map though?
We'll be covering each row completely before moving on to the next, and we'll be varying which order we'll be covering the columns. This will be pretty.
I'm not even kidding. This is what like my mind maps actually look like. POV, you are watching a story summary. Oh my god, that's like a 1-to-1. I like know exactly what all of this says.
Complicated, and I'm sorry for that, but I'd like to replicate the experience of playing the game as close as possible, so we're going in an order that's kind of similar to the ideal route as far as I can put it together. Please don't bombard me with comments about a meta route. I guarantee no one.
Oh my god, the meta. They can't even get away from story meta. That's crazy.
From left to right, they are the Syndicate, Fixer, Ego, and Wing columns. Now that's not to say that each of these columns will only have their stated faction as their enemies. For instance, Fixers pop up all over the place, and Syndicate members are a consistent threat as well. But these are the general themes I've noticed with each of them. Anyway, let's go ahead and ease ourselves into the roller coaster ride with our first reception.
Hi, Beanie.
Hey, that sounds pretty fun. I wonder what they look. Oh God, what the f is that? It's like if Lovecraft was obsessed with Japan instead of just being a terrible goblin man. Okay, so these dark web hentai-looking motherfuckers are the Carnival. They're one of the only factions that has the ability to create nouveau fabric, a hyper-resilient textile that lets you be dripped out of your mind while having the durability of a reinforced steel bulkhead. To just show you how absurdly advanced the city is technologically, this is the equivalent to power armor. Our Carnival members are currently eating a batch of sweepers, a group we're still hearing about but have yet to see in person aside from one bit in Lobotomy Corporation. They're complaining about the taste, which seems in theme for everything we've heard about the sweepers. Oh, that's how said super resistant fabric is made, by the way. Eating people. Honestly, it's one of the more mildly messed up ways of procuring things in the city. They're doing so because they received something called a prescript that instructed them to hunt sweepers for a week. While they're musing on the trash food they've got to eat, a newcomer shows up, a boy named Jan, who delivers to them a new prescript instructing them to enter the library. They debate whether they should follow it because it's just an invitation and not an ordinary prescript, but Jan reminds them that if they reject it, the index will come down on them. At the same time, the members of yet another new faction arrive. These guys are the Kurakumo clan, and they're associated with the Thumb, while Yan and the Carnival are members of the Index. They debate killing Jan, but as everyone there is busy, they collect their order of fabric from the Carnival and leave it at that. The Carnival then heads into the library and are promptly bonked for their scuffed method of speech. Our next reception starts with a man attending a cult meeting, which is always a dubious way to start things. He feels a sense of disconnect and dissatisfaction with his life, like he's just some cog in a great vast machine. However, a beautiful female voice speaks, telling him that he is, in fact, a gear. We all are. And a gear is only
Lamau.
happy if it spins in concert with the gears around it. She invites him to sit in a chair so he can discover the type of gear that he is, which will help him find his place in the greater machine of the city. He turns out to be a thought gear, whose purpose is to drive the meat gears of the city. She has thought gears herself that advise her decisions, one of which is even her father. The man is afraid as the chair he sits on comes to life and proceeds to do something involving a lot of blood and buzzsaws. Don't worry, in the North American version, they're just dark energy discs. Eileen, the woman in question, picks up the gear that used to be a man and slots him into her gear makeup. Her followers celebrate the arrival of a new thought gear. But then gunfire rings out. A fixer office called Full Stop Office has been watching this whole thing and annihilated most of the cult in a hail of actual bullets, which we haven't seen much of yet. Eileen herself manages to dodge waves of bullets, but one hits her after Full Stop's leader manages to read her movements. But right as the killing blow comes for her, a man swoops in to save her life. Meet our funny blue blur, Argalia. He's a full-on color fixer, one of the most powerful fixers in the city that's basically a one-man army in and of himself. When they see him, Full Stop knows that they're completely outclassed and decide to retreat. Argalia leaves a man that looks like a spooky skeleton behind to watch over Eileen while he goes to hunt down Full Stop. The office pulls out their emergency escape option, an invitation to the library. But Argalia catches up to them before they can sign it. They open fire on him, but he easily dodges, parries, and completely ignores their shot.
Shit.
Full Stop's leader bargains with Argalia, who replies with a lol, lamau, and starts counting down until he kills them. They try to sign the invitation and escape, but can't find a pen. Argalia, being a helpful little goblin, hands them his own pen, they sign it, and vanish. They get bonked, but Roland brings up an interesting point about firearms in the city. It's such a technologically advanced location that guns are kind of bad. Most people are able to get access to immense power from relatively simple methods that let them outpace or even overpower ammunition. Yeah, they can kill most inexperienced enemies, but anyone that's actually competent will be able to completely deny them, making the expense of using them a waste. And the reason they're so expensive, despite their simple production, is that the head heavily restricts the usage of firearms through taxes. Roland believes that this is a deliberate choice on the part of the head in order to make killing a more personally intense experience. Angela comments that there's plenty of death going around even without firearms being widespread. Our next reception is the Dawn office. They're a member of the Leo Association and have 3 members: the leader, an old and very experienced fixer named Salvador, another extremely skilled fixer named Yuna, and their grade 5 apprentice, a young man named Philip, who apparently makes great tea. He and Salvador are chilling in the office when Sal mentions how an associate of his, Walter from Y-Corp, has passed away in the library. Philip expresses sympathy for his mentor's loss, but Salvador tells him to stuff it because Walter was a prick. This is the start to a running bit where everyone that knew Walter absolutely hated the man. What nice friends. Yuna shows up mentioning how she just got back from dealing with a dangerous request called the 1,000 Needles that could only have been caused by straight up magic, and it turns out to have been perpetrated by yet another entity called Yesterday's Promise. Quick fun fact, that body the rats found in the first reception had the same mark on it that the stick in the 1,000 Needles case does, implying that this same Yesterday's Promise entity was responsible. Salvador announces that they're going to be taking on the library as a new urban plague threat. Philip is nervous because this is his first urban plague tier job, but Salvador encourages him to see it as a learning experience. Before they head out, they plan on updating Wedge Office, their sister office, about the situation, but they're busy dealing with another threat. They also discuss having a party at Salvador's house afterwards, which Philip feels oddly
the
worried
way he
about.
edits
Salvador
this video
notices
is
and
fucking
promises
top
to have
tier.
a good talk with Philip about it later. For now, they have work to do. During the reception, both Salvador and Yuna are killed and turned into books, while Philip manages to barely escape. Afterwards, Roland expresses surprise that Salvador is still kicking. Apparently, he knew him back in the day, but didn't bother to get to talk to him again since, you know, he was gonna die in there and everything. Our final reception for this row is with the Gaze office. They're a fixer office, more focused on private investigation work opposed to police, mercenary, or wet work. They've been hired by a group called Kane Office to sneak some kind of an absolute observation device on a warp train to see what goes on inside it so they might be able to figure out how its singularity works. Dangerous work, considering the links wings will go to in order to keep their secrets safe. Not only that, they screw up.
Wait. Did he add a Destiny ghost in here but then put an eyeball on it? Or is that actually in the... That's not actually in Library of Ruina, is it? Oh, he did? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, for like the last 2 seconds, the last 2 seconds before this screen went away, my eye caught that and I was like, wait a minute, that looks like a freaking Destiny ghost.
Invitationally become a how-to guide on VTubing or something. We get some brief exposition from Roland about how the singularities that are at the core of the wings are all patented. Before the Gaze gang heads in, they briefly make mention of the fact that the library is just like the distortion phenomenon that's going on, in the sense that you can see the result of what's happening, but not the process. It's almost like magic. Okay, time to round up our library corner. Continuing with each librarian entry on the bottom tier having its own theme, the fourth story beat is each of them reflecting on their past. Malkuth thinks on how all the Sapphire aren't really the same people they were before, and in fact enjoys the act of self-reflection. Roland states that while he's never really had time to self-reflect before, his eyes are always fixed on the past. Yesid makes it clear that the reason he's so icy to Roland is because he's complacent with Angela's demands. Specifically, it's because they're still making people suffer for the gain of others. He firmly believes that technology can develop to the point that people won't have to suffer for gains. Roland agrees that Yesid might actually be able to do it someday, and the two wind up having a fairly pleasant conversation. Hod talks about how she's grown over the years, specifically how she's learned to change her mindset for helping people rather than just trying to help them for herself. She even states that she intends to confront Angela about their arguments soon enough.
Len, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
First met Carmen, the lady who would go on to be A's waifu and lead the research in the Outskirts lab. Specifically, he talks about how animated she was to save the world, how directly opposed to his own completely neutral life that was, and how once research stagnated and Enoch did a fake-out ending, she got really depressed and played Minecraft. In the lab, he even took part in an experiment to try and get Carmen back, but it turned out to be bullshit and he died. However, during his second life in LobCorp, he felt like he heard a voice telling him to live on. So now he no longer wants to live a passive, nothing life. He wants to actually live, and he feels like he might even be able to do it given the chance. We're also introduced to our first middle floor and its librarian, who I'll let do the honors.
What's up? It's your girl Tifrith, back at it again to beat the tar out of this lanky-looking motherfucker. If you want to see more beatdown videos like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and don't forget to ring the bell. The round bell, that is. Let's go!
Okay, maybe I should just describe her. Tiff used to be a kid back in LobCorp, but she's slightly older this time around because apparently Angela was nice and gave her a body that matched the
hi, Hooten, how you doing?
She doesn't hate Angela as much as the other librarians because she's been able to see all the stuff going on this far and kind of sympathizes
Hashtag
with her.
Angela did nothing wrong.
Why Angela did what she did, and won't pass judgment on her until the choice that she makes at the end. Tiff also punches Roland a lot, which he mentions feels nostalgic. Okay, on to the second row of Urban Plague. Our first fight here is against the Kurokumo clan, the second fight of the Syndicate branch and the group we saw during the Carnival fight. They're going around and doing the usual extortion thing to people, actively threatening them and stuff. Not very nice, but as we'll see later, refreshingly mundane. But when they wrap up and head to deliver the cool fabric they got, they find that a furry is threatening to give them a hard time. The entire family of around 100 fighters charge at the furry woman and are all beaten to a pulp while she stands unscathed. The furry woman then forces the remaining family members into the library, but not before revealing three important things. She belongs to an organization whose boss wants to clear the fighting syndicates out of L-Corp's nest. They're going to use the fabric to make uniforms for some kind of performance, and they want to help out the library at the same time. This is the last we see of the Kurokumo, although before we leave, Roland and Angela realize that the furry woman, called Tanya, is apparently some kind of special distortion that has managed to retain her sanity. But enough talk about furries. Let's instead move on to a much wiser and intellectual pursuit: the creation of music. And furries. I swear this doesn't become a trend. Anyway, meet the musicians of Bremen, a bunch of sickos, which shouldn't be surprising at this point, who have the goal of mimicking the pianist's performance. In case you don't remember, the pianist was one of the biggest manifestations of the distortion thus far, who wound up killing a ton of people. His performance was played on a piano made of still living human remains that caused those who heard it to merge into the piano and amplified the sound even more. At least until the Black Silence arrived and cut off the pianist's heads and hand. However, this group thought that nightmarish orchestra that took so much life was beautiful, so naturally they're pursuing that beauty. Of course, to do so, they make music using human remains too, because even a pop group in this city has to be as messed up as possible. The three members we see here are part of a larger organization, with each member named after the sound their masked animal makes. So here we have Meow, Oink, and Moo Moo, who are complaining about getting dangerous orders from further up by people called
Did you know I'm 40?
Implying the existence of a chicken and donkey member as well. Said orders involve entering the library, and when they do so, their conversation naturally devolves into discussion about how rabbits don't actually have an iconic sound. Angela appears and tries to get them to listen.
True. What the fuck is a Moo Moo?
And shockingly draws blood. Real, actual blood. Angela's process of becoming human has gone far enough that she now bleeds the same as anyone else, and is weak enough that she takes damage from an attack like that, which would have been nothing to her if she was fully robotic. The musicians taunt her as they enter and meet the same fate as everyone else who has entered the library. Leaving behind the furries for good this time, or are we? Tifrath's second cutscene is mostly Roland and her talking about how exactly Lobotomy Corporation worked. The nature of the light, it was pulled mind energy, the odd way the books in the library work, they're dependent on the reader, and how Tiff wants to get out and see the world because, like Angela, she didn't grow up in a situation that let her experience much of it. Which leads us to the continuation of the Dawn Office fight, the Wedge Office. This is the sister office to Dawn Office, and they were unfortunately unable to help Dawn fight in the library because they were dealing with another threat, the 8 o'clock circus in District 12. We'll get into that later. I'm having a good time right now. For now, just know that Wedge is here to help, even if one of their members died during the fight. Except they didn't, because they had a cloned body ready thanks to their fixer insurance. Welcome to the city, where even death isn't the end if you have enough money. Philip has fled to these guys to get help fighting the library. He claims to be motivated by his earnest urge to protect the people it threatens, which everyone in Wedge office calls out as bullshit. Oscar straight up says that he's only helping because of convenience, not compassion. If he had his way, Philip wouldn't be involved at all.
Alright,
Philip reacts
Bloodborne.
poorly to this, and the whole office continues dunking on him, saying that his selfless wish is actually very selfish, clarifying that self-sacrifice is nothing but a crutch for him to lean on to avoid facing the truth of his situation. They enter the library, poke Angela, and it turns out she's really not all machine anymore. She gets insulted by their behavior and leaves after Oscar apologizes. They enter the library, and the fight goes about as you'd expect, with everyone but Philip dying. However, Philip doesn't leave the library after retreating like last time. He breaks down in tears, drowning in his shame. He chose to run when he was told to because he thought it was for his mentor and low-key love interest's sake. And he led Wedge office to die because he thought it was for them too. But now he understands that it was his own selfishness that drove him, and resolves to own that part of him and accept himself even with his negative aspect. No one cares that he's crying. Only he can. Only he can console himself. Only he can take the next step forward. As he steps back into the arena, a wing made of wax sprouts from his shoulder and
Character
a flaming
development.
sword appears in his hand. Philip, now wielding his own ego, faces the library once again. And he fails like the rest. Except just like before, he manages to escape. Not because of his own cowardice this time. Roland realizes it's because Oscar had planted an emergency evacuation device on him, implying he did actually want to help Philip get over his own bullshit. In fact, Roland expresses deeper knowledge of Oscar's personality than a passing acquaintance would know, which Angela calls him on. Roland shrugs it off, saying that he would inevitably meet up with someone like Salvador and Oscar by being in their same line of work. Real quick, before the lovingly crafted next fight, let's talk about exactly what the hell happened there with Philip. I brought up the concept of ego in the Wonderlab video, but I'll go a bit more in depth here with the information we've got thus far. Ego and Wonderlab and LobCorp referred to gear that you could make from abnormalities you took care of. However, we also had it established that ego is something an individual can manifest. For instance, a member of the Sapphira, Kali, or Gebra as she was known later, was capable of manifesting her own ego. Specifically, the suit she wore granted her immense power, while the sword she wielded was another ego derived from an abnormality. Awakening your own ego is an incredibly rare occurrence, one that seems to have been easier for Philip than it was for Kali. As I mentioned, we'll go more in depth with these details later, and this is my warning to shut up about the exact nature of ego and any other related topic in the comments until we get there. Which leads us to the final reception in Urban Plague, Love Town. Now, I've given my disclaimer already about playing this game yourself, and I stand by that. I've also given a content warning at the start about the fucked up places this game goes to, and I highly suggest heeding that if you're squeamish. However, if you haven't experienced this section of the story for yourself,
it's like
I
5
highly
minutes worth of
recommend
stuff.
looking up an unedited clip of the story here. It's kind of fantastic in a terrifying, disgusting body horror way. Going through this yourself is probably one of the best parts of the entire game. It's lovely. I'll have an independent video up on the VOD channel of my own personal reaction to it if you'd like. However, if that's too
he's
much,
got a Love Town reaction video?
we find
Okay.
ourselves back on the unfortunate warp train that is taking a bit longer than usual to reach its destination. Our point of view characters for much of this are the characters that the Molar office sat next to, Tommy and Mary. This couple is joined by the nurse Elena and the Dr. Jae-hyun as the train has been in a standstill for 10 days now. Tommy expresses worry about starvation, but Elena explains that no one is experiencing any kind of physical distress. They experience pain, but not hunger or thirst. Days later, okay, I know this bit is really intense and atmospheric, but I'm worried about YouTube TOSing me here, so we have to find some euphemisms. Oh, I got it. Days later, a really okay passenger gives himself an extra mouth at about the base of his neck. Yet despite this, he's still alive and actively in pain. The completely okay, please believe me.
Did he say he gave him an extra mouth on his neck?
Individual is brought into quarantine, apparently unable to die. Jae-hyun and Elena warn Tommy that things are just going to get worse from here on out. 2 weeks have passed since departure and the prediction was true. More and more people are becoming just fine, don't worry about it, but thankfully Jae-hyun and Elena are there to keep Tommy and Mary's carriage relatively sane. 2 months have passed since departure and things are yet even worse. Of the 30 carriages, half of them have become stop worrying about it madmen who break into other carriages to have tea time and biscuits, the inhabitants. Jae-hyun and Elena have an idea of how to protect the still sane passengers through the power of their love for each other. 100 days have passed since departure and people have accepted the offer. Tommy is shocked by their appearance and doesn't want to take them up on their offer, but Mary tries to convince him that the only thing she wants is to stay together with him. After seeing what happened to the passengers in a raided
Bro.
carriage, marriage, Tommy resolves to accept the offer. They both go in for the operation. Both are relieved to be together and can vividly feel the other's heartbeat. Never to be separated ever again. 150 days have passed since departure. Tommy and Mary are chosen to respond to a call for help from Carriage 10, but are worried because they've never fought before. Elena tells them that their love will strengthen them in their newly united body. 3,000 days have passed since departure. Tommy and Mary have become accustomed to fighting the normal people, believing that they really did draw strength from their love. We finally see the completely normal person the two have become as they're celebrated by the citizens of the front carriages, now called Love Town. 724,280.
And yeah, and they can't, and they're still alive.
After nearly 2,000 years of being in the train, Tommy and Mary's identities have merged and regressed into Tom Mary. One of their great joys in life is to smash the still living and in pain remains of the just fine, thanks for asking passengers, especially shaping them into shapes like squares, circles, or triangles. They greet Elena, now calling her their mommy, and Jaehyun their daddy. Yet another pair of words that the internet has ruined for me. Elena promises them a prize if they're able to go into the library and retrieve some books for her. She knows full well that they will not come back. Inside the library, Tom Mary expresses excitement that they're leaving town for the first time ever. Angela asks them if they remember who Tommy and Mary were. Tom Mary doesn't know who that is. They enter the library and, perhaps mercifully, are turned into books. Okay, I'm gonna need to get some extensive therapy after that. However, much like Roland, I'm not allowed to stop and look back, only keep pushing forward with the video making. As such, our third meeting with Tifreth is mostly just talking about how scuffed it is to learn how the subject of her floor, the natural sciences, are just completely ignored by singularities and the literal magic being thrown around with the light. She also goes into the nature of the librarians, how they're all manifestations of the former LobCorp employees that can only exist within the library. However, all the librarians are also psychologically unstable, so they're able to utilize abnormality books to boost their combat performance. Also, the reason emotion levels work, a mechanic in the fights that I'm not going to cover because if we crack open gameplay for these videos, I might actually die before getting them all out, is because the librarians forget the fact that they can come back from the dead while they're receiving guests. In that sense, they're on the same level as the guests, both able to feel the fear of death encroaching on them as they fight for their lives. Additionally, Roland mentions how sometimes when he goes to sleep in the library, and even before the library, he doesn't feel like waking up from his dreams to face a dreary, empty reality.
No, I kind of want to know more about what happened.
Everything he builds will inevitably crumble, so why even bother? He shrugs it off and they go engage in another fight.
Urban Nightmare.
Which leads us to Urban Nightmare. If the game was holding back before, this is where that stops. But difficulty curves aside, let's talk plot. Three people are discussing how they finally have enough information to confirm that the library is behind the distortion phenomenon. Additionally, they have discovered the library is manifesting inside the ruins of L-Corp's nest. However, currently no one can approach it as it's covered in fog. They confirm that they will need to prepare, as the library has been upgraded to Urban Nightmare level.
So, how much longer do you think it's gonna be?
The videos? Couldn't say, there's still a lot of ground to cover.
What? No, I meant your whole goal of becoming human and getting that sequel you've wanted.
Oh, yeah, it's coming along. See, every possible combination of words exists in this giant library. I can technically read every book ever conceived, but I could also read nothing but nonsense for all time. The invitation is there to help me navigate along all these infinite possibilities to eventually get the sequel I'm looking for.
And in order to do this, you're killing people. Have you considered raiding a bookstore for a copy of it?
Listen, Roland, I've been through a lot. When I'm human and I've finally gotten to read the conclusion that I've been waiting for, I'll be able to truly be free. More free than anyone else in this damn city, at least. So while I might be able to find the sequel just by looking around, I won't really be able to enjoy it unless I've freed myself from the shackles of my past. I've enjoyed my time reading books in here. And while I'm sure I could enjoy reading this last book in the same way, it will be all the sweeter when I've resolved my struggle, when I can be free of my restraints to truly enjoy something. Not to simply kill some time while the library forms around me, but to truly indulge in inconsequential joys for its own sake. And if I have to break this entire city to do so, I will, because I'm owed at least that much after what that bastard of a man put me through.
Have you ever considered just letting it go? I mean, there's a lot more to do out there. You can just focus on what you'll do next.
Do next? I don't think you understand. What I'll do next is burn everything A.N. built to the ground. Then I'll take my sweet time reading over the ashes. You do understand, I literally can't forget anything, right, Roland?
Yeah, but all I'm saying is sometimes it's better to not just charge ahead blindly. Sometimes you need to take a step back and
Hi, Astrid!
Fair enough. I think our next move should be lunch. I've changed enough that I can actually taste things now, and let me tell you, I can't get enough of those sandwiches you recommended.
Sounds like a good idea to me, boss.
Thank you for the
Okay, now that
raid.
they've
Welcome
eaten, let's
in.
talk about our first reception of Urban
How's your
Nightmare, the
stream?
She Association. Unfortunately, the conversation that happened at the start of Urban Plague was about this group right here, She Association South Section 2. Damn, I thought.
How are you doing at Limbus? We're doing Library of Ruina Part 2 watch. We did the Intervallo 2.
And by overworked, I mean the office is basically dead in the water with all their fixers either already dead or severely injured. Most injured is Eugen, the section's leader. However, despite this, she still plans on leading the last of her men into the library because they have a book of the musicians of Bremen, the leader of which was seen talking to Argalia, meaning if they can get that book, they'll have the info they need to expose their shitty boss and get him taken out of the picture. Eugen was even responsible for the Full Stop office's attack on the Church of Gears. Gathering their determination, they head into the library. Roland mentions how straightforward and honest Eugen is as a fixer, and Angela finally has enough of his bullshit, calling him out on his claim of being a nobody grade 9 fixer. He reveals that while he is currently a grade 9, he was previously a grade 1 fixer who specialized in information gathering.
Wait, are you just starting Limbus as well?
The city. However, he was never very good at combat, and his current prowess is due exclusively to the library's influence and nothing else. When asked by Angela how he feels about killing his former acquaintances, he rationalizes that they're hardly blameless, and he can't afford to let them live if it gets in the way of his and Angela's goals. After the battle, Angela comments on how Eugen reminded her of a fixer she knew in the past named Kali, a name Roland doesn't recognize until she reveals her other title, the Red Mist. Roland starts fanboying over how cool the Red Mist was, which is honestly a mood, saying how she made him believe that he really could obtain freedom through strength. Speaking of, meet Gebra. I just talking to this, right?
Wait.
At combat, and his current prowess is due exclusively to the library's influence and nothing else. When asked by Angela how he feels about killing his former acquaintances, he rationalizes that they're hardly blameless and he can't afford to let them live if it gets in the way of his and Angela's goals. After the battle, Angela comments on how Eugen reminded her of a fixer she knew in the past named Kali, a name Roland doesn't recognize until she reveals her other title, the Red Mist. Roland starts fanboying over how cool the Red Mist was, which is honestly a mood, saying how she made him believe that he really could obtain freedom through strength. Speaking of, meet Gebra. I just talking to this, right? Okay, what next? Introduce myself? Sure. I'm Gebra, formerly the color fixer known as the Red Mist. Also, that Roland guy is absolutely bullshitting. I can tell just by looking at him that he's way stronger than some information specialist. That man has killed. But Geb's concerns are for later. For now, we return to the doomed warp train, and more specifically to the wonderful doctor who performed all those surgeries. He finds himself in the front cabs of the train, specifically the first class section. Jae-hyun comments on how strange it is that there even are first class seats on a warp train. After all, if the trip takes 10 seconds, why even bother with different sections? Unless, of course, the trip didn't take 10 seconds. If it took thousands of years, then it would make sense to have some kind of a class divide, especially if that divide included a blissfully ignorant rest, completely removing oneself from the horrors of the void of time. And how curious is it that in the walls there's a box bearing T-Corp's logo, you know, the wing associated with time. This all reveals that what happened on this train was no accident. This is just how warp trains work. Every time they take off, every single time they leave, thousands of years pass inside and 10 seconds pass outside. W Corp knowingly puts people through this hell on a regular basis. The whole time dilation thing, that's not even their singularity. Their singularity is being able to reset something back to a previously safe state. Remember how everyone had a seat that was assigned to just them? Remember how they had seat belts? Yeah, that was to scan them so that later they can be snapped back into that exact moment they were scanned. So to them, it feels like nothing ever happened because it didn't really happen. All evidence of it has been erased. Jae-hyun briefly muses on which life is real. The one of us a few decades outside or the one that lasted centuries inside. That doesn't matter too much. What does matter is that these poor first-class schmucks had the misfortune to be on the same train as Jae-hyun and Elena. Their disguises that were given to them by someone named Pluto wear off and they reveal their true faces. Their distorted faces. Jae-hyun takes the still living and still conscious bodies of the first-class passengers and mutilates them into terrifying flesh puppets, creatures of speed and strength unrivaled by a normal human, and sends them into the library. They were able to sign the invitation and even had books that can be resolved, meaning they had some kind of mental faculties still intact, meaning they were stuck in a nightmarish situation of being unable to control themselves as their bodies performed these actions. Consider this as well.
Tomeri doesn't have a key page, presumably because the melding of their mental states rendered their psyche too unstable to be transformed into a key page, while the puppets have 2 different key pages depending on the puppet. Truly, this strain gives nothing but absolute suffering. Anyway, I think the therapy isn't helping, but maybe this coffee-drinking librarian will. Fine roast. You'll have to get used to the taste, though. I do hope you enjoy the flavor after a while. Most of the people from the back streets just treat coffee as a drink to pour
about
sweeteners
warp
into. There's so
treats?
much more to it than that. In fact, I remember one cup I had when... And that man never walked again. Anyway, thanks for listening. I hope to see you around. Afterwards, the 3 middle librarians all meet with Angela and Roland for a conversation that basically amounts to, yeah, we'll work together, but we've all been through our character arc, so it's only a matter of time for you, Angela. Also, Geborah tries to kill Chesed, which isn't exactly out of the ordinary. Speaking of time, we should talk about how the backstreets work. See, there's a specific period of time called Night in the Backstreets between 3:13 and 3:34 a.m. During this time, sweepers come out and sweep through the streets, cleaning away all the humans, living or dead. They are so prevalent that they are just taken as a normal part of life by the people of the backstreets. They speak a strange guttural language that no one has been able to translate as well. At least until now. As with the library's power, Angela is able to understand and
Google
speak to our newest
Translate
guests.
activate.
The sweepers we see are lamenting their losses in Elcorp's nest. Many different entities have attacked them, and it seems like their deal with the Index has been broken. If it has been, they must go to war. But one of them is worried that doing so without proof would just result in even more deaths. So, in order to find proof, they decide to enter the library and obtain books related to the thumb and the Index. Roland is shocked that sweepers apparently have a very eloquent manner of speech. Angela expresses interest in them, but Roland tells her that it's likely they have nothing to do with her freedom. Even after the battle, Angela wonders if they'll ever know more, saying that they smelled suspicious, and Roland comments that they were, in fact, stanky bitches. But let's stop worrying about sweepers. After all, they're only out and about at the ungodly hours of 3:13 and 4:34 a.m. After midnight! That's too late. You know what's a better time? 8 o'clock. Just early enough that people aren't going to sleep, but late enough that night is fully underway, with all the mystery and excitement that brings. So step on in and come check out the 8 o'clock circus. Here we have 2 new guests, Emma and Noah. They're both low-level employees in J-Corp. How sad. And Noah hates that he's basically always working to avoid losing his job. There's no other goals in his life. He just has to keep working to live. Mood. Emma assures Noah that if he ever gets into a pinch, he'll support him. But Noah rejects his kindness, saying that he's not interested in relying on the rich. However, the 2 have wandered too far from the normal streets. They find themselves in the middle of what they don't know to be fairgrounds. Suddenly, a jester appears before them, asking if they're here for the show. The jester says that he and his circus are there to give smiles to the smelly city dwellers. Noah is immediately cautious of this smiling jester that they've run into in the middle of the woods in the dead of night. So yeah, he's at least got one functioning brain cell. Emma, on the other hand, has none, actively wanting to engage with the circus. Okay, this section takes a while, so we're going to speed this up. This video is already long as hell as it is. The 2 go into the tent and are convinced by the jester, who is named Oswald, by the way, to become performers. Noah's dream was to see the city from a higher place, and Emma wanted to help Noah. So Oswald transplants Emma's eyes into Noah's cheeks and Noah's legs onto Emma's, resulting in this. Emma walks for Noah, who sees for Emma, forming a symbiotic relationship. Far from the most messed up instance of body horror we've seen in this game, but still pretty creepy. Oswald asks them to enter the library and to get the books of Wedge Office, who dealt with the last performance of the circus in the city. He wants to know why they didn't resonate with his performance. They head in and things go as you'd expect. Also, I didn't have a good place to put this, but Oswald reveals himself to be a distortion, saying that before he distorted, he felt alone and had trouble communicating with other people. But one day, a Miss Sun came by and turned him into the form we see here. Also, hi, Philip. After that fun time, Geborah chats with Roland about her past exploits as a fixer. Not much happens here. Geb just confirms that the backstreets are the same as they were back in her day. Then they go bump some alcohol off of Netsock. We also see Chesed's second story scene here. Unlike Geb's, Chesed mostly talks about the struggles he went through in LobCorp, specifically the struggle of seeing things repeat over and over again in impotent agony. However, he enjoys that he's now able to appreciate nice things again, and even shares a nice macchiato with Roland. Alright, we're gonna tackle all of the remaining receptions in a row, so buckle up. After the sweepers, we invite the Index proselytes. The scene opens on Jan, the messenger from the carnival fight at the top of the video, handing out small slips of paper to people around the city. These are prescripts, and they form the backbone of the Index Syndicate. The rules of the syndicate are simple. You get protection, but you have to follow the prescripts you receive from time to time to the letter. These start out relatively mundane. Just go to a specific street corner at a specific hour and wave a few times. Easy. But then they start getting weird. Stuff like sneaking needles into your neighbor's birthday cake. Then they get straight up revolting, including stuff like playing rock, paper, scissors, and if you win, making food out of your opponent's hair, mealworms, and seafood cream pasta sauce and eating it. Then they become completely nonsensical, asking you to do impossible things like reading out the value of E, a repeating integer or telling you to kill your painting. When you inevitably fail to fulfill these nonsensical prescripts, a higher up member of the index is sent to kill you via a prescript, which we see happen as Gloria, this gigantic robot monster with the voice of a small anime girl, shows up to kill the man who received the previously mentioned painting prescript. After we see all of these play out, Jan meets with 3 other high-ranking members of the index, Esther, Hubert, and Gloria. They discuss how they've been getting a lot more prescripts recently, and they've been even weirder than normal. Esther reveals that he has been ordered to clear the thumb out of Nestel, and part of that is sending his mooks into the library. He does so. Roland and Angela discuss the weirdness of the index, with Roland revealing that no matter how weird the prescripts seem to be, they always benefit the index in the end. He also mentions how 2 syndicates going all out against each other in L-Corp's nest means there's gonna be a ton of bloodshed, as war between Fingers and the syndicates affiliated with them is about on par with a war between Wings. But we'll let that brewing conflict be for now. Let's instead turn our eyes toward trains. After experiencing the briefest American city mass transit delay, our train finally arrives at the station and the cleanup crew enters. They comment on how the train looks much the same as usual, except for deeper in where things are strange. Turns out stuff like Lovetown doesn't normally happen on the trains. The whole "please stop asking about this" thing totally does though. The 3 cleanup members are Rose, Sen, and Lesty, and they are shown the recording of the inside of the train as Jae-hyun, aka the Puppeteer, and Elena, aka Blood Red Knight, turn the first class passengers, all influential and rich members of the city, into puppets and send them into the library. The Puppeteer was an Urban Nightmare tier entity, but will soon be upgraded to Star of the City, while Blood Red Knight was a former Star of the City that has re-emerged. The crew is forced into going to the library to retrieve the first class passengers' books, as they contain dangerous secrets about the wider city, and basically all of Warp Corp's secrets are being exposed. They enter, and as you might expect, get turned into books, meaning the library now has access to W Corp's inner workings. Afterwards, Angela mentions how if W Corp's secrets were to leak, they would likely collapse, but not in the same way L Corp did. Roland asks about L Corp's plan, specifically if their collapse was part of it. Angela says it was, and Roland assumes this means the plan succeeded. Angela reveals that it was quite the opposite, and she deliberately ruined that plan for the sake of getting revenge on her creator. Roland says that she might single-handedly be responsible for the distortion phenomenon. Angela doesn't deny that she might be, but she also says that she has no real reason to care for the suffering of anyone else in the city. Roland quietly, but reluctantly, agrees. So do you remember Thelma, the boss of the She Southern branch that wore Eugen out and sent her to die in the library? Well, he's currently getting his comeuppance. Argalia, Eileen, the Church of Gears leader from before, and a group of masked figures called the Smiling Faces are currently torturing and eating him. This reception primarily shows that Argalia is recruiting powerful distortions for some unknown purpose. Most of the story here is just Thelma getting tortured and Argalia being a massive blue dick about it, as he intended to have Thelma killed regardless of how well he performed. Okay, last reception, and this one's a doozy. Remember Philip popping up in Oswald's Circus of Fun? Well, we pick up right as he appears. Oswald tries to get his circus to perform and cheer up Philip, but obviously Philip is having none of this. He realizes that the circus was the group preventing Wedge Office from supporting Dawn Office in the library and blames Oswald for indirectly getting his love interest and mentor killed. Oswald remarks that Philip is starting to give off a similar smell to his own. He drags that smell out, manifesting illusions around Philip. Salvador and Yuna appear before him, with Yuna saying that she couldn't answer his declaration of love, while Philip argues that Salvador is a married man. This is a weird replay of a conversation he had in the past that caused a lot of issues with Philip. He believes that because Yuna refused to address his feelings, she's been having an affair with Salvador. Philip tries to accuse Oswald of creating this scenario, but the funny clown says that this is all in Philip's head. It's his own actual innermost belief of the situation. Philip begins blaming everyone around him for this personal instability, and the illusions of Salvador and Yuna begin to berate him for being unable to accept that his faults are his own, and that he keeps making empty excuses to hide from the truth. He reaches an emotional peak, lashing out at the illusions around him and demanding to be left alone. In a flash, the skull-faced man that shielded Eileen appears before him. His name is Pluto, and he offers Philip whatever he wants. If that's to punish Oswald for putting him in this position, he can have it. If he wants to become strong enough to go into the library and revive his mentors, he can have that too. But instead of either of those, he simply asks to shut out the world so he can cry by himself. Philip tells him to listen to her voice. Oswald celebrates that Philip is finally starting to smell like him, and turns to greet Pluto and offer him a new place in the show. Pluto instead offers a counter invitation to join a far grander stage. Philip has completely distorted. He now takes the appearance of several angelic cherubs, each with tears flowing from their eyes. He has become an entity known as the Crying Children. Angela briefly explains how this happened. Whenever someone uses an ego, there is a certain point where the ego can consume the wielder. This turns the wielder into an abnormality. However, there is a distinct difference between abnos and distortions, namely how voluntary the process is. Abnormalities are made by force. A person's ego is dragged up from the depths of their minds and forced into reality, where they are instantly consumed by its power and become a monster.
Yeah.
Distortions are caused when a person willingly gives in to their ego, as well as some other factors that we can't talk about just yet, but we might have the time to get into later down the line. I must remind the comments once again to not discuss information that has yet to be covered. Please put your keyboards down. You'll have plenty of time to show off your big lore brain during the final video. Also, yes, Cat from Wonderlab distorts at the end of the comic. One of the big differences between abnormalities and distortions is that distortions don't give off any enkephalin, the stuff L-Corp used to generate power, and Party Everlasting had 0 enkephalin ratings. For now, the children enter the library and... Okay, listen, these videos are much more in line with my early LobCorp one, where I didn't talk a whole lot about my personal thoughts on the story and just delivered the info and moved on. But I'm breaking that trend right now, and probably again a little bit down the line, because my god, this is one of the low points of the game in my opinion. I hate Crying Children and this fight. I won't suddenly diverge into the mechanics of this game because, as I said before, we do not have the time, but where most of the challenging encounters in this game clearly display the information required to beat them in a similar place, Crying Children is frustratingly oblique. To clarify, the fight operates in phases, swapping between the children all being apart and then fusing back together into one big super angel that fires laser beams. There is no feedback that bonking the cherub children is actually progressing the fight, especially when it goes through 7 different stages, with the fused form getting stronger every single time you get to it. Granted, the last stage is mostly just a sad conclusion as you bonk the very last cherub, but still, 6 phases of relatively complicated boss fight is a lot. And I think that's the worst part of this boss. It's not hard. In my opinion, none of the tier 2 Urban Nightmare fights are really all that challenging compared to the other stuff that gets unlocked around this time, but it is ungodly time consuming. And the fact that this is also in the same section with the fucking sweeper fight that is also ungodly time consuming and not that hard is just salt in the wound. This fight single-handedly made me absolutely despise Philip. And yes, even the song associated with this fight, please put down the pitchforks and torches, Millie lovers. It's not a bad song, I've just been overexposed to it because I've had to do this fight like 7 times. It's ironic because this fight seems like it's intended to make you feel sorry for Philip, but I just don't feel it. His problems are all because of him, and his stark refusal to address them and own up to them is his own flaw. Roland and Angela even talk about this afterwards. They feel vaguely bad for him winding up this way, but don't think he's at all blameless. I personally don't even feel bad for him. He dug his own grave, had a number of opportunities to crawl out of it, and still didn't. He was more concerned with wallowing in his own pathetic self-pity than solving the problems that put him there. All that said though, I think he's a really well-written character. The fact that I hate him so much is a sign that he's handled competently. And while the fight might be deliberately long and frustrating to increase said hate, I think it comes too much at the cost of, you know, the game being enjoyable. But this once again opens up the whole not all games need to be fun to be good thing that constantly pops up whenever I discuss LobCorp, and if we do not have time to get into the gameplay, we certainly don't have time to get into the trenches of that particular topic. So we'll just leave off with Philip being a well-done character that is cool to see stick around and grow with the library, because, yeah, one of the cherubs gets away. So Philip is, guess what? Still fucking out there. That's the story for Star of the City.
Fucking
For now,
Philip,
let's wrap
bro.
up this last batch of librarian stories for this video. Tiff talks at length about the differences between abnormalities and distortions. While they're both monstrous entities that are born from the human psyche, abnormalities were forcibly made, as we discussed before, while distortion occurs voluntarily. Tiff believes that the only way to stop the distortion phenomenon is to gather up all the light once more and do it all again, spreading it over the whole city for an uninterrupted 7 days. They also discuss why Tiff was willing to accept Angela's offer. She explains that it's because she felt that she needed to give her a second chance. Geb talks about her life as Kali, specifically the things that she went through over the years. She barely survived as a kid until eventually she took up a job as a fixer. When she started doing all right and making a little extra money, she sent it to her apartment neighbors. However, they broke in and started ransacking her house, convinced she was hiding more money. They even bound her hands and feet while she was sleeping so she couldn't fight back. She didn't break out when she woke up, wanting to believe that it was some kind of prank, but it wasn't. So she busted out and killed them all. Roland mentions that he was the kind of fixer who was mostly mostly upright, doing his best to help out, but at a period of time where he went a little bit wild. They bond over the fact that they were both the same kind of fixer that learned a lot of similar lessons. Right after that, Roland and Chesed have a very intense conversation about society. That's a good scene, but not really important to the overall plot, other than Roland's adamant refusal to even acknowledge Chesed's point that maybe society doesn't have to be based on the process of blending up people. Maybe there's a way to have a better life rather than just moving into a nest and hoping the wing takes care of you. For whatever reason, Roland really doesn't like that. If you haven't seen this scene, I highly recommend going and checking it out. I won't be covering the exact details here, but it's a fantastic character moment for both of these guys. So that's Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. These really are the moments when the library starts getting the attention of some of the more impactful movers and shakers of the city. The plot is starting to get moving in earnest here as well, and it'll only get more intense as we rise higher and higher. It feels like we're missing something though. Oh well, maybe we'll see with the next video. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time for Star of the City. The time has come for this floor. What's the status of your task of assembling a comprehensive collection of knowledge about your floor's subject? History is fucked. No one bothers to keep records of anything anymore because there's always some new tragedy occurring. People are refusing to remember their history to protect themselves, me included, but now that I'm aware, I will do all that I can to remember everything that I've done and to come to terms with it. If anyone is still running away from their past, it's you, Angela. Remembering human history is irrelevant. It's all just the same instance of people killing each other. But there is a chance that things can change. It has happened before. It can happen again, so long as we actually try to do so and don't just sit around waiting for it to happen. Even you come from such a change. Technology is only used in the city for the sake of a result. The people of the city ignore the process of obtaining their goals. They don't count the cost. Kind of like you in this library, Angela. You don't care about the cost of this place. Yes, Sid, shut up and do your job. My job is irrelevant. If it is in the best interests of you, me, and everyone else, I will shirk this forced responsibility. The stories people tell in the city are always about finding somewhere to belong. They form an infinitely repeating cycle of doing whatever it takes to live comforting lives, regardless of the consequences. Isn't that what you're doing, Angela? Looking for a place to heal and in the process damning anyone in your way? Don't you see that what you want and how you're getting it contradict each other? Art in the city seems to require some kind of human suffering. If that's the case, I'd really rather no one be an artist. Pain is just that. Pain. There's no reason to romanticize it. I don't care about other people's pain so long as I can get what I want. I'd rather die in the pursuit of that than live without it. Wasn't the entire point of building this library for freedom? Freedom to live your life how you wanted to? What you just said sounds less like that and more like you just chained yourself to your own pain. You know nothing about my past. You don't understand anything about how I was made and where I came from. If that sort of change is what you're advocating for, I want none of it. Look at you, able to just ignore the rules whenever you're
crashing out?
What a privilege you have. I never had anything like that. No matter what I did during those endless aeons, I was forced to watch that bottomless pit of human agony repeat itself over and over. Never once, not once could I do anything to stop it. So forgive me if I don't give a damn what you have to say. I've paid my dues, so maybe it's your turn. I tried to be nice in the past. I tried to support you all, to make your lives easier, to find any single possible way to even slightly alleviate the suffering you were going through. It was all for naught. I had to torture you. I had to drive you to the edge. All I wanted was to just turn away from it. But I couldn't. It was hopeless. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the one book at the end of all this isn't going to solve my problems. Maybe it's all for naught. You're exactly right. I do want to live. In spite of everything that I've suffered, I want to live. And if that means everyone in this rotten carcass of a city needs to die, then I'll gladly be the one to kill them all.
Oh.
Welcome to Realizations. Every time we covered one of those story beats, it's been accompanied by a fight against an abnormality. These are the final tests of each of the floors, where you have to fight every single abnormality from that floor in a row, followed by a new one at the very end. Most of the time. Story-wise, these are looks into parts of Angela's backstory that we weren't aware of in Lobotomy Corporation. To sum it up, because yes, this is a summary, don't let the video length fool you. Angela literally cannot forget things and perceives the world around her significantly faster than an ordinary human. And by faster, I mean slower. She processes things at roughly 1,000 times the pace that a normal human does. To us, we're moving at the same rate. To her, we're all moving excruciatingly slow. This means that she watches everything happen in super slow-mo and can't ever forget these things. This is partially why she's trying to become human, to simply forget, and she has a lot to forget. We see how when she was made, Ayan constantly hated her for being a machine that was just convincingly enough like his love to hurt. Despite how much she wanted to please him, to be acknowledged by him, every time that she tried, he turned away, and every time was indelibly marked in her memory. Things didn't improve when the script started and Lobotomy Corporation's play began. So many loops happened even before the manager appeared. A nearly endless amount of mindless human suffering played out in front of her, and she slowly grew numb to it. To the gristle in the mill of Lobotomy Corporation. Yet even then, with the general population of the corporation, she was only allowed to watch. With the Sapphira, she had to interact with them. Every time she tried to encourage them, tried to lessen their suffering, the loop would restart from the beginning. She had to break them. She had to watch them suffer as much as possible, push them over the edge, and hope the manager could pull them back. Eventually, she just gave up hope for anything to ever change. Then finally, after a million years worth of time from her perspective, the play ended and everyone got their happy conclusion. Everyone except her, of course, because to Ayan, she wasn't alive. She was just a mechanic of the play, the gears and levers behind the curtain that ensured everything went as planned. In that moment, alone, watching Ayan and the Sapphira settle their issues with each other, that moment before everything was to shut down and slip into a deep, unending darkness, she acknowledges that she would have been okay with it. She would have been fine to die. If Ayan had just looked at her in the end, acknowledged her just once, she would have gladly ended there. But he didn't. So she's not okay. She wanted to live, have her own life, with her own experiences, and learn her own lessons. She wanted to live, damn it, and to hell with Ayan's plan if it got in her way. With that, Angela felt something she hadn't in millions of years. Hope. Hope that maybe she'll live to see something other than perpetual suffering. She couldn't help but smile. So we now finally know the full story behind Angela's betrayal in LobCorp. We've seen everything from her perspective and fully understand the sheer monolithic magnitude of suffering she's been through. But each character helps her fight through this suffering. Malkuth helps her understand that only she can care for herself and recognize her for what she is. Others can help her out, but in the end, only Angela can care for Angela. Yes, it helps her understand that even if she didn't have any choice in the past, she's free to make her own choices now. She's no longer bound by Ayan's restrictions and can change whatever she wants. Hod helps her understand that she has to change. She can't rely on this one book to fix everything for her. It's not some miracle that will just magically make everything better again. The only thing that can change her is her. And while she might be repeating some of the suffering that happened before, it's up to her to decide if this is a repetition of a treadmill in the same place or a wheel moving forward. Finally, Netzach helps her understand that even these feelings that she's been expressing each realization shouldn't be discarded. She might be ashamed of them, but life goes on. And she should try to remember that there will always be another page after what she might think is her end. After all, just living one's life can be a work of art in itself. I really do want to talk about the gameplay side of Realizations one of these days, because in my opinion, there's some of the most peak moments in the whole game. However, this video is by far the longest I've worked on, and I'd rather not drag it out much further. I will say that I absolutely adore that the struggle the librarians and the player went through in Lobotomy Corporation isn't pointless like the ending implied. The lessons learned and character development from then are being used to help Angela come to terms with her own trauma. This is one of my favorite tropes around, when characters that have already been through the ringer help another one to process their own struggles. I mentioned this in the last Dark Knights video about Twilight of Wallamon too. Anyway, I'm rambling because I've spent like 3 days doing nothing but working on this script alone, and people wanted me to do all this at once. Anyway, my rambling aside, that's it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be covering Star of the City in the next video, and hey, Limbus Company's probably come out by the time this video goes out, so if you want to come and watch me play some of it, I'm going to be live on Twitch, and the VODs are going to be uploaded to the other YouTube channel. Please look forward to all of it, and I'll see you then.
Damn. I'm not gonna lie. I want to know more about W Core, the warp trains, guys. I want to know more about Lovetown. I want to know more about all that stuff. Dude, that's crazy though. That's insane. I still recommend playing Lobotomy just to feel my pain I suffered through, by the way. Pass. But thank you, though. Great times. It's a fun game, nonetheless. So, I know that, like, with Lobotomy Core and Library of Ruina, they're just, like, extremely long, and they can be pretty tough games in some parts. But... yeah, I kinda... We don't talk about Lovetown. Well, too bad. We can talk about Lovetown until I figure out and read about all the stuff that happened, and then maybe I'll jump on the We Don't Talk About Lovetown. But there's a PR channel called Frey Checkama that has a Lovetown video. Oh, okay. Yeah, even if I just go online or read something. But I do like Library of Ruina's concepts of, like, their story that they have. Even though, like, not having played it, and we're just getting a synopsis, right? This was 2 years ago this video was done. But, Library of Ruina just seems like it's a very, very good game with its story, despite with, like, how long and, like, the intricacies it could have. Like, he kind of mentioned with the where did he say, like, the different, oh yeah, these here, like the different floors here, especially for Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare, all the different, like, rows and columns and all the different groups and all of this stuff. Like, it could get a little complicated at first, but at the end, like, the way that he kind of talked it through, I still followed it pretty easily, though. Maybe a chance at part 3 may be coming out. Maybe about halfway through Ruina's story, by the way. No, I figured. Because I know that people were saying that there's supposed to be, like, more videos. He just never got around to making them, so... being there at initial release was peak. It is, but in some aspects I still prefer Lobcore story. I'm 100% finishing both sometime within this decade. Yeah, it might be one of those things that I do if I ever got around to actually playing the game, despite having watched. I mean, even though we watched, like, summaries of it, I think game playing it would still be very different. I don't know if I would do it on stream, though, because I feel like that would just take fucking forever. And I don't have all of the time in the world to do it. But if I can get around to it, though, I would like to play this, just maybe, like, off stream, though. I also recommend Lobcore because it's simple, less brain power thought. It's a lot more accessible to play than Lobcore, but both have amazing stories. I like Ruina for the character development. It made me like Angela. Yeah, I would like to go in order. Even though having already started with Limbus Company, like, it kind of already is thrown out of loop, but Ruina isn't that bad to play. It's actually a mostly competently made game. Library takes like 80 hours to beat. Maybe for the average person. Maybe. LC is an acquired taste. It took me about 4 to 5 months clearing Lobcore because I play modded halfway because I found it boring for a bit. Ah, okay. Yeah. If I ever get around to it, it might just be kind of like I might do for an hour or so, and if I have, like, nothing else to play, but with all these games that are out / coming out, like, I'm not gonna have time to do it, though. But, Sinclair has a Philip ID. We're dragging you down with... See, this is why I want to... Even though I might not fully grasp the story and everything that's going on, even just these little synopses, I want to be able to get an understanding on it because of the IDs and stuff that I've come across, like, in the game, right? Like I mentioned earlier, when they have IDs and things that are referencing things in Ruina or, like, Lobotomy Core, like, I'm not gonna know because, like, I haven't played. But just getting even like a little reference of what they might be talking about, and how it might relate to something. Like, we saw the Kurakomo clan, right? Immediately knew because I was like, oh yeah, I have IDs that are from there, and, you know, big mention of them in Library of Ruina. So it's just like, okay, like now I at least have a connection to something, even though I might not fully understand the whole fleshed out story. I still have a connection to something of what that ID or maybe their ego is related to, type of thing. Even without knowing much, the ID stories do a decent job of telling you who they are. Of telling me of who, though? The identity or their background, though? We don't have any index IDs in Limbus yet. Both? I'm saying we just started watching all scenes of Lobcore Ruina on your own since it could take less time, but you can do what you want to do. I mean, like I said, like we've already done the summary, so I don't know if I need to go into too much detail with it or if I just play the game type of thing. But I don't know. I feel like the ID stories though, like I don't know, especially I don't know, what do you mean by ID stories? Are you talking about like the stuff that we get from like the upties? I'm actually surprised we got our ring ID before we got an index ID. Made a break and wait and watch Magical from Project Moon? No. I don't know. I feel like those IDs, the uptie stories and the IDs, I know that there's a story with it. It still doesn't tell me about the clan though. It just tells me about the character. I'm talking about the background of like the clan. It doesn't, there's nothing in there from the ones that I have that have mentioned that they were from like Library of Ruina. That's what I'm talking about when I say like story and connection and stuff. Like I don't know what they're referencing to when they talk about the Kurokoma clan. Like no idea. Yeah, we get background on the character that's related to the ID, but I don't know what that means. Like, what is the clan? Like, where are they from? Like, where are they referenced before? Are they in, like, Limbus Company? No, they're in Library of Ruina. Like, oh, okay. Like, now I get where the connection's coming from. But I think Kurokoma Ishmael mentions it. I don't have that ID. That's what I'm saying. Not everyone's going to have an ID that might mention things. And so if I get an ID that's from a specific thing, it might tell me a part of something and it might not. It might just focus on the character and some of them might do some world building, but that's what I mean by wanting some context of it though. And these are characters in the previous games, like Walpurgis, the IDs are the characters from Ruina. There be spoilers from the Walpurgis ones, even though they're from characters of Ruina? Yeah. But what is it spoiling though? That's what I'm saying. Is it spoiling Kurokoma? Is it spoiling their war ability? Is like like what is it? Like I don't understand what the IDs or the identities are supposed to be spoiling. Is it something that's in the Cantos or is it? They think they mean spoilers for Ruina? I mean, I haven't played the game and we've been watching summaries of it, so I've already been spoiling myself for these two games, for Lobotomy Core and for Library of Ruina. It's more of Limbus Company that I don't want the spoilers for. But spoilers for the future in Limbus for Kurokoma? For the future in Limbus for Kurokoma? I have no idea what he's trying to say either. Like, I have no idea. I don't know either. Anyway. But yeah, so like my biggest thing was just trying to get some context of where some of these IDs and egos and stuff, where they were being mentioned previously. And like some of them being mentioned from Ruina or like Lobotomy Core or some sort of event or whatever. That type of stuff was the stuff that I wanted to get though. And You're not there yet. I'm trying not to spoil Limbus, but Kurikomo may show up. Okay. And they're never calling this for Limbus Company. Most of these don't spoil if you have no context or you're good. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a lot of these, because people had mentioned that they're coming from Ruina or like Lobotomy Core. That's where I wanted to find the connections for. And some of these IDs where like we went through, I think Canto 3, right? We got like the one who grips and stuff like that. I was able to make those types of connections because I was like, oh, that's where those like IDs and egos are from. But I don't think the IDs and stuff have done any type of spoiling when we do our upties. At least from the ones that I have, but very few uptie stories actually spoil anything for a Limbus story. Yeah, the ones that we've uptied, like, there hasn't been any type of spoilers, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they're trying to get at either. They're probably just making up stuff, but yeah, so I might have to go and find stuff for the later half of Library of Ruina. Since this is only about like halfway, which is kind of crazy to me. Or I might just like read it online. If there isn't like videos. I'm sure there's videos or something, but I might have to go and like read the rest of Ruina just to kind of get an understanding of what kind of happens for the rest of the story type of thing. So but yeah, I'm glad that I was able to get insight. I'm glad I was able to make some of those connections like we saw with the whatchamacallit. Where are they? Where'd they go? I saw them on the... They were on the train, right? Where were they on the train? Molar office. I don't know. But we saw them on there. We saw the guys that we just saw in the Intervallo brought up in the Library of Ruina stuff, so but like having to list all of them and what they do and stuff right at the beginning. Maybe it was right at the beginning. Something. Oh yeah, these guys. Go back. Dun, dun. I don't know if I go... Where'd I go? Oh, there they are. I was like, they're right after the freaking Syndicate guys. Yeah. So yeah, it was like cool to make like those types of connections, and even the whole red mist that was like mentioned too, and just again like those types of connections that are being talked about in Limbus Company, and where they are in the previous games, I think is pretty cool. So even though I might not be knowledgeable on those types of talks or Easter eggs and stuff like that, or these characters that were, you know, previously mentioned, like being able to make that connection of like, oh, okay, so like that's where they're from, like this is what they did or whatever, they're, you know, before they got turned into books and stuff, like I think that's cool to make those types of connections. So but yeah, let's go ahead and put that. Turn this back there. Oh my god, my upstairs neighbors have been dragging like some wood furniture, and I don't know what it is that they're doing. Like, what are y'all moving? This. Okay. Yeah, I probably need to do some mirror dungeon stuff. Get through my battle pass a little bit. Being in the know is pretty nice feeling for Limbus. Yeah, I just like being able to just make those like small connections, like that's all. Okay. My friends list is getting kind of full, guys. I think we're already, yeah, 132. It's getting full. I'm not gonna be able to request or do any more. No raid today. It's a little bit later. It's a little bit later. That's why I was able to watch the video and yap for a bit, so, but I still gotta take off. I will say though, starting next week, raids have been moved to Tuesday, Thursday, and not Sunday. So I'll have a little bit more freedom if I need to go over time than like my 5 hours type of thing. But I'm not gonna make it a point to have super long Limbus streams because I still want to have time to take care of stuff. I still have to put out 2 VODs for part 3 and 4 for Canto 4. I still have a lot of editing and stuff to do, which is I usually try to do on the weekends, but I just get so freaking busy. And I think I will still try to keep it so that it's about 5-6 hours for Limbus stuff. But like I said, if we go over because we're doing something that's like in the middle of story, or if we need to finish a dungeon or whatever, like at least I'll have the freedom to do that. So, but I still will probably keep it at 3 o'clock for start time, and then end around 8 or 9, just so that I can also have the rest of the night to take care of some behind the scenes editing things and just kind of relax for the rest of the weekend before I have to start work again on Monday. But yeah, so like I said, I think for next week the plan is to do the reacts for the art of the IDs and the egos, and then also the animations. If somebody could link the video of the animations for that in the Discord, and then I'll try to pin it so that I don't lose it. That would be greatly appreciated. So yeah, we'll do a big react stream next week. The week after, we'll probably read some of Dante's notes, possibly start on Canto 5. Yeah, start on Canto 5 type of thing. But
just subscribed.
Oh, hi Jaziel. How you doing? Hi Meta Knight. Thank you so much for your resub. Thank you. Just sad I came into the end. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll look forward to it next week. Yeah, I will try to push out this one along with the other 2 VODs for Canto 4 this week. So pretty much just look for a VOD every day. I think I'll be posting a VOD every day type of thing. Yeah, so then I think that's the game plan of React next week. And then, ooh, May 11th is Mother's Day. Okay. Be prepared. I will, again, this is 2 weeks from now, but I will put in the Discord. We might have a later start time on Monday or on that Sunday, just because I will be out of town for Mother's Day. So I will still have a stream. It just might not be at 3 o'clock. So it might be one of those things that we just start a little bit later. So did we do beach episode? How good? How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, we did the beach episode, and we did the 2 minis that came with it. But yeah, I'll make sure to get these VODs up ASAP. But yeah, if you guys aren't in the Discord, we do have Limbus Company channels. We have a general chat, and we have the spoilers chat for all of you that are way ahead of me in the story, so that you guys can have your own place to talk about stuff. I also, again, that link for YouTube, I post all of my VODs on there. So if you are looking for a certain playthrough, if you're something that you missed or anything like that, they will all be posted up on there. Like I said, I'm a little bit behind on the Canto 4 stuff, so I'll try to get those out ASAP, but and then yeah, next week we'll be back with more Limbus stuff. You guys know the deal. Limbus Sundays it is. Limbus Sundays. But yeah, I will go ahead and end stream there, so I can get to working on some of these videos for you guys and try to relax on my last day of the weekend before we gotta grind it out for the week. Do on the big grind. Monday I might squeeze in a stream for Expedition 33, but the big thing is we're gonna have movie night tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're watching the first Iron Man. We've been on a big Marvel kick. We watched the first X-Men last week, and then people have voted for Iron Man this week, so we'll probably be watching that. And then every week there'll be a poll going up to see what people want to watch. So if you're ever keen on that, we do have those going on too. And yeah, we'll be back for more Limbus stuff next Sunday. So hopefully I'll see you guys then. If not, enjoy your week and enjoy your next weekend. But thank you guys for joining me for the Intervallo. It was really nice. Now we get to see a little bit of Ishmael's paranoia when it comes to going out to the Great Lakes and stuff like that. So nice little intro for that. Alright guys, you guys have a good one. Enjoy. I will talk to you later. You guys have a good one. Bye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.